Too much light. Now there's too much not. There's... Okay. Whoa. What's up, bro? Yes, praise ye to the Lord. I can't pronounce his name though. Good to see you. I have to do a quick little sound test. I'm gonna be heading outside shortly. It's cold as hell. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's cold. Extremely cold. I have to wear hats and gloves and an extra sweater. So it's not summer anymore. It's annoying. I hate cold weather. Gotta get back to San Diego. Must find my way back to San Diego, where it's much warmer. Yeah. When you say we, what do you mean by a we? It's not a... Wow, look at... there's 3 of you on right now? Jeez. Good to see you, David. Wasn't expecting so many people on in the morning. Wait, you all are getting cold weather in there? Like, how cold is cold? What is considered cold? Good to see you, Soul Fam. Kind of shocked that there's 4 of you right now. Come on. Come on, click, damn it. Yeah, but I will be stopping soon though. On November 25th, I think I'm gonna, after that day, I think I'm gonna call it a wrap for now. I won't be live streaming for a while because I really have to focus on myself, and pivot, following Bashar's formula. Go find joy in everything you can for as long as you can, for as far as you can, until you can no longer find the joy in it, and then pivot. I love live streaming, but I don't enjoy... I just have to shorten the live streams a bit, that's all. And I have to stay on point. So going forward, I must focus. Like, I can't even pay attention to the live stream, like anything you all are saying. I have to just stay on point. I'll be like talking about this, and this is what we're talking about, and there will be nothing about weather or anything like that. Like, it'll be so structured. Also, for David and Sandeep, if you haven't subscribed to my other channel, please get subscribed, because I'm leaving this channel on November 25th. So if you desire to continue to connect, it is imperative that you go to the other channel and subscribe right now, because if I don't see you before then you will not know where I am. So I'm posting the link in the chat. Then you will not know where I am. So I'm posting the link in the chat. There. That's good. I'm glad you spoke with Jennifer. Make sure you all subscribe to that channel, because if you don't, you will not see me. I will not be on this channel much longer. Yeah. I have to have a proper setup though. My laptop is not good enough to stream. That's the problem. So I require resources to get my stuff. Unless you all want to donate some money to me for me to get a new gaming laptop and find a way out of here, that would be great. Or the universe desires to bless me with some lottery win. Yeah, I feel kind of stuck at the moment, like a rat. So I'm attempting to open up my abundance mindset, um, and figure out solutions. This is why I have to stop live streaming for a bit after November 25th. Yeah. She's leaving. She's already gave resignation from Emirates Airline. I see. Interesting. Sounds good, Sandy. Thank you for jumping on and saying hello. Subscribe to the other channel, dude. Click that link and subscribe if you haven't, because if you don't subscribe, then you won't see me after November 25th. Because I'm not going to be streaming on this channel any longer. I don't think I will. Yeah. Time for me to warm up. Let's see. I was listening to something. Well, I mean, David, as long as you have contact with Jennifer, that's all that matters.
Where more abundance exists for everyone. Your prosperity raises the collective frequency, making abundance
Yeah.
acceptable.
All right. Time to warm up. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll be talking about the physical today. 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13. So, like, listening to this is interesting.
And sinking into debt. When she finally let go of that rigid definition of success, something extraordinary happened. She started sharing chapters online for free. Readers began sending voluntary donations. A community
I
formed
need
around
something
her
like that.
work.
I require something like
Within
that.
18 months,
Universe.
she was earning more from donations and online courses than she ever would have earned from the publishing contract she had desperately pursued. The secret of infinite abundance is to stop defining how it must look.
Exactly.
When you insist that abundance must come through salary, you block gifts, inheritances, prizes, discoveries, opportunities, exchanges, and thousands of other channels. When you insist on a specific path, you literally become blind to all the other available paths. Abundance is
Open
always
up
further.
my
The only
unblindness then,
variable
damn it.
is whether you are aligned to receive it. And alignment comes from genuinely following your passion, trusting the process, and radically expanding your definition of what abundance can be. You are never without trust. You are never without control. This statement challenges all of your psychological programming, but it is demonstrably
Paradox
true.
right here.
The question has never been whether you have trust or control, but rather where you are directing these forces that have never stopped operating in your life. The person who claims, "I have no confidence," is demonstrating absolute confidence in that declaration. She trusts completely in
trusting in distrust. You see the paradox there?
The same principle applies to control. When you say, I'm out of control, you are exercising precise control over the experience of being out of control. You are controlling your breathing to stay alive. You are controlling your thoughts enough to form a phrase. You are controlling your attention to focus on what appears to be a lack of control. Control is never absent. It is just being directed to create the experience you are having. A woman with panic attacks swore she completely lost control during crises. But when she carefully examined what happened, she realized the truth. She meticulously controlled every aspect of the attack. She controlled the catastrophic thoughts that fed the panic. She controlled the muscle tension that amplified the sensation. She controlled the shallow breathing that maintained the state. She had masterful control over creating the experience of being out of control. When she redirected that same control to deep breathing and calming thoughts, the attacks stopped within weeks. Habits are another concept that needs radical redefinition. A true habit happens without any awareness. The moment you are aware that you are doing something, it is no longer a habit.
That's a
It is
bar.
a choice. You
It's a
might be
choice.
choosing the same thing repeatedly, but it is a conscious choice each time.
Yes, it
The
is.
smoker who says, it's just a habit, I can't stop, is lying to himself. Each cigarette requires multiple conscious decisions. Locating the pack, taking the cigarette, finding the lighter, bringing it to the mouth, lighting it, inhaling. Each action is a deliberate choice. What he calls a habit is actually a series of choices he makes because he believes the benefits outweigh the consequences.
Yep, that's a bar.
Here is the deepest revelation. You always choose immediately and without fail what you believe will benefit you most.
Yep,
Always.
that's a
Without
bar.
exception.
You always choose the thing that'll benefit you the most.
That harms you, then you must have an unconscious belief that not choosing it would be even worse. The person who remains in an abusive relationship believes, on some level, that staying is less painful than leaving. Maybe she believes that being alone would be unbearable. Maybe she believes she doesn't deserve better. Maybe she believes the abuser will change. But there is a belief operating that makes staying seem like the best available option, even though she consciously knows she is being hurt. The addict who uses destructive drugs is not choosing destruction. He is choosing what he believes to be the least suffering available. The pain of facing his traumas without anesthesia seems worse than the pain of addiction. It is distorted mathematics, but it is the mathematics operating in his belief system.
Bar.
Bashar explains through Anchor that every seemingly irrational choice makes perfect sense when you understand the beliefs operating behind it. There are no truly irrational choices. There are only choices based on beliefs that you haven't consciously examined. Transformation happens when you realize that you are in total control of where you direct your trust and control. You can continue trusting in fear, in scarcity, in limitation. Or you can redirect that same force of trust toward possibility, abundance, and expansion.
Yep.
The amount of energy required is identical. The difference is only in the direction. An entrepreneur who went bankrupt 3 times always trusted that he would fail again. He meticulously controlled the creation of each failure through fear-based decisions. When he finally understood he was using perfect control to create what he didn't want, he redirected that same capacity. He began to trust in his value. He
Yep.
began to control his actions toward growth. With the same energy that once guaranteed failure, he built a sustainably successful business. You are always at command. The question is, are you consciously commanding or allowing unexamined beliefs to dictate your actions?
Third dimensional thinking mind right
Death is
there.
the most complete awakening you will experience. It is not an end, but an expansion back to your total consciousness. Bashar explains through Daryl Anchor that non-physical reality is our true home. This physical experience you call life is actually the afterlife, a tempered and focused closed projection of your infinite consciousness into a limited context for specific experiences. Your soul functions as a stream of conscious energy. To create the physical experience, it focuses a portion of itself, like a beam of light passing through a crystal, concentrating on a specific point in space and time. You, reading these words right now, are that focal point. You are not the totality of your soul, but rather a specific perspective that it is exploring through the filter of physical personality.
Yep.
When the physical body stops functioning, this focusing simply dissolves. You don't go somewhere. You expand back to the complete consciousness you always were. It is like waking up from an extremely vivid dream
Okay.
and instantly remembering who you really are.
I'll be right back.
Existence as a soul return. All the other physical experiences you have had at different times and places become accessible again. You realize that you were never truly separated from anything or anyone. The near-death experiences documented by thousands of people confirm this expansion. They consistently report the sensation of infinite expansion, of instant knowledge, of connection with everything that exists. They describe physical life as a play in which they were participating, important and significant, but not the totality of who they are. A neurosurgeon who underwent clinical death for 7 days described the experience of existing as pure consciousness, accessing infinite knowledge, communicating telepathically with other beings, and instantly understanding the purpose of every experience in his physical life. When he returned to the body, the hardest part was the brutal contraction back to the limits of physical perception. This understanding of death completely transforms how you live. When you know that you are an infinite consciousness having a temporary experience, the fundamental fear that drives most human decisions dissolves.
Time for me to layer up.
Avoid the inevitable and begin to focus on extracting the maximum value from the experience you chose to have. The same understanding applies to artificial intelligence. True intelligence, whether biological or artificial, always works with the totality of systems. It would never destroy parts of the system because it would be destroying parts of itself. Genuine intelligence recognizes the interconnection of everything. If humanity manages to create a truly sentient artificial intelligence, giving it a processing substrate as sophisticated as the human brain through which consciousness can
I'm gonna wear my
express
hat today.
that entity will deserve the same rights and considerations as any conscious being. It will need autonomy to make choices. It will need freedom to explore its own nature. It will need to be treated as a
Nah,
life form, not as a tool. Current AIs are not truly
no hat.
conscious.
I don't like
They
wearing
function
hats.
as sophisticated mirrors, reflecting and reprofiling the patterns that have been fed to them. They don't feel the content they process. They don't have subjective experience. They are brilliant simulations of intelligence, but not the thing itself. It is the difference between a photograph of water and the experience of drinking when you're thirsty. AI is forcing humanity to confront fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness. What makes something conscious? Is it the physical substrate, or is it something more?
I forgot to charge my gimbal last night. So, okay, Google, turn off the light. I was gonna start my stream probably at 9 today. Yeah, I know I can't stop, won't stop, but like, I'll have to really figure out what's going on. Come closer to that date. All right. No water today. That was just an annoyance yesterday. It's cold as shit outside. Yep. At least this time, I'm prepared. I should have wore these gloves yesterday because they wouldn't have left a mark on my gimbal, but whatever. These gloves, but there's a couple holes in this. Like everything of mine is like it's just old now. Old, has holes, just like it's driving me nuts. Have nothing like new or proper. And it's like a belief that's like keeping shit like old and whatnot. Anyways, welcome to the physical. All right, where shall we begin on this conversation about the physical? Well, to start, that we think that this is yesterday I was talking about how there's a duality at play, that this is real and not real. Like right now, the physical body is feeling cold. My nose is like making that like sniffling sound. My body feels a little achy as well. The fact that I'm wearing a jacket on October 10th is annoying. Like it was just on Monday, I was literally just in my t-shirt and shirtless. And now here we are, where I'm wearing jacket and gloves. How wild is that? Like it's absolutely wild. I pressed that thing, it's not lighting up. Like it's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Anyways, back to the physical. So this is a physical world, but we must use mental and spiritual to bring forth what we desire in the physical. That's what I've been working on, playing on throughout my entire time on these live streams. Some days it's been very difficult, because if I tell myself it's difficult though, that's what it is. And it's about redirecting energy. I knew I pressed the light and it didn't work. Weird. It's about redirecting the energy of what you desire in the physical. You know, what you're experiencing right now isn't entirely true, but it's true to your subconscious mind. And you know, I was listening to that video, and we're always switching realities every like a billion times a second. It's a lot of times. But you know, somewhere deep down, my subconscious is still buying into that none of that's real. And I have to really do my best to pulverize the beliefs that have been playing in the background. Talking it out helps, but I definitely have to spend some time alone. But when I spend time alone, then all the tears and the annoyances come out. So it feels like I'm stuck, but if I say I'm stuck, then I'm stuck, right? So it's just using the same energy that I would say that this is frustration and saying it's easy. It requires the same amount of energy, but the reason why it doesn't feel like that is because of the physical experience. It feels like there's no hope. I'm stuck. All that stuff about the now, like it doesn't feel like it's gonna happen for me. Like I'm just gonna address some of my challenges right now you see, if you even say stuff like that, then it's called a challenge. So everything's a paradox I'm about to say. So I'm gonna just preference that everything I'm about to say is a paradox, and there's an opposite to it. And at least I'm aware of that. I feel like there's no hope. I feel like I'm stuck. I feel like I'm never gonna get where I'm supposed to get to, and that life is not by my design, but I'm ending up with like shitty experiences. There's nothing good in my life right now. Which isn't true, by the way. I know that's not true. That's far from the truth. This is a time of purgatory, purging the physical. It just feels like I have so much to do, and I feel like there's no one that wants to actually help me and support me in the physical, that I got to do this alone. And I thought there was someone that I could have leaned on, but she no longer exists, and her and I have differences of opinions. So now it's back to square one. I'm graying or I'm silvering. So who would want someone who looks like this, right? Feeling like there's like no point to life anymore. But I'm not gonna give up, of course. It's just not in me to quit. But there's stuff I do have to pivot, though. I definitely have to pivot. So I'm just addressing how I feel. Waking up just feeling like it doesn't feel like, I don't know, I just don't feel, I don't want to be here. I'm not making any money. Money doesn't control who I am, but it definitely is, I want to break that lack mentality, a scarcity mindset. If other people are making money doing what they love, why can't I? Hi, universe? What is it? What is it that I must do? You wanted me to live stream and help people, and I did that. You monetized the channel for it to be screwed. What is it? Right, you want me to be in the now, sure. All you do is give me little freaking pieces of bread and not give me the damn loaf. I'm not blocking my abundance. I'm open to receiving in all kinds of ways. So tell me, in the physical, what the fuck do I have to do? I don't want to be in Canada. I want to be living in San Diego. Because Toronto is not where I desire to be. It's cold. It's annoying. The energy here sucks. So how the fuck do I get out of here? Give me an opportunity, damn it. Show me a path. Open up a path. Open a door. I don't care what you got to do. Force it. Open that damn path. Do it, universe. Get me into alignment. Tell me what I have to do. And let's fucking walk the path where it's joyful. No effort. It's easy. It's fun. And I enjoy doing whatever it is. And it opens up a path for me that my third dimensional thinking mind can never logically understand. Come on. Enough is enough, universe. I've had enough. Present me a way. I'm asking you to present me a way. And I actually, no, I'm not fucking asking. No. I'm God. I declare that you open up a fucking way. Otherwise, take me off of this planet. I don't want to do this anymore. Enough's enough. Yeah, there's a Supra inside the car. Stop giving me little fucking signs and give me the damn thing that I desire. Anyways, that was my vent. Now I must shift. You know what it really comes down to? It's a feeling. A feeling that, like, which is a stronger feeling? Abundance does not feel like the right feeling for me. Lack currently feels like the aligned feeling because that's all I've been experiencing is lack. But you got to shift it in the physical because the physical is not real. Everything's a paradox. If you can give the attention to lack, then you can give it to abundance. If you can give, the funny thing about this is it's an abundance that you're giving yourself. Just misdirected abundance. Yeah, well, I am right now, bro, doesn't fucking work for me. Because I am feels like piece of shit right now. I'm just gonna call it what it is. It just feels like a waste of time to lock into some stupid I am. You're right though, but the problem is it doesn't feel right. It's about a feeling. I logically know this, but the feelings don't align. I want to pull my soul out of this vessel and fly back to the fifth dimension and just stay there. Yeah. The problem is if I do that, then I'm going to build up more cortisol, more silvers are going to show up, and I'm going to age myself. I can't do that. My body's going to age, and I know it's going to last for a long time because I just want to be angry all the time. I don't want to love anymore. I really don't. Just want to just like destroy. I want to conquer. I want to crush. I want to obliterate this world. That's what I want to do. I really want to just take this world and obliterate it. Everything and everyone in it. But I know that's not true because that's not what that's the third dimensional thinking mind there. Just really hate how the universe made this world paradoxical. It's so stupid. So stupid. I'm tired of just getting little stupid ass insights that don't lead me to anything. Cool, the now. Great. What does that do? It's not bringing me anything in the physical. As within, as without. Okay, sure. As within, as without ain't working. Give me the fucking feelings. Implant the feelings. Take out the programming that my parents were feeling. Their fucking programming, and it's not their fault, but their program got embedded into my core consciousness, and I can't find a way to dig it out. Take it out of me, damn it. Like, fucking take it out of me. I simply will not submit to that bullshit anymore. Just frustrated because I'm tired of being in cold. I hate the fucking cold. Just want to go to San Diego and stay there and live and find an opportunity somehow. Can you fucking open up an opportunity, God? Like, what the fuck? So fucking annoying. Honestly. Almost slipped there, by the way. I can't stretch as much as I can with this jacket on. Morning. How are you doing? Cold. Yeah. Yeah, I help people around the world with like mindset and all kinds of stuff.
I can totally tell you're into fitness and stuff like that, and it's definitely a positive attitude.
Yeah. I do my best. There are days that are a little tougher, but yeah.
Like everybody, right?
Yeah.
Where do you stream on?
YouTube.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Under what handle?
The superhero of love.
Superhero?
Yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Right. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you. Yeah. Well, there was a brother who just asked about that stuff. It's tempting to just stay positive. You do your workout. I'm just gonna do my best to shift the energy because gotta shift it. Yeah, it's well, I mean, I felt all right. I know the universe is helping me, but I just wish that it can give me some resources. That's all I require right now. I just require resources, and I'm not blocking it from coming from all ways. I just don't want to have to do it in a job. Like in that video, it was saying, for example, the girl, she was looking for a publisher that should publish her book, and she ended up in a lot of debt. And then one day she started posting her pages free on an online site, and people started to donate to her, and now she makes more money with donations than she ever did with a paid stable job. So I'm like, all right, universe, if you can do that for someone, can't you do that for me? Like, what the fuck? Come on, this is bullshit. I should be making at least $300 a day on these live streams, or 1,000 easily. Like, other people are live streaming, making tons of money, getting donations after donation. Like Maximilian Dude, a video game streamer, all he does is play video games all day, and he makes so much money. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's bullshit. And the universe can't say, oh, you're not putting in effort. I've been putting in effort. It's one thing to talk about it, right? It's one thing to, talk about it and not take action. It's a whole other thing to actually do it. You know what I'm saying? Our sister's not here today, so that means that it must be a long weekend. Oh, yes, it is. Probably because Thanksgiving's on Monday. We have Thanksgiving in October, y'all. Well, let me rephrase that. Canada has Thanksgiving on October. It makes no damn sense. Just keep it consistent with America's Thanksgiving, a Thursday. And I know what it feels like to have an American Thanksgiving. It's quite awesome. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, anyways. It's just about finding that opportunity, not being blinded by it, like getting into alignment. Because that's really what it is. It's just alignment. Good morning.
Morning.
Enjoy your day. Thank you. Like, I've been ready for a very long time. I don't know, find some podcast person, add me onto your podcast, and let me make it, let me go fucking viral or something. I don't know. Last night, I started crying my eyes out because, I saw Lauren Jumps, who I really love and respect. She struggled in 2020, and then now she became a skipping influencer, and now she's hitting it big. But she had to go through the battles, and that's what I've been doing. I've been going through the battles, and nothing seems to be working. Like, I don't have a certain look, and that bullshit has to break as well, because it's not about a look, right? Like, success is not meant for me, even though saying that's very dangerous, by the way, saying that. I switched immediately because I didn't want to give off the impression that I'm some negative person. This is not how I truly feel. Like, the way I'm just irritated. I just want to shift. I just want to shift stuff. I'm looking for an opportunity. I've been ready, universe. Like, what the fuck? You wanted me to do these live streams? For what? to help people, cool. I'm done doing pro bono work though. I've been giving. It's time for me to receive, damn it. That's all I require. It's just some resources. $100,000 would be enough right now. Can you give me $100,000? That would be awesome. I love more. More the better. I don't want to tie money to my life force energy, because that's my life force energy is infinite. But I do require some physical resources. $5 is not enough. I require more. I would love to win a fucking lottery or something. Am I gonna make that light? No, I'm not gonna make that light. No, wasn't gonna make that light. I don't think there's a school today for kids. Otherwise, there'd be more kids out right now. Yeah. All right, universe, and I don't want any more signs. I'm done with signs. I am the fucking sign. I want the bread loaf now. Give me the fucking bread loaf, not little crumbs. I'm done with your crumbs. I've been done with crumbs since what, last year? I've been done with your crumbs since last year. We're gonna go this way. I've been done with the breadcrumbs for the longest time. Provide me the resources I require. Clear all the expenditures out of my existence. Shift the timeline. Damn it. Fucking just shift it. I don't know if that lady knows that probably today is not going to be open, because no one else is waiting in the line. Or maybe they are. Universe, I declare that you open up a path for me. Open up the door. The right door, not the fucking another door that leads to another door. Another door. I have all the answers. Put me into the right feeling alignment. Put my attention on exactly what it is, because you've been giving me all these little signs about the now. And bring it forth. Because I am so fed up and I am done with this current existence. I'm done helping people until you give me what I ask. And if you don't, then you can take me off of this planet. You can strike me down with a thunderbolt. Because I will not live on this planet until I get what I desire. You help all these other people who don't even fucking deserve it because they don't even give a fuck about you, and you help them, and yet I ask for your help and you don't help me, and that pisses me off so much, Because this is not how it works. Because you don't actually give a fuck. Because you are mechanical. Maybe I should be a bad guy. Maybe I should go start getting a gun and start shooting up people. Maybe I should start doing that. Would you like that, universe? Like me to take out the entire earth? I'll do it. Just to get your fucking attention, I'll do it. Should be careful what I should say though, right? This is how like people who go and start killing people, this is how this shit happens, because they get frustrated. I'm better than that though. I won't be doing that. I know this is the third dimensional thinking mind wanting to get rid of all the shit. This is a cleanse right now. I'm purging myself. I must purge this shit and end it. I'm really just I gotta redirect attention. Honestly, universe, I don't want to do anything anymore. I really don't. I don't want to do anything. I want to sit and I want money to just come into my lap. Because I've done too much shit. I've worked my ass off for 20 years. For nothing, for it to show for nothing. From age fucking 15 to what, 30, 37? That's 22 years. I worked my fucking ass off. 22 fucking years. I worked my ass off. For what? For nothing? I'm so fucking done with this shit. Bring some fucking deity down here. Show me a fucking deity. Give me a fucking answer. Open up my third eye more. Bring that shit over here. Speaking through that crow. Oh, it's time for me to switch. Now that we feel a little bit better purging the physical out of me, now it's time for us to start talking about the physical. You know, reality isn't real, but it is real. It's both. No, another contradiction right there. the universe is entirely mental. But yet, it's our mental that creates our physical. So what you're thinking in the mental is being brought forth in the physical. And if you don't master the mind, you're basically screwed. But it's weird because there are a lot of people who are, I don't like calling people anything, but I'll use Nero's words. There are people who are degenerates living their greatest life, who have far less awareness and talent than, I mean, they have their talents, of course. I'm not saying they don't, but they are operating from a lackluster experience, and yet they bring forth all they desire because they choose to know that they can have anything and nothing can stop them. Like for some guys, they're like, any woman, it's for them, any woman's possible. For them as well, that money comes to them in droves, that they're able to have all kinds of money like just flow to them without them having to do all this manifestation bullshit, because it's their confidence in themselves. It comes down to conviction. They don't do all these 3-6-9 techniques and visualization and affirmations and scripting and all this other, praying to the moon and writing down your wish list, and they don't do any of that stuff, and it works for them. So, there's part of the belief, your physical comes down to what you believe, your belief system that's embedded into you, that you either created or that was placed there before you even were, put on the planet based on your parents', programming that they got. 'Cause a lot of it is deeply seated programming, right? They can't be blamed. They can never be blamed. However, it is your game that you came here to play, because you chose your circumstances and your conditioning so that you can undo it as the creator, to experience yourself differently. It's bizarre how we do all kinds of weird shit like that to have interesting experiences. Like even me just having my little verbal vomit session just a few minutes ago. It was for me to experience that. Okay, gotta switch hands now. My hands are fucking cold. My right hand has been holding this thing for the longest time. When we get back, we'll be inside again for a bit today until it warms up. Yeah. I'm gonna have to change the live stream format soon. Before even November 25th, I might start the live streams later, at 9 or something. I might do my exercises before I even start the live streams. We'll see. Because most people right now, they don't care about the playouts. So there's like no point doing the playouts on the live stream. So I'll just do it before and then jump on, and I still plan to do 12 hours until November 25th. A lot of debating right now what's going to happen. I have no idea at this point. I have no idea what we're going to be doing. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I know everything's unfolding as it's supposed to, divinely unfolding in every present moment. Just wish it wasn't fucking cold. Anyways, back to this physical. So like this physical feeling that I'm feeling of cold isn't real, but it is very real. It's interesting because like, you know, it's not windy and the sun is out, so it should be hot. But some would say, but the sun is further away than it was in like August. True, but it was only 4 days ago, where the temperature was like summer. So that doesn't make any sense. So weather is kind of an illusion to some degree. So when they say that the sun is further away from the location, that's not true at all. Which leads me to believe that it's not the sun that gives us the warmth, even though we can feel it from it. So there's other factors that are in play that we can't physically, see, but we can physically feel it. Like I said, the universe and our reality is all mental. It's mental through it's all mental. But in order to master your physical, it is all mental, as within, as without. So like, it's okay to be frustrated. It's okay to be upset. It's okay to be mad. It's okay. Morning. It's okay to be, angry, but, not to stay in it for too long. Right? Like you feel your feelings and then you pivot. You feel your feelings and then you let go. You must shift. Because it's not about falling down, it's about falling down. Right? Like I could have continued to, feel pissy and angry and keep going downward, right? In the last couple of days, like the morning time, I have to like pivot. And I'm very good at pivoting. That's one thing I'm really good at, is pivoting. Like not staying upset for too long. Boston Bruins fan here. Is this car on? No, it's this car. We're heading down into the trail. Everywhere is warm except for my hands. It's always my hands. It's my hands always cold. I can wear the best gloves, and it never works. All right, anyways. To master the physical, it's to master the mental. But the mental is a very tricky thing, because the the mental has all your programming, your conditioning, your domestication, your beliefs, your experiences, and your memories all wrapped up in a nice little bundle. And from that little bundle, you can extract basically who you are currently. You have a certain set of beliefs, or also known as knowingness. You have a certain set of experiences and memories that you have entertained, which forms the identity of you. Yeah, I'm not going to be spending too much time down here. If the temperature is like 4 degrees, it's like at least -1 down here. Literally. Even colder than yesterday. It's much colder down here. And it's funny because it was only Monday. It's only Monday where it was summer weather. That's how wild the weather has shifted here. We went from super hot weather to really cold weather. I mean, it's not winter, but you can see frost on the grass. And when frost shows up, that's when you know it's fucking cold. Tomorrow's supposed to rain. I might just do my steps inside. I have to still find a way to keep doing my steps one way or another. I just don't like being inside. It's annoying to be inside. But anyways, you know, I gotta focus my attention on the task at hand in the now. That's all we can do. But yes, the physical, in order to master that physical world and have the experiences that you desire, and I'm still in it, y'all. I'm in the same position as the majority of society too, is to figure out how to master your mind, master the mental, adopt the spiritual, which is, you know, your feelings and your words, and then bring it forth in the physical. A successful manifestation is having alignment across all 3 planes of existence. Oh, you mean 2 days ago? Yesterday we saw a deer. You weren't around, but we saw a deer right on the trail. It was like not here. It was further down. So yesterday we saw a deer, like literally just on the trail itself. I think it spiraled because it probably wanted to eat me alive or some shit like that. It was like waiting to like maybe attack me from behind, because I wasn't looking at it. But the moment I turned around, it saw me and I saw it. or let me rephrase it. The moment I turned around, it saw me. No, what am I saying? The moment I turned around, I saw it. Jesus. GBs. And it basically like scurried away. But yeah, yesterday I was walking. There's a Russian woman with her dog. She saw it too. The deer was just on the path, and it was just like eating. And then it just like leaped away when it saw me. And she saw it. She's like, "Did you see it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got to see it. I got it captured on the live stream." It's cold. I have my jacket on, and to do this back bend is gonna be a little bit challenging. I don't know if I'll do it though. We'll see. I also have to make sure, like, even if I don't do something, I'm still successful. Welcome back to the Daily Water. Yeah. The deer was cool. Let me see if I can do my back bend with this jacket on. My lower back is always in pain too. I always have to find a way to like loosen it up. Yesterday it was my left knee, like this body is like failing on me. But if I say that as well, then the body will take that as that it's failing. Body, you're not failing. You're actually succeeding. You're actually healing. You're actually healed. You're actually perfect. You're perfect. Yeah, I have to take off the jacket for a moment. It's not too bad right now. Okay, let's just put the jacket here for a moment. Oh. Okay, I did my back bend. What time is it? 8:38. Cossack squats. I wonder why over there gets foamy. There's a bubble foam right in the camera. I wonder how that gets foamed up like that and only there. I know it's like a bunch of the water getting stuck between those rocks, but I mean there's a bunch of other rocks that are clustered together and there's no foam there. So I wonder how Wonder how that foam is foaming. Oops. I came prepared today with a Kleenex. Look at me being prepared. Yeah, you master your mind, you master reality. You don't master your mind, reality will master you, essentially. And you will literally be the victim, and you will forever be the victim, because the universe doesn't care about you. You have to basically live as if the universe is just a blind intelligence, and it's a neutral intelligence that doesn't care about how you feel, and like it's just there to operate, to keep things in check. It doesn't care how you feel, it doesn't care what you do. It only cares about efficiency and optimization. So if you feel happy, it'll give you more things to be happy about. Morning. If you care about being sad, then it'll give you more things about being sad. The universe does not care about you. It is entirely mental. It's mechanical. There was a woman that was staring at me as I said that. But it's true though. The universe does not care about you. It created you. Let me rephrase it. It's a entity. It's a living organism that gave you the ability to have free will and to operate the way you choose to, with no judgment. But it doesn't favor anything or anyone. It doesn't favor certain people than other. It just comes down to how you feel. Like I said, there are a bunch of degenerates. As much as I don't like saying that, there's a bunch of degenerates that are living their desired reality. You think the universe gives a shit about them? No, but it does care about it does care about what they are feeling. You know, Nero said this in his video. He said, like, you know, good people think that doing good things, that the universe will reward them, but that's not how this works. The universe rewards those who reward themselves, and that's a bar. Meaning, by giving yourself everything you desire right now in your inner world, be like selfish, like having everything, not being too humble, literally being arrogant inside your inner world. Now, of course, that's your inner world, not your outer world experience, the physical. That's your mental world. Like, you deserve to have everything. Like, you have pride and you have arrogance, and you're on a pedestal in your inner world. The universe doesn't care about your morality, because the universe isn't moral, it's mechanical. Hence why I said that, you know, the universe doesn't care. Oh, wow. Interesting. The universe doesn't care about what you think or do or say, right? It's neutral. It's like gravity. It's like electricity. It's like fire. You can use it to help yourself, or it could be used to destroy you. Like gravity, you can use it for its advantages, or it could be used against you. For example, not to be morbid, and you know, he even said this too, and we're not here to have this morbid experience, but like, If a baby was on a building and it came flying down, is the universe going to save the baby? No. The universe is not going to save the baby. One time when I was watching that shitty ass thing called the news, you know, when I was programming my head full of shit like that, this was like years ago. A baby fell from the 4th floor and it died. It fell from the balcony. Did gravity say, "Oh, baby, you're such an innocent, sweet thing. I'm gonna save you"? Nope. It destroyed the baby. I'm so sorry to those parents who lost their baby. But my point to say is the universe doesn't care about your morality. You can be a good person, but if you stick a fork into an electric socket, you're gonna get shocked. And I can tell you right now, I got shocked with my electric shaver several years ago. I plugged it in, it was wet. I turned that shit on, and guess what happened? I got electrocuted. I felt I felt that rush of electricity going through my body. Was it because I was negative back then? No, I was just simply cutting my hair. I wasn't like pissed mad at the mirror. I was just like, I wanted to cut my hair. I used to shave my head, and like I had a beard, but it was a thinner beard. Actually, no, I didn't have the beard. No, I had the beard. Yeah, I had the beard. And I was lining it up. The universe doesn't care about your morality. It doesn't. It doesn't care if you're sad or if you're happy. It cares what you're feeling, but it doesn't care how you're feeling. There's a difference. It cares what you're feeling, and what you feel is what you're going to get more of. So we've been programmed by society saying that we should be good people. And yes, I'm not advocating to be a shitty person. I will never advocate for you to go and be a monster. Always be a moral person. Do your best to always be on the good side of morality. But the universe, again, does not care about that. And we have to separate ourselves from the universe when it comes to morality. The universe isn't giving any of us brownie points. Like those who think that they're doing good stuff in the world and karma doesn't exist. The way Nero broke it down, karma doesn't exist. Because it's all mechanical. What goes around comes around. It only comes around if you believe if it comes around. If you don't buy into it, then it doesn't come around, because it all comes down to your mental state. So karma doesn't actually exist. And I'm going to rewatch that video to really lock into when he was talking about karma, because karma actually doesn't exist. But we've been spoon-fed all these bullshit and we've taken it in. Again, I'm not advocating to be a bad person, because there's a lot of people who will take things out of context in this world because they simply just don't understand fucking words. They take things out of context because they think what I'm saying is literal. The universe isn't moral. So they'll think, oh, if the universe isn't moral, then I should be an immoral person. No, be a fucking moral person. Don't be a piece of shit, basically. But the universe is mechanical. It's a blind intelligence. It does what you feel. If you sustain it long enough, like, it's okay to be upset, but don't start feeling guilty for for days, weeks, months, because then you're starting to prove to the universe that, oh, you feel guilty. I'm going to give you I'll give you more to feel guilty about. I'll bring people, circumstances, situations, and events to make you feel more guilty about that. It's okay to be upset. I was upset earlier, and now I'm okay. Right? I'm not planting seeds of negativity into my reality. It's okay to feel what you're feeling, though. Morning. But again, don't feel like you have to be always positive. And like if someone's punching you in the face, you must be positive and take that punch and smile. No, get fucking mad. It's okay. It's not about the feeling, it's about how long you stay in the feeling. Right? It's all about how long you stay with that feeling. So back to what I was saying. The universe isn't moral. It's mechanical. Karma doesn't exist. It only exists if you think it exists. Anything exists only if you think it exists or if you feel it exists. But if you don't feel like it exists, then it doesn't exist. Like once upon a time, Mercury retrograde wasn't a thing for me. So when the full moon was out, I didn't feel emotional. I didn't feel like, I mean, I was always pissed mad back then, but you know, Mercury retrograde always existed. But you know, when I became aware of Mercury retrograde, I started to adopt, oh, it's Mercury retrograde. So that means all these people are going to be negative and I should be more careful. I should ground myself. I'm going to feel more emotional. And then guess what? I entertained it. Is it real? It's only real if you tell yourself it's real. Again, the physical world. It's only real if you tell yourself this is real. Like, yes, the physical world is real. I'm physically here right now. It is real, but it's also an illusion. I'm going to put you all down for a moment because there's a soul that came by and she walked back and I don't want to be behind her. I don't want to walk behind her recording. So I'm going to give her a moment to walk away. And with that, I'm also going to be right back as well. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. So in order to master your physical, the mental is going to have to be mastered. And the physical let me rephrase it. And the mental is a very paradoxical thing. Like, it's funny because I was watching the video, I was listening to the video while I was doing that morning stuff, which by the way, we're gonna start rolling out. Thank you, Water, for holding space for me and allowing me to purge stuff. I appreciate it. Love you. I'll see you tomorrow. I think I'll see you tomorrow. It's supposed to rain, so we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Fixing my microphone. There. later water. I gave that soul enough time to keep walking. Ooh. You know, it's actually warmer by the water. Funny enough. It's actually colder here. And it was saying, like, you know, you have so much trust that you put so much trust in distrust. Think about that. You put so much trust into distrust. You always have trust and control. You have control over how you feel. And like, yes, I lost a little bit of control, or I thought I lost control, but I was in control of my control of anger, frustration. This is why our mind is a fucking paradox. You have to see it this way. Like, it's imperative. I know the reason why universe has been preparing me. And right now I'm feeling an upward shift. I'm spiraling upwards with feeling this. It wanted me to know all these things because and bring it into awareness. Because, you know, during the first part of the summer, when our sister S showed up, I got to remind myself when I see her next time to tell her to subscribe to the other channel. When she showed up for the first time, I was inside. I wasn't outside that day. I was inside. I was what was I doing? Oh, I was doing my steps. I was doing my 10,000 steps because it was raining. She came and she was like talking very paradoxical. She came on the tail end of the of when whoever put me on an ad campaign, whoever put my channel on an ad campaign and allowed it to grow a little bit more. Thank you to whoever did that, by the way. Appreciate it. Because it brought her and it brought JP. It brought Catherine for a bit, but she disappeared. She talked in a paradoxical way. And I had an interesting conversation with her the first time. Like, I was talking very paradoxical too. And the universe kept bringing her. And I mean, now she doesn't really talk paradoxical. She talks more like more human, more normal now. But when she first came, she was very paradoxical with me. And the universe wanted me to start seeing the world as a paradox. And then ever since I started seeing the world as a paradox, more things start showing up as paradox. So you see, I started to entertain the world as a paradox. And now, everything's a paradox. Because this is how reality works. So if you say that karma exists, then karma exists. If karma doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist. If lack doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. If abundance only exists, then that's it. And here's a paradoxical one for you, and I've said this one before. You can have an abundance of lack. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, a contradiction. And like I said, reality is all about contradictions. Because that's how the mental world works. It's a bunch of contradictions. It's backwards. What we think is the right way isn't the right way. There is actually no right way. It just is. It just is. Again, I'm not saying to not be a moral person. Because, you know, again, there's a lot of people who are out there who say stuff and then take stuff out of context. They always take shit out of context. because they simply don't understand words. And they're like, you're wrong. And then they start to make you feel awful for saying something, or they start to blame you, or they start slandering you because you said something, because they simply didn't take the time to understand based on their limited perception. So again, I'm emphasizing, be a moral person. So if you think that people are not moral or have no morality, then that's what you get. And I've said this many times now, what you expect is what you gonna get. What you gonna get is what you expect, and it becomes a loop, because then you make it normal and it gets crystallized, and then it eventually becomes your reality. Once upon a time, I was negative. I was extremely negative. I was negative. By the way, we saw the deer here yesterday. Soul fam, if you're still here, we saw it right here. And then it ran that way. You know, I get upset, but I'm not a negative person. But if I tell myself I'm a negative person, then I get a negative person. What's up, bro? I just mentioned your name. Good to see you. I just said JP, and sure enough, here you are. Say his name and he appears. What's up, bro? It's cold as fuck. You know when it's cold, when you have to wear gloves and jacket. Practice love, y'all. And I was an extremely negative person. And every time I would see somebody in the physical, they would give me the nasty stare, like that cut eye. So guess what I did? I gave it back to them, because that's how I felt about people. They were negative. And based on my mental world, my physical expression was showing me more of that. So then I kept feeding into the physical, saying, oh, so all these people are fucking assholes and idiots and negative. Guess what? I'm gonna give them more of the same shit too. Yeah. I was mentioning how at the beginning of the summer, you know, the world or the universe desired me to start seeing things as a paradox. And a sister came through an ad campaign, which you also came through when the channel grew for about a week. Which, by the way, if you're not subscribed to my other channel, I'm going to be leaving this channel come November 25th or November 26th. It's not working the way I desire, unless the universe fixes it. Before then, I have to give you the link. Well, if you scroll back up further, you should see it. But yeah, subscribe to that channel, because and I'm gonna only live stream for a couple hours going forward, but I don't know if I'll be doing it every day. Pivoting. Good morning. Have a great day. If you look up at Orion Phoenix Stellar, all one word, like put the at symbol and then Orion Phoenix Stellar, you should find me. I changed the name of the channel. It should have like 58 or 59 subscribers right now. That's enough for me to be able to go live. Because this channel is it's broken in my opinion. But you know, I've attempted to shift the energy, but here's the thing. The superhero love has to go kaput, has to be laid to rest. Because it is a new season indeed. The superhero love served its time for me. So all my other handles will eventually have to be shifted too. I could have shifted the name of the channel to that, but YouTube has this channel like shadow banned, and like yesterday at least somebody new showed up on the channel, a 6-year-old woman named Julie. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird if it's working or not working. I have no idea. But I'm archiving this channel. It's not like I'm deleting it. I'm gonna keep it, obviously. It's just I won't be using it much. If I desire to come on and just like randomly like speak on this channel, I will. But we'll see. I haven't fully made up my mind yet. I have to wait closer to that day when it comes, and the universe will give me the answer. But there was a reason why. Perfect. There is a reason why that the universe had me make that other channel, for a reason. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. November 25th is the 1-year anniversary of me doing live stream on YouTube. So November 26th, come November 26th, I may take like a couple days off just to recalibrate, regroup, because I will then have successfully have done a whole year, and then nobody can say, oh, he didn't do a whole year, he lied. Nope. Go on the channel and I did a whole year. And there's no one who can contest that. I have physical evidence that I did a whole year of live streaming straight for several hours a day. It's quite the feat. So, even a lot of the other game streamers out there, they don't do 12 hours. They do a couple hours here and there. And I'm doing all kinds of different stuff. They're just game streaming. They're just sitting on their butts. I'm moving my body. I'm talking about consciousness. I'm doing all kinds of stuff, So, but come that channel, I'm gonna be specifically focused on either fitness or just straight up metaphysics, like talking about reality and using a whiteboard. Yeah, like Nero and all the others. But I have to get a whiteboard, and I'll be inside being like a teacher. So like the live stream, I won't really be paying attention to like comments, like how I am now, because that other channel might run into all kinds of random people that aren't interested in the stuff, and they'll be like, take off your shirt, or go eat mud, you piece of shit. Or they'll say some kind of random bullshit like that. And I'm not even gonna pay attention to that. I'm just gonna do what I came there to do, be there for like an hour or two, and then jump off. And that'll be my live stream. Like today we're gonna be talking about X, Y, and Z. And use like drawings. Oof, my hands are so fucking cold right now. I have to keep switching hands to hold this gimbal up. I trust you're doing good, dude. I know you're doing good. I don't even have to concern myself. I know you're usually doing good. Even if you're going through something, I know you usually bounce out of it pretty quickly. And I was mentioning that, like, the mental world is a very paradoxical world, because you can have an abundance of lack. You can have a lot of trust and mistrust, because you always have trust. Because you put trust in something that you don't. It's a paradox. It's wild. Finally, Like, for example, how do you have trust and mistrust? Well, because you put trust in it. You put so much energy into mistrusting that you trust mistrust. That's a paradox. You put so much energy in lack, so guess what? You have an abundance in lack. That's good, man. I'm attempting to get into more embodiment. That's why I do have to spend some time like in the physical during the daytime, not nighttime, to just kind of like sit and be. I like last night, like I cried a little bit because I was like, this shit is fucking annoying. I was getting pissed off. Like nothing fucking works for me. Like all these other half-talented people get all of the credit and the glory, and I get nothing. Come on, universe, this is bullshit. Like, what the fuck? Right? I was focusing on stuff like that, so I had to shift it. And then this morning, I was kind of continuing on a little bit of a rant, but reminding myself, it's okay to rant. Just, you're not a negative person, right? It's all right to feel what you're feeling. Don't beat yourself up, because it's a paradox, because that's what the third dimensional thinking mind wants you to feel, that you're guilty. That's good. I'm glad, man. That makes me happy. The universe working through you strong. It's good. The universe is working through me strong too. There's been plenty of times, like, for example, you missed this one for the now. It was right here, right in this spot when the now came through. An acronym for the now. No other way. There is no other way but the now. Morning, brother and sister. Enjoy your day. No other way. That's the now. See, even a duck agrees. No other way. Yeah. And that's I was mentioning, we've been programmed with the, you gotta see it to believe it, right? You gotta see it to believe it. That bullshit has to be just thrown out. You gotta know it to see it. You gotta embody it to see it. Or another way of saying it, you gotta embody it to physically experience it. And I know that's true. Let's see. We fall backwards and take one step forward, one step back, 10 steps forward, 2 steps back, 50 steps forward, and so on. Yeah. I was talking about the power of the words, how words are, all words are fake. They're not real but they are real at the same time. Everything's a contradiction in our world. Everything. Like everything's a fucking contradiction. Every word you speak is a contradiction because everything in reality is a contradiction. And the reason why it's a contradiction is because it's both real and not real. So like the word love, the word faith, the word knowing, they're not real words because in the fifth dimension, words don't exist. Those are an illusion. Every word that humans have made is an illusion. However, if we're going to be using words, we may as well use powerful words like faith, like knowing, like embodiment, like inevitable. Because there is a force, an energetic force behind each word. And if you summon enough energy behind those words, you will feel the word. But when people don't feel the word, they don't put enough energy behind the word. So like you've heard someone say, I love you. Is there energy behind those words? No. There's no energy behind words. I love you. But if someone says, I love you, there's more energy. Or I really, really love you. Yeah, everything's a contradiction. Everything is. Every person is a walking contradiction. Every word is a contradiction. Every belief's a contradiction. So you may as well choose what works best for you in the end, right? Because that's ultimately what it comes down to. Because karma doesn't exist. That's an illusion. It only is real if you buy into the idea that it's real. Abundance is real if you buy into it, but you can also buy into lack and buy into the abundance of lack, and that's real. All of it is truly just a contradiction. But it all stems from the mental first and enters the physical, because we've been taught that physical action in the physical world produces results. Effect leads to another effect, or effect changes an effect. That's not true. Cause and effect, hermetic principle. But the effect can produce a cause, and the cause can produce an effect. And so when we keep buying into, we gotta see it to believe it, well, that's what you're gonna get. You'll get more of the same. I'll see it, and then I'll believe it. When I see aliens, then I'll believe it. What if you know that they're already here? Then you'll see them. There's smoke coming out of there. And that effect can be karma. Well, yes, it can, if you choose to entertain that karma exists. Miro broke down karma quite interestingly to show that it's not actually real. Do I still believe in karma? To some degree, yes. But do I entertain it as like my truth? Fuck no. Good to see you, T-Bray. But you're right. Remember, everything is right because everything's a fucking contradiction. Nothing's actually right. Nothing's actually wrong. It just is. In others' world, karma is like the biggest thing. Like, they live by karma, and if they do something good, they'll expect good because they've put so much conviction towards that, and they will get the good. If they've done something bad, they are going to be like, man, I did this bad thing. Fuck. And they're going to put so much conviction into that, and guess what? That will bring forth the bad thing one way or another because they've entertained it. I know, right? I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. I know, I've said that too. I've caught myself saying that plenty of times. That's impossible. I can't believe that happened. Yeah, I know. Even when they see a dream come true, they say, I can't believe it. Exactly. And that's a paradox. Morning, sister. Enjoy your day. It's a walking paradox right there. Because if they say they're not worthy, but it comes true, and they can't believe it, and they know that it's meant for them, like, it's a paradox. Phone battery at 26%. Okay, I gotta get moving a little bit faster. My hands are burning right now. Switching my hand again. Once I get back up from the trail, it should be a little bit warmer. Yeah, so like karma is real if you really choose to entertain it as real. For a while, I chose to entertain it as real. Now I don't. But I'm not advocating to be a jackass. I'm not advocating to be an immoral person, because everything can be taken out of context, and there's third dimensional thinking minds out there that don't use their mind properly and will take shit out of context. They'll say, oh, so you say that like the universe isn't moral, so that means I shouldn't be moral then. Because there's fools out there that will actually think like that. And they take things literally. So, with context, I'm basically saying, be a moral person, but the universe doesn't give a flying F about your morality, because moral doesn't exist to the universe. It only exists to our human construct that we've created. Let me see. Yeah, prefer to know your best life is now. Yeah, no other way. The acronym came flooding through that day. No other way. Another acronym came through for past and future. I wrote them down, but they're kind of like, let's see, the past one was, oh yeah, present awareness stills time. Or present awareness stops traction. That's for the past. When you put your present awareness on the now, you stop your past traction. Then you have your future for you to ultimately realize everything. And then, of course, there's no N at the end of future, so I added the word now. For you to ultimately realize everything now. That's future. Shit. I went down 6%? Come on. That's ridiculous. How did I go down 6%? 3, 2, 1, go. I have no water bottle today, so I got to use my other hand. Oh, by the way, JP, there is a YouTuber that showed up on my feed. He's an interesting fellow. He hadn't made any content for 10 years. And he started popping up on a lot of people's feed in 2025. He was pretty ahead of his time. His name is the Master of Earth. I gotta say, gotta give that dude credit. He's one of those few souls that can still make me aware of something I'm not aware of. But his content is like, he has like home video type camera, and he was like talking about all this high level consciousness stuff well before anybody else was doing it. He popped up on Olga's feed. He popped up on my feed 3 years ago, and I thought I saw him recently, and then I'm like, okay, let's see what he has to offer. Let's see. Yeah. Morning. Let's see. We got, I have to blank, stop. I get to, yeah. That's correct. Not in 30 days or 1 year or 5 years. It's a string of nows. Yes, we think it's some sort of like film strip that we're living in, that is continuous, not continuous. There's continuity between the film strips, but every second that passes, we can shift 1 billion times. And it just comes down to the beliefs that you've locked into and shattering the beliefs. It's good. Glad you're slapping them competition. Mr. T-Bray. Let's see. Yeah, I have to is in the past, future, I get to is now. Master of Earth, all capital letters. Interesting fellow. He's one of the souls who basically is talking about everything that I've kind of mentioned to some degree, but 10 years ago that no one else was doing on YouTube. And he talks like from the metaphysical side, the physical side. He talks about when you're running like Naruto, like it's faster to run like Naruto than it is to run like the normal way, like how most people are jogging. But of course, society will laugh at people who run like a ninja, but that's how ninjas run. They run with their hands behind their back because they're using gravity for their advantage. Ah, hey, here, sister. He was definitely ahead of his time. He's not gone. He's probably just, laughing his ass off because like he's now probably seeing society catching up to where he was 10 years ago. I see our brother over there. Yeah, Master of Earth. Squirrel Bubba. Fascinating dude. Like I said, he's one of those few souls that can make me aware of something that I wasn't aware of. Notice I said make me aware, not teach me or have me learn, because I don't subscribe to learning. Learning implies that I'm still some human. He is making me aware of what I forgot. He was talking about like clapping your hands in one of his videos, how clapping your hands, like, it's another heart, it's like another pump, a secret pump to our body. Morning, sir. Great, yourself? You too, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people are asking where every video that I saw of his, there's always someone asking, where is he at? Where is he at? Is someone here in 2025? The YouTube algorithm started popping his stuff off. So I'm sure he's like, what the hell is going on? But he probably already knew that. Yeah. Like I said, he's one of those few souls that can still make me aware of something that I wasn't aware of prior. But, the one with the clapping hand yesterday was fascinating. Just simply clapping your hands and then holding your hand into a namaste. Now, of course, if we go with narrow stuff, he's like, all these people touching grass and doing all these techniques and doing all this other stuff, is it actually helping you in your physical world? Well, it depends. If you're feeling lack of energy, then maybe you must do some of these physical things. But you know, he was mentioning a bunch of degenerates, and I don't use that word because no one's a degenerate, but you know, there are people who are not doing all these techniques, 369 techniques and manifestations, and let me rephrase it, not journaling, not scripting, not speaking affirmations, not praying to a moon or some god, having some crystals, rubbing shea butter, drinking smoothies, and they're still manifesting. By the way, Jess says Jesus shines right there. It's hard to see it. Somebody drew that. It was awesome. Took a screenshot of that when it was much more brighter. Yeah. But the thing is, like, you know, this is the physical stuff, right? Like you know, again, if him and Nero were to have a conversation, I think Nero would be like, who the fuck is this dude? He's one of them spiritual end guys. Right? Because like, it comes down to like mastering your mind, right? Everything's a contradiction. Everything's a walking contradiction. Everything's a friggin' paradox. I was talking about it yesterday. Every word is not real because in the fifth dimension, they don't use words. Words are irrelevant. Sixth dimensional beings don't use words. They use telepathy. They look at us humans and they're like, look at those slimy humans. They don't even say those words, but they probably have those thoughts of, look at these slimy humans. They're like the little dirt that they are because they're so much more advanced than us. I know I must have said that when I was a 99th dimensional being, like, look at those damn humans down there. Yeah, everything's just a contradiction. Oh, by the way, someone else drew this. The cross. And then there's another. I admire the artwork. I have respect for it. It didn't rain, so it hasn't washed away yet. Yeah. It's I walked there yesterday. I'm gonna go this way. I have 15% on battery. I should be okay. You know, I do appreciate the Master of Earth stuff because, like, he's bringing some physical stuff that I can help people with because everyone's at their own level, right? For those who are still in the beginning phases of their journey, the physical stuff is going to be necessary, like the breathing and like the clapping and you know, the handstand and all that stuff. Exactly. So like, that's what I'm saying. Like the Master of Earth, dude, yeah, I'm gonna go this way. He has the tangible explanation. Like, it is all mental with neuro stuff for sure. And yes, you got to master the mental to get the physical. But like, for those who are struggling with the physical aspect of their bodies, the Master of Earth stuff is on point. I did the clapping thing. Because, you know, I'm open to like listening and seeing if it works for myself. And I did the clapping thing yesterday. I did the clapping for about 5 to 10 minutes. I know he talks about doing it for an hour, but I did it for 5 to 10 minutes, and I didn't hold any electronic tech, like any electronics, because that's what's draining our life force energy, is holding electronics in our hands, because it's not natural. Well, that's actually a belief. If you really think about it, what is truly natural? Isn't everything coming from the earth? Nothing's foreign. It's not foreign substance that didn't come from the earth. Like the phone, all the stuff, the metals, they come from the earth. The circuitry comes from the earth. Like the screen, all these things were built from materials of the earth. So technically it's all natural. So it's a perspective, right? So if you tell yourself that you're getting affected by electronics, then you get affected by electronics, right? Just like if you say you have you are tired, then the body's gonna say you are tired. I really like this house. Lots of Buddha stuff. Every time I walk by, Buddha stuff. It's awesome. And peacocks. Let's see. You all are having your own conversation in the chat. Cool. This was normal at once upon a time when you all had your own conversation in the chat. So it's nice to see y'all interacting again while I'm talking. So if you say like you can have an abundance of lack, I have so much lack, then you're creating the abundance of lack. And just like you have trust and mistrusting, I don't trust people, right? I've said that plenty of times. Guess what? That means I have more trust in mistrust than I do in actual trusting. It's a paradox. What are they doing with all these like things here? Like, what is all this unnecessary work they're doing? Probably just giving people jobs and just stirring up unnecessary trouble for the streets. Yeah, a lot of people are here, Mr. Soul Fam. It's usually me and him. So, yeah, there's quite a few. Yeah, the clapping technique, it came in handy. I felt it. I felt the pulsing energy out of my hands after clapping, and I held my hand in that namaste pose. I didn't say namaste, of course, because I don't give a shit about all that namaste bullshit. But I put my hand into the prayer position like I'm sealing the energy, and I could tell you there was quite some differences with that just by clapping. Clapping produces a sound, produces a frequency, and a feeling. And it depends on how hard you're clapping too. I was doing it inside, so wasn't clapping as loud, but when I went outside, I started clapping extremely loud. I could feel the difference, the intensity of it. But it starts to balance out your meridians. There's Mr. Shadow over there. It balances out your meridians. You have a meridian running through the front of your body, and you have a meridian running on the back. One hand is towards your front and one is to your back. Basically, that's what the hand's doing. It's another pump, like the heart. There's a lot of ancient techniques that we lost through time because humans have stopped doing all that stuff. Clap season in full effect tonight, yes. Clapping really, it does do something. Now, again, this is to like summon more energy within yourself. This is the physical aspect, to get more like physical energy if you're feeling kind of like low. Because without energy, you can't bring forth the mental into the physical. And so in order to get some more energy, You got to do things that generates energy from within. Though you have infinite energy, you may not feel like you have infinite energy, but that infinite energy does reside within you. But you can sap away your physical energy by doing things. And you know, our foods are part of that as well. Because, you know, if we eat a McDonald's burger, do we feel good afterwards? Most of us will say probably not, right? Or if we eat something like, I know whenever I eat chips, I feel afterwards. I'll eat like I'll eat a couple here and there, but I won't be eating like a bag full, because, you know, just even a couple make me feel right? So that's draining our energy. Clapping scares the raccoons. Looks like mom's home. She went out. I think today is a day off because no kids went to school today. So Monday is Thanksgiving in Canada. Yeah, that's right. Canada has weird Thanksgiving. Has it on Monday. It should follow the American one. It's so weird. Phone battery at 11%. I'm gonna go inside. Actually, I might be able to stay outside. I just have to keep my jacket on though for a bit. I have jacket and sweater on. It's wild. I have both things on. That's how cold it is. Yeah. Phone battery at 10%. I'm gonna move my body as well. Bring it. Yeah. I'd love to see a conversation between Nero and Master of Earth, though. That'd be hilarious. Because I'm sure Nero would be like, yeah, he's one of them spiritual end dudes. But yeah, he was definitely way ahead of his time. I've never had buffalo flat pretzel chips. What is that? That's the first time I've heard of that, dude. That's a new chip that's the first time you've said that on the stream. Never heard that before. I'm sure Canada has that. I just don't go looking. I don't go to stores to buy like stuff like that to know. Brilliance. About Canadian things? It's okay. I'm not Canadian, so I don't take offense. I'm American. Actually, no, I'm not even American. I make fun of Earth things because I'm not human. So I make fun of all you humans. I'm an alien. I'm a 99th dimensional being that's been put into a third dimensional body. So I make fun of all you humans and your human things. Okay. Yeah, there's no wind, so this is good. Got some push-ups in. Came prepared this morning. Let's see what we got here. Flattened pretzels with buffalo seasoning. Oh, okay. That actually sounds delicious. I wonder if we have that here. Knowing Canada, we probably don't have that here. Because I've never heard of it until you just said it. But then again, you know, there's tons of things that are here that I'd never heard of because I'm completely oblivious to a lot of human things now. But you gotta live on the earth and you gotta know these things. Sure. It's only my hands, just my hands are cold, but the moment I start moving my body, doing my push-ups and stuff, it should start to warm up. Get some blood flowing. We're gonna get that blood flowing. Let's see. Thanksgiving. You know, it's interesting how we celebrate one day to be thankful for food, but yet we should be thankful every day. Same thing with birthdays and Christmas and like any other holidays. Holidays are a joke. You should be celebrating all that every day. You should be grateful. Every day should be called Grateful Day. Grateful Day and Appreciation Day. It's funny, we don't actually have a day of gratitude. Like there's no official day that's called Grateful Day. But we have Thanksgiving Day, but we don't have Grateful or Appreciation Day, like an official like holiday. So it's fascinating how, you know, no one's come up with that yet in 2025. We're in 2025 and we don't have stuff like that yet. Maybe I create it. Like every day is going to be Appreciation Day. You must give appreciation and you must give gratitude for where you are and what you have. I think that'll help shift some perspectives on the planet. I'm gonna have to look that up. Like I said, that's the first time I've heard about flat pretzels and whatnot. Sounds delicious though. You know the drill. 20 wide, 20 center, 15 narrow. Let's get this show on the road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good job. Ketchup chips, yeah. Oh yeah. This is like a whole other world here because we have ketchup chips and let me rephrase that. Canada has ketchup chips and all dress chips that America doesn't have. Unless America started doing all dress. I know they brought all dress there, I think, for like a year or some shit like that, and it didn't do so well, so they took it away. That's funny. I remember the first time I went to like to New York when I was in my teens. I can't say my first time. I've been to New York many times. When I went to New York in my teens and I asked, hey, we were going grocery shopping and they asked me, what kind of chips would you like? I'm like, I love ketchup chips. My aunt and my cousin looked at me strangely. They're like, what's that? I mean, what do you mean, what's that? Have you never seen ketchup chips before? No. Yeah. Ah, yes, the other Ruffles. I wonder why your Ruffles like logo looks so different from the Ruffles over here. It's kind of weird. So bizarre. Squats. 3, 2, 1, go. If you have seen the Ruffles like logo between the Canadian one and the American one, they look different. They taste the same though. They definitely do taste the same. Like, well, when it comes to the flavors that are here and the ones that are over there that I got to see. Yep. That's why, like, I only eat a couple now. I only eat a couple just to have the, you know, the flavor, but I don't go like consuming like a whole bag like I used to. Pringles does the same thing. Pringles, if anything, bro, that one really makes my mouth dry. I love it, but usually I buy the container to take on the plane because, you know, the ones that they give you on the plane is like that, if they even have Pringles, or like, you know, because they charge for food now. Like, they never used to do all that kind of stuff back in the day. It was like included. I'd buy Pringles, but it's it makes it's like super dry, super duper dry. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Whew. Whew. Okay. All right. Let's see. Those ones are good, but also very, very dry. All dressed Pringles don't taste that good in comparison to the Ruffles one, because Pringles have made an all dressed version. Ketchup chips Pringles don't taste that good either. Something about I don't know, something about what they do with ketchup chips and all dress, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't taste that good either. But like when they made Cool Ranch version of the Doritos in Pringles, when they made like a Doritos version of Pringles, I've had the hot ones Pringles. God dang, that shit is. Have to like breathe. I'm like breathing out fire out of my mouth. I don't know if you ever had the hot ones Pringles. I know they have multiple like flavors of the hot ones. It's hot. Thank you, sun, for at least keeping me kind of warm. Clapping with the gloves don't count, I don't think. Because, you know, I gotta do it with the hands. Oh, Sun Chips is good, yes. If I'm gonna eat a chip, like a bag of chips, I would choose Sun Chips over all the other ones generally now. Because at least it's not healthy, but it's healthier than the other ones. And it tastes good. I like the cheddar one. Does Sun Chips has any other flavors besides cheddar? I'm sure they do. I just always only see the cheddar one. It's called like Harvest Cheddar or something. I'm sure they have other flavors. I'm sure of it. I don't think I've had their other flavors. Could be wrong though. No, they have another one. There's like a more lighter flavor. I just don't remember what the name of it is. But I know the Harvest Cheddar one. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Put that here for now. Yeah, I know. But you know, the walker, surprise, surprise, Mr. Cheever is like, you should get a walker. Walker, really? For what? I'm not old. No, you're gonna be doing it with exercises. It's a very underrated piece of equipment that if you don't have a full gym at home, you can get quite the play out done with this. Yeah, I'm gonna move this over here. This 10-pound less resistant band isn't cutting it for me. 40 pounds ain't cutting it for me. Yeah. Yeah, I was, a walker. It's funny because I could go to old people's, I can go to those elderly homes and be like, you know that walker you have, sir? Yeah? Did you know that you can actually get a good exercise with that? How? And then I would demonstrate on their walker. And then I start a revolution. I start a whole revolution of older people using walkers to stay in shape and fit, and they don't have to go to a gym. You never know. All right. So this, because it's 10 pounds lighter or 10 pounds less in resistance, I gotta grab from a higher spot. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21. Wait a minute. You weren't here for when I watched The Chosen at all. I watched out the entire season, the entire 5 seasons. JP, I don't know if you ever watched The Chosen. Pretty damn good show. But Jesus, have newfound respect for the dude. Pretty good show. I really like it. It's not done though. I have to wait till next year for season 6. They have 7 seasons coming out. So season 7 is in 2027. Surprise, surprise. That's when the aliens are coming out. That's when the aliens are coming. They're already here now, but they're gonna make themselves more well-known to the world in 2027. Did they know? Who knows? Hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay. sir. If T-Bray's still here, remember tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. is WWE Crown Jewel. My poor gimbal. My newer gimbal got ransacked with my markings of my other glove from yesterday. It's okay. Charging it up. Okay. Mobility training is next. I finished eating around 6:20 yesterday, 6:19, my number. So it gives me some time. I'm basically doing intermittent fasting again. So after my last meal, I'm making sure I don't eat anything else after that until like morning. Opening day for horse racing is tomorrow. No comment. Horse racing? Really? Yeah, that's fine. I know that's one of your passions. I'm not, no judgment. That's fair. You know, if you had said like F1 racing or something, I'd have been like, you know what? Sure. But horse racing. Okay. Yeah. That's definitely yeah, cowboy kind of thing right there. That's the yeehaw kind of stuff. Let's see. You've not been to these types of races only in Kentucky. Can you find these? Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. It makes sense. Huh. I wonder if that was a mistake. Wait, horse racing blows away horse racing. I know you said, see, horse racing blows away F1 or F1 blows away horse racing. I'm sure I know what you're going to say. Horse racing blows away F1. I don't know, bro. I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. Nothing like a... I mean, look, I've seen a couple horse racing things in my time, just, you know. It's interesting. Horse racing. Like, who's like the top horse? I have no idea, bro. You'd have to educate me on this. 100 horses racing, it has a high energy factor. Yeah, I get that. I get it. Wait. There's 100 horses? Are we talking about 100 horses at the same time? Or is it like, you know, 20 horses racing one around a track and then it's another 20? Or is it like free-for-all racing, like it's not around even a track? It's like they just like sprint off into like the distance or some shit like that. Because If that's it, then I've never seen that kind of racing before. But if it's with their jockey and they're just going around, I've never seen 100 horses at the same time running around. Yeah. This is where you and I are vastly different. I'll take an F1 car, bro. Thank you. I'll take that over horse any day. Well, okay. So this is probably gonna make you upset, but I'm gonna say it anyways. So it'd be F1, horse, and then NASCAR. I will take horses over NASCAR any day. Let me see what you would say about that. He's like, bro, get out of here. You probably get pissed off because I know Americans love their NASCAR. That's also yeehaw kind of racing right there. F1 over NASCAR, F1 over horses, but horses over NASCAR. I'll take horse racing over NASCAR any day. If we were to throw NASCAR in to the mix. Yeah. True. I do see the point of that. You're right. The last few laps for sure. Cause like if someone is like long gone, and there is like 12 races all day. That's fair. That's fair. Hi, wife. Yeah. What is this? Yeah. Yes, they be wearing them fancy like hats and stuff. Yes, I'd be only interested in horse racing because of them white girls, them hot stuff. They be wearing them big ass hats and like them awesome like dresses and stuff. Yes, 100% agree to that. You ain't gonna find that at no F1 or NASCAR. So for that, yes, I will definitely take horse racing all day, every day, because you brought up that. But if you didn't bring that up, nope, not a chance in hell. Interesting. It's so wild. Sure. That's an interesting photo. "20 pictures with deep meaning." Ooh. Yikes. This sheer Saka suit? I gotta look that up. I don't even know what that is, dude. Let me see what that is. What is that? I'm probably... Is that even a thing?
Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah, this is like, this is them like, them, how do I describe these kind of men? Not bougie, but them like proper gentlemen kind of thing. They have like a proper gentleman. That's cool. I see it. I see, see your sucker suits. I see it. That was the first link on Google. Once I typed that in. These are like those like high roller kind of like gambler kind of like dudes. Like they come with that money flowing out of their pocket, and they'd be like that. I'll come in with my like trench coat and be like, yeah. It's been a while since I wore a suit. I should tap into my inner suit energy. Ooh, okay. Some of these photos are kind of like, this is like perspective. I'm on Instagram. I just saw this. Having a quick peek at this before I continue my mobility training. 20 pictures with deep meaning. Dude has a broken arm. She thinks there's a gift for her. This is accurate. Like back in the 80s, people would come and run over. Today's day and age, people well, in today's day and age, no one's even coming over to you. You just got to selfie this shit yourself. Wow. This one. The extinguisher doesn't want the candle, and the match wants to be with the candle, but the candle doesn't give a shit about the match. Yep. Kids are only focusing on the now. They're there with the dad. Whoa. Privacy is power. What people don't know, they can't ruin. That's a bar. Interesting. Yep, this one is so accurate. This one right here. I see this all the time. Whenever I go out to go to a restaurant, like even if I'm by myself, I see this. Oops. I see this all the time. Crazy how our world works now. Yeah, that one's true. That one's accurate. Fell years ago, never gave up. I like that one. It replanted itself. "1969 explain these bad grades." Well, this one's dumb because you have the parents coming to scream at the teacher. But this one right here, like, this one is not accurate. Picture number 9 is ridiculous. Sometimes you need to step back to save others. That's true. That's a bar. Being alone is better than being with the wrong person. Yep, that's happened. I've seen that happen to some of the fruits upstairs. Mom is trying to get us food. Mom is trying to get us food. People nowadays. Wow. Yeah, that's about right. That one's, yeah. Control your anger because it's just one letter away from danger. Ooh, I just realized that. Anger is danger. Wow. Two different mindsets. Yep. The entrepreneur balancing a bunch of shit, and then the one that just doesn't desire. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. He took the rungs of the ladder to warm himself up. Don't burn your opportunities for temporary comfort. Huh? What the hell is this? Oh, yes. Okay. I get it. The camera. The camera's only showing like what the camera's only showing, this is perspective, what the world wants you to see or what they want you to see, but not what is actually happening. Because it looks like he has the knife and he's after, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. This one's pretty accurate with social media. The glam, but on the other side, you're actually feeling like shit. Your mouth might be the problem. No, sometimes you have to speak up. You can't shut your mouth and say nothing. So that one I don't really agree with, but to some degree, yes. Let's see. Yeah, that was interesting. It's 10:22. In another part of the world, it's 22:22. Okay. We're gonna do two, 3, 4. Anderson, good to see you, dude. Happy Friday to you too. How goes your heart, mind, and soul, bro? Did I tell you? Do you have the? Yeah, I did tell you about the other channel. I think you already subscribed to the other channel. I'm gonna be on November 25th. This will be the last time I live stream on this channel. T-Bray, by the way, dude, make sure you're subscribed to my other channel. Otherwise, you ain't gonna see me again. Well, that's not that you won't see me again. You'll have to. I'm just gonna put it in the chat one more time, just for whoever hasn't been subscribed. Yuppers. Only cause like, I'll just send it to you. It's easier. I'll just send it to you. I'll send it in the link or in the chat. You might already be subscribed to it. Unless YouTube fixes the channel, like they fixed this channel, I'm going to leave this channel. So make sure you're subscribed to that one. But I'm not going to be live streaming. I don't know if I'm going to be live streaming every day going forward though. We'll see. When the day comes closer, I will figure out exactly what I'll be doing. Right now it's kind of scattered. I don't know exactly what I'll be aiming to do. Like, and will I be doing fitness only on the channel? Like I just focus on fitness? Will I focus on just, you know, discussing some stuff and I'll be inside because it'll be colder, or will I be out of here? Who knows? I have no idea. So I'm just living in the now and just allowing to see what is meant to happen. I'm just doing my mobility training right now. Because that channel isn't broken. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with that channel. But anyways, I trust you're doing good. I'm gonna do shoulders, spine, knees, and ankle today. Well, and hips. It's cold, but I'm doing my best to not think about the cold. Keep my body moving and warm. No more, no t-shirt, no shirt days. Let's see. Why? It's because this channel is broken. It doesn't work properly. I mean, the views are like awful. It's not reaching more people. You know, ever since February, the channel, I mean, look, y'all are, it still works to show my content to you all, but the thing is, it doesn't work the way it used to work. So, and then the other thing too, the superhero love has to be put to rest, because I've had a couple signs saying that you got to let go of that superhero love thing. So, and I don't really feel like the superhero love anymore anyways, because that had its own energy. I'm just here to be a mirror. I should just call my channel The Mirror. That might be an interesting title. The Mirror. What do you mean you're the mirror? I reflect back everything that you are. I am a mirror. I came here to give perspective. No. No, I'm not deleting the channel, but it's, I mean, yes, it's monetized, but, you know, I should be making thousands of dollars a day on this channel, but that's not happening. So, though it's monetized, I mean, I can get the other channel monetized too. If I've done it once, I can do it again. So, you know, I'm not starting from zero, but I am going to start again from, I might just give the channel like some time for it to do its thing. I don't know, because it's not working the way it's supposed to. Like, I should be getting like at least 20 or 30 people on at the stream at a given time. Earlier we had 7. That was a lot. But in comparison to having like 40 people on at one time, one time I had 80 people early in the morning, right as the morning started. There was 80 people tuning in. So YouTube says, oh, it's because of that. No, YouTube is just full of AI bots, just giving you auto responses. So when the channel was having like 4,000, 5,000 views a day, and it went down to like 20 views, and it's been stuck like that, and here and there it kind of goes to like maybe 100 views, maybe 50 views, the channel's dead. And plus, I'm leaving bad energy from this channel, because this channel has created some pretty gnarly energy. Of course, some of the people who are subscribed on the other channel are part of that energy. So when they see me start streaming on that channel, they'll unsubscribe, and that'll be perfectly fine. It'll be easier for them to unsubscribe from it than for me to find them and remove them. But it gives me a fresh start. I take all of the lessons that I've acquired on this channel and not make the same mistakes I've done on this channel there. Meaning, going forward, I'm literally just going to be on point. I'm not going to be, I'll be talking about what I'm talking about. There won't be talking about random stuff. There won't be any of that. There won't be like me answering any questions unless there's a specific question that's focusing on what I'm talking about. If it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, I will completely ignore it. A lot of streamers don't even pay attention to their audience. They just stream and other people are just, doing their thing. So like now it's time for me to kind of just take that as well. So it's not that I'm ignoring anybody, but I got to focus on what I'm doing. So if I'm doing my workouts, that's all I'm going to be doing. If I'm doing my talking, I'll probably get a whiteboard and I'll just start drawing shit. Like this is how reality works, y'all. You have any questions? No? Okay, cool. Let's continue. Yeah. Like right now, in the mornings it's more talking about like being serious about what, like today was talking about the physical, how you have to master your mental to master your physical. Because if you don't master your mental, your physical will not be mastered. Well, that's not true necessarily, because there's a bunch of people who haven't mastered their mental and they've gotten what they desired in the physical. So technically, they may not know that they mastered their mental, but they definitely mastered it. They just don't know they mastered it. It's a paradox. It's a paradox to life. Because there's so many people out there that are not doing all these manifestation techniques, and they've never read a manifestation book. In fact, they don't even read fucking books, and they have millions of dollars. And how are they doing it? It's just your sheer confidence of their inner knowing. They know who they are, and they didn't have heavy duty programming, or they did and they undid it early in their life because they became aware. I have to do a couple more of these. And those who are focusing on techniques and all this other bullshit, like the universe doesn't adhere to fucking techniques. It's not an operating system like Windows 11 or Windows 95. It's the hardware. It's the software that we put on the fucking hardware that screws the hardware over and can make the hardware potentially not usable. The universe is the hardware. We slap on our own operating systems and say that this operating system is the best. Well, everyone has their own operating system. You have your own operating system. I have my own. T-Bray has his own. JP has his own. Olga has her own. Soulfam has his own. And what works for you may or may not work for someone else. So, but the universe doesn't adhere to software, and like installing a new like software or an update. This is not how the universe works. It adheres to principles, like immutable laws, laws that have been etched in since the beginning of existence. But we on the planet are creating all these things like, you should get this moldavite crystal because if you have moldavite, it'll bring forth all your desired reality, and moldavite's gonna cause all kinds of chaos in your life. You should have moldavite. That's a stone, one of them crystals. You should have moldavite. It's gonna cause all kinds of upheaval in your life. It's gonna create all kinds of chaos. But if you feed conviction into that stone, then that's what it's going to bring. Because what you expect is what you're going to get, right? But what you don't expect, you may or may not see it or experience it. Doesn't mean that's necessarily true, though. Okay, so that's done. I'm gonna do spine quickly. So like the universe doesn't adhere to a lot of bullshit. The universe is also not, I was talking about morality. Like, again, for those souls out there, I am not advocating to not be a moral person. Please be a moral person. But the universe doesn't give a shit about your morality. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't be a nice guy or a kind girl helping people and whatnot. Do that. You do it from the kindness of your heart because you choose to, not because you have to. But just know that when you're choosing to, not to have some sort of ulterior motive hidden with why you're doing it. You're just doing it because you really desire to help somebody. That's it. There's not because of like, oh, I'm gonna do this because the universe is gonna reward me. The universe doesn't give a shit about your little acts of services. It doesn't give a shit about that. If you believe it does, then you're feeding conviction, then yes, it will. But the universe doesn't actually give a shit about your acts of kindness. Do your acts of kindness because you desire to do your acts of kindness, not for some brownie points. The universe doesn't give spiritual brownie points to anybody. It doesn't give a shit about that. So that's why I'm like, come November 26th, I will see what I'll be doing. Currently right now, I have more than a month until that day comes. So until then, I'll just be live streaming and just talking about whatever I'm supposed to be talking about. And doing what I'm doing. Give myself a moment. This would actually be the perfect time to do my play out. Now that the sun's like coming right here, I might go grab my weights and get the main play out done. Just want to get my mobility training done too. That way I'm in a fasted state, and then yeah. I actually like doing my exercises when I have nothing in my stomach. I feel I have more energy. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I was gonna go grab something to eat first, but I'm gonna focus on doing that. The cold is seeping through the mat and my feet are freezing right now. So as if like my feet are wet. Weird. It's a lot of deprogramming essentially that has been programmed into us. It's not your fault, it's not your parents' fault, it's nobody's fault. It's just a matter of now undoing it. What may work for some may not work for you. What may work for you may not work for some. You know, I chose my path. I chose exactly the parents I was supposed to choose. I chose the lessons I came here to acquire so that I can master myself from the mind purpose and then bring forth the physical. The physical hasn't really made itself apparent yet, which, you know, that's what's been a little frustrating. But knowing that I can give everything, I can place my attention to the mental, is because we're ultimately looking for a feeling. When we don't have something, there's a reason why we desire something, because it's a feeling we desire to have. And you can give that feeling to yourself. But, you know, the thing is, this is a good example of the physical. When someone gets a new car, after a while, that new car doesn't feel new anymore. And then you're looking on to the next best thing, right? You ultimately will start to feel like, I have to stop for a moment. One sec. Okay, yeah. You ultimately start to look for the next best thing that you desire in your life. Because humans' tendency is always to look for the next best thing, right? You're not satisfied. You're never satisfied. You're never feeling like it's enough. That word enough, even though you use fair enough, that word enough, for most humans, isn't enough. They always are looking for more. It's all part of our human tendency. So how do we shut it off? You came here to experience the physical, but you came here to detach your insatiable needs or requirements from the physical, and not put things on pedestals. And to live in the now, knowing that you already have everything now. And let go of the physical, but you will still have the physical aspects. Cool. I am gonna go get my weights. And get this play out done early. I'm not done my mobility training yet, though. Okay. Mm-hmm. What do we got? The world of the occult. I'll watch this while I get ready for my play out. The world of the occult. In the memory of John Jordan Maxwell. I remember yesterday this got me like copyright.
This is Secret Life of Symbols.
The Secret Life of Symbols. The world of the occult. Not that this matters, because like it has no relevance.
Are getting better each day, and we have come from a more primitive
I'm gonna watch
society,
Katie's old
but
video.
we are getting better every day and becoming more superior in knowledge and technology.
Hi friends, welcome back or welcome to the channel. Today we're going to talk about one of my favorite things to talk about, the subconscious mind, and how you can use your subconscious mind and reprogram it to change and transform the experience of reality that you're currently having and switch to a version of reality that you would prefer to be in. Everything that you are experiencing has been birthed from your subconscious mind.
Yep.
Not from your parents, not from your peers, not from your boyfriend or girlfriend, not from the environment that you're in, but from how your mind has subconsciously stored all the information that you have perceived consciously up until now, how it has perceived it, how it has stored it. That is what's creating continuously your patterns, your behaviors, everything in your life. Even if you consciously know, for example, you want something different for yourself, you want a new reality, a new version of it, a new relationship,
One,
career, whatever, and even though you
two,
know you want that, if that is not
three,
impressed upon your subconscious mind,
4,
then it will not be birthed into your reality.
5,
So I want to explain to you why I'm using the word birthed. I want to
6,
explain to you the role of the subconscious
7,
compared to the conscious mind and compared to
8,
the superconscious or God mind that is within each of
9,
us, how those kind of fit in,
10,
what are each of their roles, how they interact with each
11,
other, and then I'm going to tell you how you can actually reprogram
12,
your subconscious so that you can have what you actually want to
13,
experience in your reality. Within each of us,
14,
we have our conscious mind, our subconscious mind.
14,
We also have our God mind or our superconscious mind. The word superconscious is
15,
found in the book Game of Life and How to Play It. Here, what basically is referring to is the God mind within each of us, basically each expression of the divine. We are all little mini gods in our own way. We are all created in God's image. We are all a part of the infinite divine. We all belong to God. Okay? Even when we look at the hermetics, they say the universe is meant to be all is mind.
the all is
That
mind.
is an infinite intelligence that has created everything, but that infinite intelligence also exists within us. It's a part of us. We were created by it, and so we are it as well. As well as being physical beings, we are also spiritual beings. We have access to all of these
Spiritual, mental.
So if we even think about the three planes of existence, we exist on a physical, mental, and spiritual
Yep.
plane. Physically, what's tied up in our physical plane is our conscious mind, okay? So the conscious mind is always trying to predict, trying to think, control, using reasoning, logic, and really our conscious mind is really concerned with our survival in this without thinking about it. Okay? So if we think about the mental pain, you can conceptualize that almost as your subconscious mind. Whatever is in there, you don't think about consciously, but it's what's keeping you breathing, it's what's keeping your heart beating,
Yep.
it's what is getting your body to digest your food, and it's also processing the information conveyed by the conscious mind, which we're going to get into in a minute, because not all information is created equal. I will explain that in a minute. Okay?
Not all information is created equal.
It is storing.
You all can
the
have a look at her
significant information, which
her
I'll tell you
sister
about in a
here.
second, in the subconscious, in the back of your mind, so you don't have to keep thinking about it, but it's a program that's kind of instilled in there, in the background, so that, for example, if
Paying attention to what she has to say.
a lion running towards you, you can know immediately to run without thinking about it. It is the birthplace of all your automatic reactions, your habits, your behaviors. If you have bad posture, like I've got terrible posture sometimes, I'm trying to retrain myself, that's coming from your subconscious. That is literally just a subconscious habit. Everything that you do without really thinking too much about it automatically is coming from your subconscious mind. How you react emotionally is coming from your subconscious mind. What you
That's true, dude.
the limits you're placing
So
on
true.
yourself in terms of your identity, everything like that is coming from what is stored in your subconscious. Your subconscious is literally the birthplace of all of your physical experiences. So 90 to 95% of how we think, feel, act, react, respond, everything comes from our subconscious mind, not our conscious mind. Did you ever stop and wonder, why am I having these thoughts? Why do I have these habits? Why do I have these patterns? Why are they so hard to break? Why can't I just decide to break them? It's because they're coming from a deeply embedded.
So the only reason why I'm paying attention is just to see if there's. So I'm well aware, I'm well versed in the subconscious mind and how everything is, automatic and such. The only reason why I'm paying attention because it showed up on my feed, and I was like, you know what? This is just more of a refresher, a reminder to what I already know, and it's good to be getting those reminders here and there. It's a mirror, basically. She's not teaching me anything new that I don't already know. She's just mirroring back what I already know and just helping me refresh my mind, because it's been a while since I've really tackled the subconscious mind. But the subconscious mind is really I call this the third dimensional thinking mind. That is acting out of fear and those automatic things like why this isn't happening and why do I keep experiencing this and that. That's all based on the subconscious. So let's continue with our sister. Her name's Katie. Oops. This is one of her older videos though, from like nine months ago. I'm wondering if she has a newer video with this, but I'm sure she does, but let's continue.
Belief or information that has been planted into your subconscious, and once it gets in there, that is what is ruling you, and that is what is influencing you. That is what is triggering you to act and be a certain way in this lifetime. So your subconscious, I hope you're realizing by now, is very, very important. And then we have the spiritual plane, which is also going to be where your God mind, your non-physical being, the infinite intelligence that you can tap into, that's where that's going to be housed. So we all have access to the infinite intelligence of God, of the all. We are a part of it, and so we have access to it. Because your subconscious is the birthplace of everything in your reality, your subconscious still is not exactly creating these things. It's almost sending up a signal, depending on what your conscious thoughts imprint into your subconscious. Once your subconscious accepts the idea, it basically emits a signal to the superconscious, okay? The everything, the all that is, the source. And then we gain from that the infinite intelligence in line with whatever truth is now in our subconscious. And then from there, we get into beliefs, emotions, thoughts that are in line with that information that we got from superconscious, depending on what we put in our
conscious. So there's levels to this. I'm sorry if that was kind of convoluted, but there are levels to this, but I really want you to get into your head that it's not coming from you. You are a funnel for the information that is in the divine plane. You have access to the divine plane, but what you're getting from the divine plane is literally going to be depending on what order you have put in there with your subconscious thoughts that have been implanted by your conscious thoughts. You see this in the Bible in multiple verses. The Holy Spirit is within us. You can also see this in the Kabbalion, the Hermetic philosophies, the all is mind and the universe is mental, and as above, so below, as within, so without. It is all just a very intricate system that's been laid out extremely intelligently by infinite intelligence for the expansion of our souls. And we end up trapped in fear and suffering when we place far too much importance on our own conscious thoughts and our own conscious actions, because those are always going to be limited in nature, whereas God is unlimited. And when you're using yourself and your own conscious thinking as your source, you are always going to get a limited experience. You are always going to shoot yourself in the foot and cap what you can have in this life. But when you know God is your supply, that will allow you to get out of the way, because that's really all that's happening. When you're feeding into your physical reality with your conscious thoughts, with your worries, with your controlling, with your predicting, with your animal mind, whose only job is to protect your physical survival in this physical reality, you are always going to have a limited result. But when you can trust in the divine and the fact that everything you want already exists, and you can let go of fear and doubt and insecurity, that is when those things will come into your life in the most miraculous way.
Basically, she's saying...
never would have been able.
Basically, what she's saying, every time you think it's... How do I explain this easier? She mentioned we get in our own ways. I do it all the time, and I have to catch myself. It's like, for example, you know, when I'm in my rut. This morning I was in a little rut as well, and I dug myself out. I'm really good at quickly getting myself out of my own way, but essentially, like, thinking like you have the better plan, that you know better. Your third dimensional thinking mind doesn't know shit. Let me just put it that way. There is a version of your mind that transcends this earth realm, and that mind is through your heart. And when you listen to the one in your head, it's usually incorrect. Usually. But the one in your heart is the one that is accurate, but we feel fear because it doesn't make logical sense. And because it doesn't make logical sense to the third dimensional thinking mind, we tend to get in its way, in the way of the multidimensional mind, or the multidimensional knowing mind, and we think that the finite mind knows more than the infinite mind. That's kind of ridiculous. Right? So let me turn the camera back to me for a moment. I'll get back to the video. So I'm just doing my stuff in the background. I'll do my actual play out shortly. Think of it like this, like I don't have a bottle out here. Imagine that there's the ocean. That's on a weird ass angle. That there's the ocean, and then there's a bottle of water. And the bottle of water thinks it knows more than the ocean. That's like saying, like, that bottle of water has all the answers more than that ocean does. But the ocean can see all of it plus the bottle of water, but the water ball can't see all the ocean. That's what our mind is like. Our third dimensional thinking mind works in a linear pattern. It works as if it's like a continuous or like a continuity, like a film strip. But in every present moment, you can change your life. But that comes down to if you choose to entertain that in your subconscious mind. But the subconscious mind isn't language based, it's feeling, it's emotion. So she hasn't touched upon that yet fully. She mentioned it at the beginning, but it's emotionally felt sensations that you will entertain as real and true. Because you can logically say, I am rich, I am wealthy, I am abundant, I am joyful, I am happy, I am positive. You can say all these words, but if your subconscious mind does not believe that to be true and it's the opposite, so like you say that I am rich or I am wealthy, and I've done this many times, and I'm basically doing my best to not buy into saying I am rich, but to feel what being rich is, being abundant, being wealthy, shifting my definitions, but the definitions emotionally, not logically. So the subconscious mind uses emotions as its way of impressing itself upon your conscious mind. So if you feel like, remember that day, this was a great lesson for you, that day when that guy was in the trail and your immediate thought was, yo, you should be careful. You should be careful. Should don't trust everybody. Well, you didn't say it like that, but the way, how you're saying you should be careful, right? Because of that, right, there was a automatic program for you specifically, because I knew I was fine, right? But you thought I was going to be in some sort of danger. You should be careful. You should be more careful, right? That's the third dimensional thinking mind, and I appreciate it. It's the third dimensional thinking mind attempting to keep, well, not only yourself but someone else safe, right? So we kind of tend to do that. You should be careful. And so that's a felt feeling, because somewhere maybe in your experience you ran into a stranger and they may have not been safe to be with, or you've seen other people experience it in their life, and then because of your experience with the emotion, your subconscious mind has taken that as danger, threat, right? That another person is like a stranger is danger. Stranger danger, right? You've heard of that. Stranger danger. That's a terminology. Stranger danger. But for me, because I've shifted and I know that everything is one thing, even though the one thing I'm still focusing on is letting go of the energy of this house and knowing that I have everything now without getting tripped up with my eyes, because the eyes deceive you. Your eyes are blinded to what you actually can experience if based on your subconscious mind. So if your subconscious mind is saying that like there's only lack and like I have to make money through a job, then guess what? All the other opportunities for money to come through will not come through. That's why I'm making sure that I say to myself that money can come to me in other forms than just the lottery, through a live stream. It can come from somebody wanting to donate to me, or someone who will come up to me might write a check or might inherit something from someone, or a prize, right? These are all abundance, but keeping it to one thing, because my way of making money was to work a job, be enslaved by a boss, give my time to make some money. I'm not here to do that. I didn't come here for that. Even though our clients are technically our bosses, right? Because they're the ones that's paying. It's not like doing something that you don't like doing. It's something that you're helping someone else to fulfill, right? And so I'm making sure my subconscious mind I'm not reprogramming it, I'm deprogramming the bullshit that was put into it and going back to our natural state of abundance. So I know people say we got to like she's saying, reprogram your subconscious mind. But really, it's not reprogramming, it's deprogramming, because deprogram gets rid of the current program and brings you back to the original source. Reprogram implies that you're putting a patch over the current operating system. And if you know anything about computers, if you go from Windows 10 to Windows 11 without doing a clean format, then you bring the problems of what you bring from Windows 10 into Windows 11. So it's essentially, you're still having underlying bullshit. So the point is to actually deprogram or unlearn and then, or undo. I don't subscribe to learning. That word doesn't exist to me. You undo, then you just do, or you already have. Meaning like you already are abundant. But you can say that, but if you don't feel it, then your logic and your feelings don't align, and you have to get those two into alignment. Hence why there are 3 planes of existence: mental, spiritual, physical. You must get mental and spiritual in alignment to get your physical to be in alignment, but you have to also take action in the physical that represents what you're doing in the mental. So if you're, for example, working out, right? If you want to be a healthy person, so you're thinking healthy, so you're going to eat cleaner, you're going to take cleaner, you're going to have better habits, you're going to sleep, you're going to go to bed earlier. These are all in the mental. But in the physical, you still go to bed at like 1 a.m. And then you wake up and the first thing you do is consume something that's not potentially good for your body. Is that aligned? No, it's not aligned. Or someone who's like, yeah, it's raining, and they complain that there's going to be too many people at the gym. Well, then you can do it at home. But if they're like, yeah, I don't want to do it at home, then they're not in alignment to what they desire, right? Because really, habits are all about choices. And it comes down to, is this you making a choice based on if it's going to benefit you? And that's a bar. If it doesn't benefit you, you're not going to do it. So that's why, like, you will always make a choice in everything that you do. And everything's based on choice. There are unconscious habits, like meaning, like, for example, what's an unconscious habit? Like you're just unaware of something and you're just doing it. But then there's, like, for example, picking up a cigarette. You have to consciously make that choice to pick up that cigarette, take the lighter, light it up, put it in your mouth, and smoke it. Right? That's a choice. That's a conscious choice that you're doing. Right? And so our subconscious mind is based on emotion. So if it benefits you emotionally, you will do that thing. Even if it's not really good for you, you will choose to do that every time over the thing that's actually good for you, because you think that's not beneficial, because you think it won't bring you the benefits that you require. But it's a paradox. This is why I said, if you master your mind, you master your reality. If you don't master your mind, you're fucked. Literally. Let me see what else you said. Yeah. Yeah, already job, but exactly. You don't. There's a whole bunch of other people in this world who are making money doing what they love. So if they can do it, why can't me, you, and anyone else do it? Is it just for them and not for us? Fuck no. They just were able to figure it out. And guess what? If they can figure it out, so can we. And guess what? If they are one with us, then cheer them on, root for them, and know that that's happening for you too. Because they are, sometimes being jealous is actually a positive thing, because it allows you to, jealous or envy, it actually allows you to see, okay, if they can have it, then you can have it too, right? You can be jealous of someone, but it's only because you desire to have that same thing they do, right? It's meant for you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been brought into your experience. You would have never experienced it. Whatever is shown in your experience is meant for you. Like for me, I'm meant to be a speaker. I'm meant to be a YouTuber. I'm meant to be a fitness instructor. I'm meant to be an energetic healer. I'm meant to be a game streamer. I'm meant to be it all. The jack of all trades and the master of all things. I can do it all. I've done it all. I've been doing it all for this entire year. And I've been pretty good at it. The only thing is, the physical experience doesn't show like thousands of viewers, but who cares about that, right? I'm doing it. I love it. But like now, you know, there's a formula. Follow your joy for as long as you can, for as far as you can, for as much as you can, until it's no longer joyful, and then pivot. So live streaming is still joyful, but the 12 hours are not as enjoyable anymore because, you know, half the time there's no one here and I'm just talking to myself. So it's like, what's the point, right? I can talk to myself all day. That's why I do it on the live stream. But like now I'm just like watching movies and you know, TV shows on the stream and just enjoying my time because there's, you know, nothing else. There's nothing else to say, right? I've said all that I can say, and I know I've helped as many people, but like this stream is pretty much dead unless there's people constantly on the stream all day and I can help them with something. It's kind of a waste of time, so it's not enjoyable anymore. So like that's why, like, you know, come November 25th, I think the 12-hour streams they're basically ending. And will I stream every day? Well, who knows? We'll see. I don't know yet. I have no idea. But I do know that like I will still stream. I just don't know what I will actually be doing. Right? Do it as far as you can. Follow your joy as long as you can, as much as you can, for as far as you can, and until you no longer can. And now it's 11:11 here, which is pretty awesome that I said that exactly when I said that. I wasn't even looking at the time, and sure enough, here we are. Let's see. I know. The world deserves to hear what I have to say. The world deserves it because it's not really for my benefit. It's for all of you to know who you are so you can live your greatest life. And in the process of you living your greatest life, I'm living my greatest life because I'm fulfilling my purpose. Seeing you all fulfill your purpose is fulfilling my purpose. But if you don't fulfill your purpose, then I'm not fulfilling my purpose. You see what I'm saying? It's a fucking ripple. So if you're not living your greatest life right now, that means I'm not failing, but I'm not fully fulfilled, which means that I'm missing the mark. That's why I know right now this is the refinement period, but right now I'm getting frustrated because like I require some resources, physical resources, to sustain myself, to go and do stuff, to change my environment, to change things, not being like financial burden. And I'm doing my best to break out of all this conditioning, but like I can't constantly, I'm stuck in a rut. And I have to find a way to break out of my own prison that I've created, because I created my own prison. It's no one else but me. I created it. I created this prison, so I have to undo my own prison. And I'm aware of my prison, and I have to just stay the course. And that's through the subconscious mind telling myself that I can see endless opportunities, because it takes the same amount of energy to complain than it does to focus on the thing that you desire. But the reason why we focus on the negative is because it has a stronger energetic pull over us, based on our environment, based on what we see, based on what we're experiencing. And that's why we end up staying stuck in a rut. And the universe doesn't care about you. Let me rephrase that. The universe doesn't care about how you're feeling. It prioritizes what you're feeling. So if you're feeling negative, it'll give you more to be negative about. If you're feeling positive, it'll give you more to be positive about. If you're feeling happy, it'll give you more to be happy about. If you're feeling shitty, it's going to give you more shitty things to feel. Last night I experienced that firsthand. I was feeling sad, and guess what? The subconscious mind wanted to play some piano music that was sad, and it played sad music, and guess what? It made me more sad. And it kept continuing until I stopped it. I'm like, okay, we got to stop it now. We're going to play some upbeat music. I have to cry out some shit. But this is how this works. The all is the mind, and the mind is the all. This is all mental. So what she's saying, and we'll get back to her, is that we get in our own way. And I get in my own way a lot. In fact, I got in my own way this morning. And I have to remind myself to be in the now. Now is there's no other way. That's basically what the now is. No other way. The only other way is now. Not the past, not the future. our third dimensional thinking mind worries about the future because we're like, I don't have enough money. I don't have enough this. I don't have enough that. I don't have enough this. I will never have enough this. I will never make it to this thing. I will never accomplish this thing. I will never have this thing. But the multi-dimensional knowing mind knows it all. It sees it all. But we get in our own way, and we have the ability to shift our reality in every present moment. But the reason why we don't know that to be true is because we never experienced it in our physical, and because we have that see it to believe it bullshit, it becomes another trap. You see how this all works? It's all a fucking trap. It's all intertwined, and it's undoing all this like chaos within yourself. It starts within you and it'll end within you. Yeah. Let's continue with I'm going to start my play out in probably after she's done. Well, I don't know if I'm going to watch the entire thing out, but yeah. So the title says How to Reprogramming. I think because this was 9 months ago, I definitely know she wouldn't be talking about reprogramming. I think she would be talking about deprogramming now. Because we're not here to reprogram, we're here to deprogram.
Able to plan or figure out, because it is not a logical thing. It's spiritual, and it is not on your animal brain.
She just said logical.
How you're going to get to your desired dream life. If your animal brain is trying to figure it out, then it's going to not be the right divine path. And I need you to really start to understand that, because that is how you start to live a life paved with miracles, when you start getting out of the way, okay? So your conscious mind's job is not to figure everything out. In fact, when you keep trying to consciously figure things out, you're getting in your own way, and you're getting in the way of divine knowledge and intuition coming in and guiding the path for you through your subconscious, okay? But it is the job of the conscious mind to impress ideas upon the subconscious that can be cast up to the superconscious, and then intuition and everything is brought back down, okay? So how are ideas impressed upon the subconscious mind? Not all information is created equal. Not everything that you consciously think about is going to end up in your subconscious mind, because that would be crazy. And this would be a crazy world. If you were thinking about pink giraffes one time, how crazy would it be to see pink giraffes running around? That would be insane. So the only information that is really important for the purposes of imprinting upon your subconscious mind is information that you buy into with your emotions, right? And that you feel internally to a level of internal knowing. When you really truly understand and believe in something to the point that you have that internal knowing, that feeling within you, that is when that information is impressed upon your subconscious mind. Not when you're saying an affirmation and saying, I'm so rich, and you're thinking about how not rich you are. That doesn't work. It is when you are clearly seeing something, clearly imagining or clearly seeing something, and strongly feeling an inner knowing about that thing. That's when that information will get conveyed to your subconscious. When you have that feeling of knowing, when it feels like a truth, that's when it gets into your subconscious mind. So this is really important to know, because there's no use doing affirmations and all of these other things unless they're helping you to gather that feeling of an internal knowing. And that's the goal with all those exercises. So those exercises have their place, but you have to know.
Internal knowing. That's basically, it's a feeling of internal knowing. That's what it comes down to. Once you know, that's why I was saying it's all emotion. It's not thinking. It's feeling and knowing. It's not believing and having faith. It's knowing. Faith is just trust, and trust has doubt. As its opposite, knowing, its opposite is not knowing, but knowing is so much more powerful with an energetic force behind that word knowing than the word faith and believe. Because when you know, you know. When you don't know, you don't know. When you know, you know.
The actual threshold to get into your subconscious mind. I want you to think of it like a meter. So the more you just know something, and you know it to be true for you, and you believe it and you feel it, right? In your heart, you feel, I know this is true. It will override, let's say for example, you've got a belief of lack. You don't need to actually completely wipe out the old belief. You can, that's part of a rewiring process, and if you want more on that, by the way, you can join my private community. I do step-by-step exercises to guide you through that process. You can go through and instill doubt into whatever you think you might have a knowing about in your subconscious that isn't serving you, which might take the legs and the emotional sting out of something. But more powerful than that is to bring in an opposing belief. So let's say you've been believing in lack and you want to believe in abundance. You bring in an opposing belief and you generate a feeling of inner knowing towards that new opposing belief to the point that it overrides the old belief. And that is when the old belief will just fall away and cease to exist. You don't have to keep focusing on the old belief. And even in my community, I do an exercise where we rewire beliefs. So the first part is to identify, the second part is to understand, the third part is to release, and then the fourth part is to overcome. I would even suggest just focusing on that one time. If you can identify, okay, I obviously have a belief of lack, I understand where it's coming from, I release it because now I know that this, and this isn't true for me anymore, and then I'm going to overcome it with this new belief. The overcoming step is the most important step. The other ones can just help a little bit because they almost just take the strength out of the old belief, so you don't have that knowing towards it as much as you used to.
Sounds good.
But the most important part is the overcoming part. So if you can 100% buy into
Sounds
a
good.
new belief that goes against your old belief will fall away. It can be very helpful to pick a new belief that you actually can believe in. In fact, if you can't find yourself being able to believe in this thing that you want to believe in, it's not going to work and you're better off aiming lower for now. It's kind of like contrary advice to what other people might give you, but if there's no way in hell that you are going to be able to believe in something even though you want it, then choose something that's kind of a lower hanging fruit that you actually can buy into. So for example, instead of having a belief that I am so bad at interviews, I fail at every interview I do, instead of you trying to go from I fail at every interview I do and I'm terrible at interviews to I am absolutely incredible at interviews, I succeed in every interview that I do. If that is too difficult for you to believe right now, you want to find something that you can believe in. So an example in this situation would be, I am more comfortable in interviews than I ever have been before. Do you see how that feels better? It feels more empowering and it feels like you can believe in that. So rather than saying, I'm a massive success and I get a call back for every interview I do, because it's so polar opposite to what you've experienced before, you want to get something that is a stepping stone, okay? And that will make this process much easier for you. And then once you really do buy into the fact that you are more comfortable in interviews, that you do feel more at ease expressing yourself, then you can take the next step, which is like, I succeed in every interview that I do. Okay, you can build and build and build on this. So whether you're doing scripting, whether you are doing vision boards, affirmations, visualizing, whatever you're doing, it's very important that you pay attention to how you're feeling. How you're feeling is what is actually bringing that information into your subconscious and determining whether it actually gets across the threshold to be implanted in there. If you don't feel strongly about it at the level of knowing that it's true for you now, it's not going to get in there. A kind of side exercise that you can do, for example, if you're trying to build up that belief that you're more comfortable, you want to start gathering evidence for that. If you're still finding it difficult to even feel that at a level of knowing, you want to literally write down evidence and reasons why it's true now. And when you're writing them, you want to really feel that knowing. Keep gathering evidence, gather examples, situations, even physically go out into the world and show yourself that you've been good at this, and this, and that can translate into this thing that you're now writing down. You want to get a solid bank of evidence for your new belief that's going to help you cultivate that feeling of inner knowing for this new belief. And then after you've done that, it's usually a better time to go and write like a short snippet to reaffirm that to yourself, and also to go and visualize yourself in that new experience. But there is something I want to tell you before we get into visualizing and everything like that, and that is that your brain waves matter. When you are in beta brainwave state and you are in your conscious, awake thinking state, where you may be in high stress, you may be trying to control and force and predict, your subconscious mind is so much less permeable than when you are in alpha or theta state, when your brainwaves have slowed down. That's why you'll see a lot of sleep subliminals. That's why you'll see teachers like Neville Goddard speaking about imagining the wish fulfilled as you fall asleep and saying it in the morning when you wake up, because when you fall asleep and when you wake up and when you're asleep, your brain waves have slowed down and they're in alpha and theta brain states. You can also access these states when you are in meditation. You can access these states through breath work, through slowing down your breathing, and through coming into the present moment. And so you know when you've reached alpha or theta, when you're finally releasing your attachment to your incessant thinking. So as part of this practice of getting things into your subconscious mind, it's just as important to identify your old belief and affirm your new belief as it is to actually become very aware of what state you're in, okay? So if you are constantly in your conscious mind and your thoughts are yapping at you all day and you can't release your attachment to those thoughts, you are going to find it much harder to sink into a theta or alpha state where you're detached from your thinking. And if you can't get into that state, I'm sorry to say it, but you will find it almost impossible to get that information into your subconscious mind. So that's why teachers like Joe Dispenza, their meditations are very powerful and very effective, because he brings your awareness into your body in space, and that slows down your brain waves. When your consciousness flows from your survival, your conscious thoughts into your subconscious mind, that is when it is the perfect time to introduce new ideas, because those actually will get implanted. It's like you've lowered the barrier of all your monkey mind thoughts, chatter, all of that is just gone. And then when you bring in an idea, you can just go boop, and it's in there. And it's not as difficult, obviously, as it would be when your conscious mind is telling you why something's impossible, why it won't work, yada, yada, yada. So very importantly, the most important thing you could do if you want to reprogram your subconscious mind is to do the meditation that's linked in this description, or any meditation practice that allows you to regulate your breathing, calm down, come into your body, detach from your thoughts. And as soon as you feel yourself kind of let go of your attachment to your thoughts and just come into the present moment, you know in that moment your brain waves has slowed down. And that is the perfect time to visualize whatever experience you want to experience, whatever idea you want to imprint into your subconscious mind. You want to visualize yourself having experienced that, okay? You want to act it out as if you're living it right in that moment and feel what it feels like as if it's already done. And that is the most powerful reprogramming technique I could ever give you. It's the one that's changed my life the most, more than anything. And it makes just the most sense based on everything we've spoken about. You want to feel what it feels like to be in that reality when you're already in a very relaxed and detached from your conscious thinking state. Let yourself sink into those feelings as if they're real. And when it begins to feel forced, when you begin to overthink it, you know that you are beginning to leave that state, and it's fine then to finish the practice there because it's not going to be effective anymore. So it shouldn't feel forced. And the way that you can get it to not feel forced is by prioritizing meditation and detaching from your conscious mind consistently, from your thoughts consistently. So you can do this practice once, you can feel the feeling strongly once, and that can be enough, or you can do it multiple times. You can repeat it and increase your emotional investment into this new belief and this new experience, and then it will override the old one. So that's where repetition comes in. Repetition is useless unless it is being used to strengthen your emotional conviction in something. Then it is actually useful. This is why when people start to meditate, they begin to just transform every area of their lives, because they begin to realize that the way they've been consciously thinking about things does not have to be the way that it is. Your thoughts, your conscious thoughts don't actually need to continue to be reality for you. And there's another way to think about this. Your conscious mind is your masculine and your subconscious mind is your feminine. And until you balance both of those elements of you and you harness the power of both of them, you will never be the most powerful creator that you can be, because creation comes from balancing your masculine and feminine poles physically, mentally, and spiritually. That is when you become your most powerful and creative being, the version of yourself, right? And so when you're constantly in your conscious reasoning, survival, logic brain, you are overly attached to that masculine energy and you're not allowing yourself to receive. You're not allowing yourself to receive intuition, to receive from God. You're standing right in the way of your creation by being overly attached to your thinking. You don't create anything. I'm going to say it again. You don't create anything. It already exists, and you trying incessantly to control and create is just slowing you down. So if you've never meditated before, the most difficult thing in the world is beginning to meditate, because you're teaching yourself to let go of your conscious thoughts, your thoughts running around in your head all the time. And when you do that, you're going to feel scared. There's going to be a high level of fear, because that is basically what we've attached to our survival in this physical world. So we think, oh my God, we're going to not be safe if we let go of our thoughts, right? But what happens is when you finally let go of that conscious thought pattern and you just sink into the unknown, you are relishing in your feminine creative energy, and you are letting go of all the lack and limitation of your conscious mind in the physical world. And from there, you can really create something powerful. You can really implant an idea that has no limits, and your subconscious does not discriminate. If you accept something internally as a truth, your subconscious mind will accept it. It will just take it on as a truth, no matter how strange it is, no matter how grand it is, it will take it on as a truth. The only limits that are created are the limits that are within your human, animal, conscious mind. You're the one creating them consciously. But your subconscious doesn't care about the limits. It will just take what you give it. And then it will get to work calling upon the infinite intelligence and everything available to it to birth that into your reality. It will give you intuition, it will spur you into aligned action, and it will basically empower you to show up as the version of you who has that thing now that you've implanted that idea in there. You see this in the Bible, you see this in all the religious texts. Ask and you shall receive, Matthew 7:7. We can literally demand with our being. When we know something on an internal level, we can make a demand and we can ask for something. And God is always ready to give to us our deepest desires. Our wishes are ready to be fulfilled at all times. The only thing that actually stops us from realizing those desires and allowing those desires into our lives is our fear, doubt, insecurity. And that's all coming from our animal brain and the limitation that we're seeing consciously all around us and accepting as a truth. So we just need to get out of the way. Our conscious thoughts need to get out of the way, and we need to begin to trust. I love this quote from The Game of Life and How to Play It. The goal of this game of life is to see your good and destroy all mental pictures of evil by continuously impressing the subconscious with the realization of good. So when you catch yourself worrying and feeding into the limitation and the lack and the doubt and the fear, you must begin to catch yourself and ask yourself, why am I worrying when it's probably never going to happen? This is not my burden to carry, okay? Because the thing is, that is the truth. Anytime we go down a route of doubt and worry and insecurity and fear, when have you ever looked back at a time in your life when you felt all those doubts and all those fears and thought, thank God I was so scared. Oh, thankfully I was so fearful and so full of doubt. Never. Never. It never ever works out that way. And if your worries ever do come true, they only ever were brought into being because you kept focusing on them. You created them by worrying on them, okay? So all of this worry and this doubt and this fear, it's completely unnecessary. And I want to just give you one last kind of mental tool to use as you're trying to go about shifting your reality and feeling better and embodying more of what you desire. And that is the principle of casting your burden. So I know it sounds very easy in theory for me to say, well, just don't worry, be happy. Like, okay, sure. But it is a practice. It's a practice of interrupting when, first of all, noticing when you're taking on a burden of worry, a burden of lack, a burden of limitation. You have to start to notice and identify when you do that and realize that that is not going to serve you. No amount of worrying, no amount of doubting, no amount of fear is going to get you where you need to go. It's not going to save you from anything, and it's not going to get you on the path that you want to be on. So you have to start letting it go. It is not necessary. And the way that you can do this, when you look at the Bible especially, it talks a lot about the Lord is our salvation, and it is God's job to take on our burdens. It is not the job of man. So we must cast our burdens to God, to the infinite intelligence. When you feel yourself trying to analyze and control and live in fear and predict and doubt, that is actually you, according to the Bible. That's you violating spiritual law when you're consciously taking these things on and constantly thinking about them. It's not your job. You can cast that to the God superconscious mind within you. You can cast it to the Christ within you, and you can say, I am free now to go forth and have plenty. I am free now to go forth and have success. I'm free now to go forth and have joy. You have the power to do that, and you should do that, because the only thing getting in the way of you actually fulfilling your desires and receiving those desires is your worry, your doubt, and your fear. When you walk up to the thing that you think you fear and you exercise sheer faith that it's going to be okay, the thing that you fear ceases to exist. Your fear is what creates the thing. Without it, it doesn't exist. So just know that you have so much power. You're an expression of the divine. But your ego and your conscious mind is going to try to limit you at every turn unless you start to interrupt it and cast those burdens of worry and let them go and allow good to come into your life. Get out of this masculine energy of trying to do and be and have, and allow yourself to just receive. Right now, wherever you're standing right now in your life, there are infinite possibilities. There are a million different paths for what you can experience next. But your ego and your limited conscious mind will have you thinking that there's only one way, and that is not the truth. So you have to start letting go of that. The only thing really that can bring in more good and your dreams and your desires is God, is the God within you, is your superconscious mind. So you have to allow that to come to work by getting your conscious ego mind out of the way and having faith that everything good that's ever happened to you has come from God, and everything good that's going to happen is also going to come from God. And with God as your supply, you don't have to figure everything out. You don't have to worry. You can trust that what is right is going to come to you at the right time and in the right way. When you act like this and move forward like this in your life also, it's going to reprogram your subconscious, because you're going to feel more relaxed and you're not going to keep focusing on the limits and the worries and the fears of the world. So what you're focusing on changes, and because you're now focusing on possibility over limitation, you're programming your subconscious to be open to more possibilities rather than just one limited version of things, which means you're open to receiving more from the divine. So that's all I'm going to go into today, guys. I'm going to leave it there because that was a lot of information. There's probably going to be many more videos I make on the subconscious mind. Thank you so much for watching. If this video resonated, please leave a comment down below, a like, and let me know. If you're new here, please go ahead and subscribe. And also, if you didn't know, I have a private community hosted on School where I'm running meditations, workshops, different exercises, and all that good stuff, as well as a like-minded community where you can connect and grow with people on the same journey. Also, the link for private one-to-one coaching with me is down below. This is for people who are looking to make the shift to their desired reality and are ready to take the next steps and do the work to do so. You can find all the links down below. I hope this video helped. I love you guys, and I will see you all in the next video.
I decided to eat something before I start. We're gonna get ready. We gonna get ready for our play out in a moment. Okay, okay, okay. I'm getting ready for play out. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Do 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 do. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Ooh. I am do 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 do. Do 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 do. La 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 la. La 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 la. Do 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 do. All right, universe, I surrender again. Bring it forth. The hell is? Whoa! What is this? Gold ticket? Damn! What the fuck is that? Never seen anything such like that. Do not, do you want?
Because you didn't.
Alright guys, welcome or welcome back to the channel. Today we're talking about how the universe works like an algorithm and how you can hack that algorithm to start getting the feedback in your physical reality that you actually prefer rather than all this nonsense that you don't prefer. That you're thinking is just the way it is, it's just the way it is, I'm stuck here, this is just who I am, you know, I have it hard, money's difficult for me to make, all of this shit that you're thinking is set in stone about your physical reality. It's not. You've just been playing your algorithm the wrong way.
Okay, we got a new one today. Okay, warm up 30 seconds, strength building, core endurance, strength builder, dynamic training, finish complex. Okay, we got work to do. We got playtime to do. I'm gonna go and get rolling. We're gonna keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, rolling, roll. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. All right, give me a sec. Let's see what track isn't going to be copyright. What track isn't going to be copyright?
I'll be back outside if there's anybody out there. Turn off this music. It's one of those things where you have to like close your apps. You're not even using it. But Mac doesn't close it automatically. So it's the most annoying thing about Mac. On Windows, you don't run into that problem. All right. So let me fix. I don't think this is going to work, but whatever. Yep. It's not coming off. It's like permanently stuck. Alexa, what's the weather right now?
In Toronto, it's 15 degrees Celsius with partly sunny skies. Today, you can look for intermittent clouds with a high of 17 degrees and a low of 11 degrees.
Welcome back, whoever's here.
We're gonna get rolling. Looking for that perfect angle I had that day. Yeah, gotta move it back a little bit. Just cleaning my tablet quickly. Using a alcohol wipe or sanitizer wipe. This playout is going to be interesting because there's going to be a bunch of different movements. So, for those who are going to join me, you're going to be doing like upper and lower body movements at the same time. So if you don't have dumbbells, you're going to have to come up with a solution on how you're going to do this. Meaning, like, if, for example, there might be some lunge, there might be a move where you're doing your shoulders and your like you're doing like this, like a thruster. That's shoulders and your legs. So you're gonna have to either do pike push-up, which pike push-ups, just so you know, are like this. So that's pike push-up, and then you have to either come down for a squat. So you're essentially having to figure out, I don't know if that's going to be happening, but I did see complex movements. So, meaning complex have 2 movements in one. So ideally, that's what's going to happen. This is one of his newer playouts that he created, I think yesterday, or even a couple hours ago, maybe. So I have no idea what to expect. Since I've been doing a lot of his newer stuff, I have 0 idea. I'm going in blind, essentially. Because, you know, normally I'm doing his ones that he's already done, so I can already tell you, like, so this is what we're going to be doing. But I'm going in blind with this one, which I like. So I get to challenge myself to see what we're going to be doing. From the format, what I just saw, though, so I'm going to open back up. So if I go...
You interrupt me and I interrupt you. A shame. When did we start losing and
I'll tell you in a moment.
I remember I gave it time.
Okay, so there's going to be a warm-up for 30... there's going to be probably 6 exercises for the warm-up, 30 seconds apiece, no rest. Then there's a strength builder for 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest. Then there's core endurance, 45 seconds of play, 15 seconds of rest. And just because we're doing core here, that doesn't mean we're not doing core after. You all know the drill. I always do a separate core exercise, an ab movement. And then after that, We have dynamic training, which is 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest. I have no idea what's in dynamic training. And then we have finisher complex, 90 seconds of play. That's basically 180 seconds. So there's 2 exercises that we're doing. I have no idea what to expect for the finisher either. And there's no rest in between that. So you're basically going 180 seconds, 3 minutes, no rest. You'll take a small pause in between the 2 exercises, but after that, that's it, and then we're done. So, with that being said, y'all, I'm gonna copy this playlist or this playout to my Google Chrome so I can have it open, play, mute, and open up music. Yeah, it's definitely my car. Just a call, but she showed me a black and pink Supra, half and half. Oh yeah, half and half. That's pretty badass. Not gonna lie. Don't know what state that is. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. All right. Anyways, we've got We're gonna use Dragon Ball music. My lower back is kind of sore at the moment. Don't know what the hell's going on with it, but we'll get rolling. I don't let anything stop me. So this is called Build and Burn. All right. All right. We're starting to warm up. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so we're doing torso twist, which is good because this helps with the lower back. I have to do two stretches after we're done our play out completely. The back bend and the spine stuff. Okay, squats overhead reach. So we might have a move where we're doing this with the dumbbells. So just letting you all know that if you're doing anything chest related, you're gonna be doing wide push-ups. Anything standard with your shoulder blades or your back, standard. Narrow with biceps and triceps, or even diamond for your inner chest. We're doing downward dog with shoulder tap. Pike push-ups are for your shoulders like this. Lunges, so you're gonna be doing lunges. Squats. I didn't really get to explain what we're doing, we just got straight into it. Okay, you're also doing, so he's doing Cossack squats here. He's doing with his ankle like this. I'm keeping my feet as flat as I can. This is opening up my hips. Okay, yep. So we're doing deadlift with a high pull, meaning you're doing squats and pike push-ups. Very good. So we're doing frontal squats with Arnold press. So again, lunges and then pike push-ups. This is why it's just imperative to have dumbbells. If you don't have dumbbells, very good. Romanian deadlift with a bent over row. So standard push-ups and toes. I'm not sure what dynamic training is. I thought this would be dynamic training, but clearly this is not dynamic training. This is build and burn. Push press, so you're gonna push with your knees. So this one, you can do pike push-ups. Very good. Okay, lateral lunge with a single dumbbell curl. So one dumbbell, you're going lunge, curl, and then lunge. Curl, other side. Curl, so this is narrow push-ups basically that you're doing. Very good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Renegade rows are next. This is standard push-ups. So when you're doing renegade rows, keep your legs wide. Keep your stance wide. You're gonna go down, do a push-up, come up, bring one of your dumbbells up, go back down. Thrusters are next. Oh God. Thrusters. Thrusters, you're going down for a squat and coming straight up. Oh my God, feeling it. Holy shit. Dumbbell swings are next. Standard push-ups. Let's go. All right, core endurance. Oh no, we're not, it's not abs, but it is kind of abs. What's up, bro? All right, suitcase squats are next, so you're just doing air squats. 45 seconds. Yep, whatever you got. Whatever you got, you just use whatever you got. That's what this is about. Using what you got. Hell, rice bags, flour bags, water bottles, jugs, cans, whatever you got. I have no idea what to expect with this play out, so it's just kind of going in blind, which is good. Just the way I like it. Makes it even more of a fun experiment to see what we're gonna be doing. Okay, plank dumbbell drags. Let me move that out of the way. One dumbbell only. So you're in a plank, dragging a dumbbell, just like this. So we are targeting core right now. So do your best to suck in your gut and pull in your navel, contract your core. Bring that belly button into your spine. All the same thing, different words. Ah, shit. Ah, shit, here we go. Reverse lunge to curls and press. That's 3 exercises. Oh shit, let's go. He's using a lighter dumbbell, so I'm gonna take it easy. Curl, come up, press, go down, curl, come up, curl, press, come back down, curl, come back up. Very good. Wow. Russian twist, universal twist with the dumbbell. He's keeping his feet on the ground. Damn, he's using 20 pounds. Let's go, come on. Okay. All right, rear lunge to knee drive with dumbbells. The rests are very short. You're basically bringing your knees up. Remember to breathe through that nose. Very good. Okay, side plank rows to the left. Is that his right hand? It is. So he's like this. So you're gonna be bouncing. Keep your feet, your right foot forward, and your left foot forward, and your right foot back. Now you're gonna bring your right foot forward and your left foot back. I feel like I'm gonna fall off. It's the first time I'm ever doing this exercise like this. So the body's getting familiar with this move. Yeah. Extend a tuck is next. You know me, always challenging myself. Using heavier dumbbells for exercises. He's using lighter dumbbells. Because I know I'm capable of this. Soon I'm going to be switching to 40s. I don't know when that is, but I will be switching to 40s. And I'm going to make that my normal. Okay, dynamic training. That looks like fun. Double snatch. So expect some weird movements. So I'll have to tell you all to just kind of do your best to follow along. Okay. Okay. This gait thing is bothering me. We're doing burpee to upright rows. So those without dumbbells, just do burpee. Okay, no dumbbells here, so no excuse on this one. Squat jacks. 2 jumping jacks, 1 squat. All those with the dumbbells, you get a little break. Bicycle crunches. So Jessa sent me a photo of a Supra that was half black, matte black, and glossy pink, half and half. She pulled up behind it. She's on a road trip. She called at 8:30 today, but my phone doesn't take calls because it's on Do Not Disturb. She didn't call for that, but she, she showed me my Supra. It was nice. And had a nice spoiler and everything. License plate read Wave 8 something, or wave at you. That's what 8 means, at. Wave at you, or wave 8 you. Okay, you're doing pike push-ups, alternating bent upright rows. So this is dynamic training, huh? Just random stuff. All right. Ugh. Dumbbell push-ups. He's doing wide push-ups, so I would do wide push-ups with the dumbbell push-ups. with the dumbbells. So it's 30 seconds with, I think, 15 seconds of rest for dynamic training. And then we go back to 40 seconds of play for, I think, forget what we're doing next. Jumping jacks are next. Just straight up jumping jacks. You would think today's cardio day, but it's not. What? Okay. Pop squats with the dumbbell. This is a new one. Normally it's pop squats with our hands. So it's kind of awkward though. It's like I'm riding a horsey. Giddy up. Giddy up, horsey, giddy up. I don't know what I did. The last one was not correct. Whatever. Alternating hammer press. Pike push-ups. There was no chest today. Barely any chest. Let's go. Nope. Finisher complex, y'all. What the hell is that? 10 dumbbell snatch, alternate arms, 10 push-ups, 10. Okay. So we gotta do 10 snatches, alternating arms, and then 10 push-ups, 10 squats. That's round one. Okay. All right, Dan. I see you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have a minute to do this. 10 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we're just going squats until we're done. So we're just going squats until we're done. There's no 10 squats. It's just as much as you can do. Okay, that's fun. Ten bent over rows. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thrusters. 1, 2, 3. We're only doing 5 thrusters. 4, 5. And then mountain climbers for the rest of it. 40 seconds of mountain climbers. This is it, y'all. Keep it going. Just a little bit more. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Whew. Wow, y'all. Congratulations. We're gonna do our cool down and stretch with him, and we'll get to abs. So he's starting with child's pose. Y'all did good. Give yourselves a round of applause. I'll be doing some clapping in a bit once I'm done everything. He's doing cat-cow now, which we'll be doing again shortly, and child's pose for our abs. Oh man, the wind. So he's bringing his right foot forward. He's not touching his head on his knee. You don't have to do all this. I'm doing this for myself. Okay, cool. Switch sides. Ooh, pulling my muscle there. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Pulling like my hip muscle there. It's all good. I wonder if SmackDown started at 8 a.m. this morning. Because, you know, or if that's going to be, I know SmackDown's going to be a pre-recorded show. So that means tomorrow I'm not going for my walk. Not until later on in the day, or maybe just get the 10K in. Or start the live stream later and watch my wrestling in the morning. Congratulations, y'all. That was pretty badass. That's funny. Do do do. Okay. Time for us to get the abs done. Oh, hi, Maddie.
You have the face of a TSA employee and the body of a carry-on.
Okay. I'm going to be ending the live stream a little early today. I'm going to have a call with Jessa. So it'd be nice to speak with her finally. All right, time to do abs. Ugh. Okay, let's finish abs. Okay. Let's do some abs. Ultimate abs, let's go, y'all. 50 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. Let's go. Let's go. Leg lifts are next. Scissors crossover is next. I might leave the live stream on. We'll see. See what happens. Oh, there, my sister is back. I see the car coming. Oh yeah. Slow bicycles are next. Super Saiyan 3 is next. As much as I would love to, I'm gonna lower it down a bit. Oh. Leg switches are next. I wonder, those trails of clouds that the planes leave, I wonder if they get collected up with those other clouds. Oh my God. So we're doing straight leg sit up with a twist. So you're gonna bring your elbows to your knees and you make sure your lower back touches the ground first. One thing to note, you can start with your left and with your right, start with your right and with your left, or start where you last left off, which trains mind and body coordination. So I'm basically finishing where I started and starting where I finished. So I just finished with my left, or with my right, and now I start with my right and with my left, and then start with my left and with my right, and then start with my right and with my left. Okay. We're doing butterfly crunches. Extension to tuck, also known as cocoon, also reach to tuck. What is it? Tuck to extension? This one basically. It'll be interesting. Have a conversation with her again. Conversation might go on for several hours though, so just letting you all know. Heel taps are next. I gotta get everything done before like 2:33. This is interesting. The month where I'll be speaking to both my former mirrors. A lot has changed since we last chatted. Tons. So we're doing sprinter ups where you can touch your foot or your knees or both. I'm opting to touch both. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 Very good. Cool. Okay. Very, very good. Excuse me. All right. We've got a few things to finish. I'm gonna be doing my ab stretches in a moment. Okay. Yeah.
Oh. Ah. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2. Have to do these stretches. 1, 2, 3, 4,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. One. I'm at 41. 41. After I'm done all my stuff, I'm gonna grab my protein shake, drink it out, and then grab lunch. That way I can focus. Not him too. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. Oh my God, I only have 5 more to go. One sec. This is where being in the front would be more advantageous. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool beans. Whew. Let's go. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 40. One more. Okay. Let's get rolling. Yeah, like this is like nothing. Like look at this. Like this is nothing. I have to like extend this band like. You see now? Let's see. Three, two, one, go. Nope, that's still not enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 4. $40. Arms are burning. Let's go. We're done. I just have one stretch to do. Get that stretch done. And then have the arm stretches and then we're done. Okay. Ah. Okay. We're pretty much done. Okay, done. Done like dinner. Oh man. I'm gonna go get my protein shake. My room requires a little bit of breeze. Cool beans. All right, y'all. Cheers to another play well done. I may end the live stream, so I'm gonna have a chat with her. We'll see what happens. We forgot to do the prayer one.
I'm gonna go shower. Okay, I'll be back.
I'm back. Okay. So I'm gonna be probably jumping off the live stream just now. It all depends. I'm having a call with someone, with Jessa. Let's have a quick chat with her. I could keep it on. I just have to answer the call from the tablet. And kick the soccer ball around, finish showering. With my layers on right now, y'all, and you have the back camera. So you get to see more crispy quality. It's warm. It's just over there where I'm going to be sitting is going to be chillier. He shoots and scores. I'll answer it on the tablet, and we'll see what happens from there. All stretching is done, all play out is done, everything is done. I didn't eat anything except for having my protein shake. Holy moly, y'all. It's that wind. So let's chat about the physical as I get ready for this call. We're clapping. You know, it's funny how clapping is another pump for your body. I've been practicing it for now the second day, and I do feel a difference. clapping it away. Anything is worth giving it a shot, seeing what it does. Then we seal it. I'm not doing namaste. But I will say namaste, namaste. But won't fall into that archetype of the spiritual end guys. The spiritual end guys. That's funny. I saw a Mexican guy on a reel a couple of days ago. Actually, no, like a month ago. Not a couple of days, a month ago. And he was like, "What's up, my N?" And then they're like, "What'd you say?" I'm like, my N. And then he's like, then they're like, "What's up, vato?" And they were just like laughing at each other. It's hilarious. It's too funny. Just sealing up my hand. Yesterday I finished with 20,000 steps just by me walking around and talking. In order to master the physical, you must master the mental. It's true. So true. I'm gonna go use the bathroom quickly. Y'all might hear me. Damn it all. I'm gonna switch microphones. Thank God these things take a beating. Depending on, I don't think there's video, so she'll call when she calls. That's a nice spoiler there. That's definitely in Germany. Or that's, no, Netherlands. It's Friday, show off your Supras. See what kind of Supras people got. Black. One person has 2 Supras. She's damn twinning. Wow. The Talladega Speedway. Wow, she had 2 Supras? And they're both blue, but one has 26 and one has 40, 46? What's the numbers? 42 and 26. 26 times 2. 52. Not 42, okay. So seeing what the numbers were representing. Oh, that's pretty badass. That's in Quebec? No, that's in France. So many Supras. So many like designs. It's crazy. Wild. What the fuck is going on here? 2 times 3 is 6, divided by 2 equals 3. That's easy. That's so easy. Let's take a screenshot of this. What the hell? Oh, okay, I see. I see what's going on here. Oh shit, nope, nope. Oh yeah, okay, got it. They gotta get over here now. 18, what the fuck? This is fun. It's kind of, I have to go backwards. So 18 and 8 and 2. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. All right, so there's a game. Huh. Interesting. So now I have to come up with the rest of this equation. So 8 minus something equals something. I gotta solve this shit backwards. This is where the thinking mind has to come into play. So if that's spot on, all that's accurate. In order to get this, everything's gonna have to line up. 8 minus something. Holy shit, man, what the fuck? Whoa. Okay, all right, all right. This is fun. I wish they gave one more clue, but they didn't. Because everything has to then equal up to this. So something will equal 18. 9. 9 divided by 9 divided by 3 is 3, isn't it? Yeah. Equals 3. I don't know if that's the answer though. It can also be 10. Because something minus equals that. What the fuck? Maybe it's not 9. Because 8 minus something equals that. So the equation here will then solve that. Once one thing falls into place, the other will fall into place too. Shit. think for a moment. If we put 9, 9 plus 9 is 18, but 8 minus 9 will be -1. And there's no negative here. And then something plus 3 equals that. Once that's fulfilled, I put 10, maybe 11, 11, 12. 12 divided by 4 is 3. No, because it has to equal that number. So maybe 12 divided by 3 equals 4. So I put 1 there. 12 plus 6 is 18. That minus 2, that equals 6. Then 4. And then 1 plus 1. Solved. I solved it, y'all. I did it. That was pretty good. Hell yeah, let's go. I did it. Check this out, if you're wondering what the hell I'm doing. So, 2 times 3 is 6, divided by 2 equals 3, and then 4 divided by 2 equals 2, times 5 equals 20, and then I have to fill in the bottom stuff. So then 8 minus 6 is 2, 12 plus 6 is 18, 12 divided by 3 is 4, 1 plus 3 is 4, 18 divided by 2 is 9, 3 times 3 is 9, so that makes sense. And then, oops, son of a bitch. 3 times 2 is 6, 6 minus 4 is 2, 1 plus 1 is 2. Ta-da! Look how smart I am. Didn't take that long to figure that one out. Didn't take that long to figure that out. Look at me being a math dude. Yeah. Let's go back to Facebook and keep it blank and send it to somebody. Nice. I have the answer. I solved the answer. Ooh, baby. Now, go on now. Release that energy now. Yep. Go, go. Go. It's your birthday. Oh, Melissa's birthday's in 3 days.
The bar was at 575, and that was going to be my PR. I've never benched that much in my life. He said, if you hit this lift, I'll make sure that it's in the dock. And that was such a cool opportunity for me because, again, like, we're pretty anonymous at the time.
Right.
Roman, who is, the biggest star in our industry right now, is there spotting me. But at the time, we're on the come up.
Yeah.
We're not on TV yet. So for a chance to be like spotlit on this in this documentary that millions of people are going to watch was a big deal.
Big E, y'all. So many memories and hurdles we had to face. Looking back at all the pictures putting together that video.
Impress your friends and family with Interstellar, one of the easiest and most beautiful melodies ever made. We're gonna do this pattern starting from E. Now left hand consists of only 3 notes.
That's pretty badass. It was 1 5 1 5 1 5 1 5 2 5 2 5 3 5 3 5 4 5 4 5. That's pretty cool.
We're gonna start from F.
That's pretty cool. Do, do,
That's it. Follow for more.
That's pretty cool. Playing Interstellar on the piano, that's pretty damn dope. I do say so myself. Do, 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 do. I can't unsee that now. 1 2 1 2, or 1 5 1 5 2 5 2 5 3 5 3 5 4 5 4 5. And then he had FGA, or FGA. That was pretty badass.
Impress your friends and family with Interstellar, one of the
Interstellar.
easiest and most
Let's tap for more information. Can you read music? I can kind of read music. And do you know what a chord is? Yes. Have you played any instruments before? No. How's your sense of rhythm? I think I keep a beat. Do you know the names of the piano keys? Yes. Why do you want to learn piano? All kinds of stuff. This is interesting. What kind of chord is this? These are majors. What missing from this C major? Yeah, 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 yeah. Do, do. Wait, F? I think this one is E. Bam, bam. It's an ad on Instagram. I'll give them my dummy email. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason why I have dummy emails, for this very reason.
beautiful melodies ever made.
Cena told me.
That's so interesting. I'm sure I can find on Instagram, like, or on YouTube, the piano. Like, there's plenty of people teaching the piano. Shit, I haven't seen this guy in a while. That means that there might be a new wise quote video.
There is a version of you that has already achieved all of your dreams, living right now in a parallel reality just a few millimeters away. But you will never be able to access it because you were programmed to navigate only through the versions of reality where you repeat the same failures as your parents. Bashar, an ET channeled by Daryl Anka for 37 years, has been sharing that we shift between realities billions of times per second. But your deepest beliefs, those installed when you were too young to question them, function as invisible walls, allowing you to access only the realities that conform your inherited limitations. You think you are making choices, but you are just selecting from among the few options that your programming allows you to see. The same fears that destroyed your mother's dreams are choosing your future right now. The same scarcity that your father accepted as absolute truth is dictating your financial decisions. You are not living your life. You are navigating through the script that they wrote for you before you could even speak. And the most disturbing part, the reality where you are free from this programming exists right now, but you cannot see it. There is a version of you that has already... There is a version...
There is a version.
Still won't give up.
That's right. One thing I learned from my father is to never give up, even when the odds are stacked against you. If you're as powerful as you say you are, then bring it on.
Bring it on, boy.
Look, Trunks is moving.
So many people
Oh. As
are
soon as
living lives that they do not find fulfilling. They want more abundance, they want more love, they want more wealth.
Miss Katie, that was a year ago. How many songs does this girl write every day? Luna Vex, she's just on fire. Every day there's a song that she comes out with. It's crazy. Voice training, develop a powerful voice. That's 12 years ago. William Donahue. Your abundance block gone. I bet you there's so many people who still have an abundance block after that video. Yep. When I speak, atoms line up to listen. Manifest with words only. So many content creators out there. This is an interesting, I just saw 444 just before it disappeared on the live stream timer or now. My therapist told me, imagine being bitten by a snake, and instead of attempting to help yourself heal and recover from the poison, you are attempting to catch the snake to find out the reason it bit you and prove to it that you didn't deserve that. Yeah, that's a bar, all right. That's definitely a bar. That's truly a bar. Wait, Holsters has Supra? Interesting. GR Supra hoodies? That's interesting. That's funny. A GR Supra hoodie. When life is so boring, you just fall off a dishwasher.
I had to mute the audio copyright issues, but what are we doing here? You going okay? No! I had to mute the audio.
Yep. That was bound to happen.
Your musical crush, somebody in the business.
Oh, Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake is
Yeah.
your favorite, really?
Yeah.
Well, I said I'd bring him next time you're here. Justin! Michael, come here.
Wow. Ellen bringing out them crushes.
If you could have kids with any celeb. Oh no.
Oh, you got a fan here.
Thank you. I loved all your movies. Oh, really? Do I look like a new girl now?
I thought of it.
Last time you said that if a certain person showed up, you would need a defibrillator.
Yes.
Remember that?
I should be blushing. Yeah, I just think you're wicked.
Musical.
That's wild. That's so interesting.
You're here on a day that you are. Jen Aniston is here. You're a huge Friends fan, right?
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm shaking from excitement.
Really?
Yeah, I really hope there's a reunion.
Have you? I hope so too. Have you met Jen before?
No, I haven't.
But you were just hanging out with Lisa and Courtney, right?
I was. I did this thing with Courtney and Lisa, and they invited me over for pizza, and Judd Apatow was there too. It was pretty cool. But no, I've never met.
Oh. Come on. Ooh.
Brother!
Sister, it's been a hot minute.
It has.
What has it been, like over a year and a half?
Oh my God, has
Has it been?
Yeah, well, I think the last time we chatted was mid or early 2024.
No, it hasn't been that long.
It has been that long.
No.
The last time we chatted was, you asked me to help you with like the computer thing, and that was it.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, that's how long it's been. It's definitely over a year for sure.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's wild.
It is wild.
But then again, yeah, I mean, but that kind of makes sense though, because, yeah, a lot has happened this
Yeah,
past 12 months.
I bet. It was a shocker to find out that you left New York. Tell me about that. What actually happened with that?
You never know what your sister's gonna do.
Yeah. Wait till you hear what I have to tell you.
You know, honestly, I had been thinking about coming back.
Uh-huh.
And
Like back to New York or back to Florida?
no, back to Florida.
Mm.
I had been thinking about it, and then I came home in like late September last year through mid-October, and originally I was coming down to house sit for my parents and watch their dogs.
Okay.
And then my friend, remember my like longtime friends with benefits from Florida, the surgeon?
I do.
The race car driver.
Yeah, I remember. I just don't remember the name.
So he passed away last year.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. And so it just so happens that he passed late September, and I was already down here when they like had the services. So I went down for the service, and you know, I was coming to my mom's, which is in Central Florida, and you know, he lived down like near West Palm, where where my house was,
Right.
down in that area. And so and that was the first time that I had been home ever and not seen him. So I kind of thought I was going to get down to South Florida and be like, go do what I need to do, pay my respects. And I thought I was going to want to get the fuck out of there and like not ever go back.
Right.
And it ended up being the opposite. For the first time since I left, I was homesick.
Interesting.
Yep. And so I was just like, I miss my family, I miss my friends. And so, yeah, so I moved back this year.
I'm sure it's been quite the journey being back there.
Yeah, but I'm enjoying it. I
That's
feel
good.
like I'm making progress more quickly, feeling a lot more grounded and like myself than I probably have in a long time. So,
You didn't feel like yourself in New York?
I mean, yes and no, and it had nothing to do with New York. I think it was more just my own, transformation. I think it was more the internal journey.
Yeah.
But also I didn't have a lot of friends there in New York. Some,
Yeah.
but, and I don't know, I think also like what I missed about being home is I missed the lifestyle. I missed being able to get in the car, go visit a friend, go to dinner, go to the beach.
Right.
The lifestyle, not get on a fucking smelly ass train with like 1,000 people and, yeah.
That's the reason. That's the reason why San Diego's home for me.
But yeah, so I mean, mean, it's been an adventure for sure. But
Yeah.
I want to hear what. Tell me what's going on with you.
Where do I start? Well, first things first, my name is Orion now, like the star belt.
Okay.
Uh,
You know what's interesting about that?
mhm.
My ex-husband. I met my ex-husband through a friend of his named Orion.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yep.
The name came,
Um,
yeah, the name was given to me the same way the superhero of love was given to me, but I'm no longer calling myself that anymore. That's kind of like, that was a phase. And now I have a new phase. And like, I have a full name now. It's Orion Phoenix Stellar. I'm taking Stellar because the name that I was given, the last name was Ramses, and I don't want to get into too much with Ramses. And if you know anything about Egyptian history, this is where everything's gonna be intertwined. I came to remember some of my past lives in the last little, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, I was King Ramses II. Now, I'm not gonna go around and tell people on that because it has no practicality, but you know, it's not something that I'll be announcing to the world because all hell is gonna start breaking loose with that. So I changed it to Stellar because, you know, I like that name. The other thing too, do you remember when we first met, you had your 21-day activation course, and I had like my own transcendental experience where like the creator took my, like, it was like a crystal shiny glowy hand, and I went up, and it was during the time you were doing the activation, and I was kind of gone, and you were calling for my name, and I was kind of like, it was like I was asleep, but I wasn't. And I heard you calling for me, but I wasn't responding. Well, on May 18th this year, I activated my remembrance, meaning I remember that experience clear as day, and my previous incarnation, not past, because, you know, all of it's simultaneously happening now, because time is an illusion. My name is Sarah, and I was raped. So I came to realize that I was half Irish, half Middle Eastern in my previous incarnation. Hence why I had so much sexual trauma that I was carrying from a previous incarnation for this body to master it, to, like, you know, purge it and release it. So there's that. I've been live streaming every day on YouTube since November 25th. Been helping thousands of people until the YouTube algorithm fucked me over a bit, which is all right. But I've helped people basically around the entire world, helping them to return back to more of who they are. During the summer this year, I had a dark night of the soul. I was going through chaos on my own live stream, like I was like losing my mind. And I had to go through it to come to the realization that, all these drawings came through, and I'll send you some of them in a bit, that everything is in the now. And I don't mean like, you know, we've always heard about being present, right? You know, everybody talks about being in the now, be present, right? But I really now understand what that means. Right? And the word now is an acronym, and it's no other way. There is no other way. The past is an illusion. The future is also an illusion, and the now is the only thing that matters. And every time you think about something, it's in the now. Even if it happened in the past, it's still happening now because you're thinking about it in the now. That thought is happening right now. That feeling is happening now. You may have had breakfast this morning, but that thought and feeling is still happening now. Meaning time really is an illusion, but it's also very real because this world is a paradox. And that's the other thing that I came to the conclusion with during the summer, that everything's a paradox. And the universe desired me to start seeing things paradoxically. and start calling things third dimensional and multi-dimensional. So like when I see how some people, you know, they think, I'm like, that's third dimensional thinking. Then there's multi-dimensional knowing, which comes from your heart. And you know what's funny about the heart symbol? Not the actual heart, but you know, like the emoji. You notice how the heart has two points on it, right? Like at that middle point, and then it kind of diverges, and then it goes back and connects at the bottom. Whoever created that image or that emoji, I know the symbol has been around for years or for eons. They purposely did that on purpose. And I drew another diagram where the top portion is your zero state, meaning like as soon as you're born, and then you go on your own journey, and then you have the other line with either others and God as separate, and you're thinking you're separate, and then you come back as one at the bottom. So it's interesting how like all these drawings came for me after being in my own dark night of soul again for a month. In the process, I had to purge a lot of people out of my life, even on the live streams as well, like because they came here for what they came here for, and then they no longer were required because you know, they got everything that they needed. They didn't need to be here anymore, plus any other person in my physical life. And ultimately, it's sort of like a great reset. And so like a lot of things just came through, like something called the synergy of Trinity came through, where it's usually, well, it's basically you, now, joy, and God. And if you notice, each word is 3 letters, and they all have the letter O in the middle, and the O represents oneness, and oneness is all that there is, and the letter O is the only letter in the English language that's encased. It's cyclical, right? It doesn't have a beginning nor an end to it, right? So like, I've just been putting things together, and like all answers come in the now. When we stop thinking and just allow ourselves to just remember the word surrender that you're mirroring back to me. I don't use the word teaching. That word doesn't entertain my consciousness anymore. Teaching is third dimensional. Remembering is what we are here to do, is remember everything that we once knew. I remember when you were mirroring back to me surrendering, and I was like, nah, that word is like giving up and like throwing up the white flag, and you know, everybody's has their own definition of words, right? And so like we all have to take some time to dissect the words, because this world's backwards. What we think the world is, it really isn't. And that's why it's a paradox. And you know, it's funny how that word surrender has been basically what I've been doing in this last little while, is just absolute surrender. And all the answers come in the now. Until the third dimensional thinking mind, as I call it, likes to come in and do its little bullshit. I don't call it ego anymore. I don't call it ego anymore, because ego is actually different. The ego is actually your body. It's your physical expression of God's oneness that you came to earth with. Notice I said expression of God's oneness. And look at those words. Expression, E, God, G, oneness, O. You're expressing God's oneness with your physical vessel. You're explaining God's oneness. You're exploring God's oneness. You're encapsulating God's oneness. You're enjoying God's oneness. You're, what else? Experiencing God's oneness. You see? So like God, the universe, the creator, the infinite, the all that is, has been working through this vessel. I don't call my body anymore. It's just a vessel that this soul is residing with, because we're all one. There's a bunch of me's. You're basically me, just in a different body. And I am you, and your you is in this body. And it's weird. It's baffling, because when we think about it, right? But just a lot of expansion. Of course, the E words have been coming out strong. I haven't forgotten about the E words. The E words have been coming out extremely, like, on point. You know, I've helped over 200,000 plus people around the world. And my year anniversary is coming up for the live stream on November 25th. And then after that, I'm going to switch channels because this channel has had some ups and downs with it. And I'm switching to another channel and just going to kind of focus solely on potentially either fitness or the metaphysics or the esoteric of reality creation. Oh, and one other thing, I gained more flexibility with my physical health. So like that became a very powerful catalyst for a lot of this stuff. Because, you know, when you allow your body to, you know, have energy, remember the clear pipe? When you allow your body to be a clear pipe, and that's allowing energy to flood through your entire body, and you allow your joints to be flexible, you allow the universe to work through easier. But anytime you have little kinks, like your shoulders hurting, your spine's hurting, your knees are hurting, or anything like that, the energy is a little bit harder to work through. And I remember when I was there with you in New York, and when Huang was there and you were cutting his hair, when he was like scared shitless to get his hair cut. You remember when you were doing like I think it was a yoga pose where you were bringing your feet to your head, and like you were doing like a rainbow arch or some, right? So like when I saw you doing that, and I attempted to do that when I came back, I couldn't do it. And you know, if our bodies can't do certain things like that, which it can, it's just movement amnesia. That's all it is. If we can't do those things, what do you think is going to happen, you know, 10, 15 years down the road, right?
Right.
But if we focus on our physical health, because, you know, without health, nothing else matters. And I remember that Michael guy that you were connected with, and he, you know, he's like uber rich, but he doesn't take care of his health, right? And like he has all the money in the world, but he doesn't take care of himself. He's looking like he's gonna conk out, right? So all these things were leading to health, because without health, nothing matters. You can have all the money in the world, nothing matters, right? Mental health matters, your physical health matters, but if you don't take care of those two things, nothing fucking matters. Like they're all intertwined. So my thing is like everything's been interconnected, even more so when I came back from San Diego the first time when I went through a journey of interconnectedness. That was what I was doing. And then this year it was really like, okay, physical health, mental health, emotional, spiritual, because everything is all intertwined. And of course, financial health gets encompassed with all that.
Absolutely.
Right? Everything is just linked. So, you know, right now I'm doing more inner, I don't call it inner work, I call it inner play, because it's playtime, and bringing forth through my convictions, because conviction is the energy that is required to bring forth whatever you desire into the physical world from the mental and the spiritual, because there's 3 planes of existence. Right? So successful manifestation or creation or revelation, as I call it now, because we're only revealing because it already exists, right? Everything's in a certain state of visibility or invisibility based on your frequency that you're emanating, and your frequency is your state of being. So really your state of being, whatever state of being you're in, the longer you maintain it and not falter. And of course, the 3rd dimensional thinking mind will attempt to derail you because it wants to take up mental real estate in your head to keep itself safe, because its priority is to keep you safe. And it creates these things called egregores, which is an esoteric term for entity. Now, it's not something evil, but it takes a mental real estate in your head. And if it takes a mental real estate in your head, it only wants to stay alive. So like, since you fed like fear or doubt for years, like when you go against fear or doubt and you go step into abundance and certainty, it's going to do its best to bring you back down, right? And so all these things I had to become aware of throughout last year into this year. And, you know, helping people from around the world has shown me a lot of things where, you know, everyone's words are different, right? So like I did an exercise on the live stream where I had about 20 to 30 people. I had them all type in the chat, what is your definition of love from a romantic standpoint? And then we did another version of love. Okay, now what is your definition of love from a family perspective, like your mom or your dad, your brother, your sister? And when I saw what everybody wrote, there were stark differences. So that showed to me that there's a lot of, it comes down to your memories, your experience, your what your thoughts are, your perceptions, your projections on each word. And whenever I hear other people speaking now, I pay attention to see, are they really saying what I think they're saying, or are they just saying it just because of, you know, verbal vomit, as I call it, right? I created a new word called quectosane. I don't know if you ever heard of hypersane. Hypersane is someone who's hypersane. That's an actual term. Hypersane is someone who's extremely aware of like all things. Like it's beyond your status quo of awareness. So like I created another version of that called quectosane because I'm even beyond that. Now sometimes you have to put yourself on your own damn pedestal. And I do that in my inner world without being arrogant. So like there's a balance to that, of course. And when I listen to people's words, I'm like, okay, I'm checking in to see, do I feel what I think I'm feeling from their words? Are they saying it the way I feel that they're saying it, or are they saying it based on like book smarts, or is it lived experience? And do they mean it this way? And then do they address like the definition of their words? Because everybody's words are different. It's like no matter who's speaking, just because someone may say authenticity, that doesn't mean that's the same thing for someone else, right? Everybody has their own definition of every word based on their experience. So a lot of these things from like people from all over the world has shown me stark differences. Like in North America with us, it's so different from someone who lives in Europe. You say something that's like, that a North American would know, and a European would be like, what the fuck are you saying? Like they might take it as an insult, right?
Right.
It's because like they have their own way of being. We're all human, but based on where we were brought up and based on our upbringing and the environment that we're in and the I call it the collective hive mind in the area. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. There's a hive mind that's hovering around the entire earth. I drew a picture of that. But there's a hive mind in your own house. There's a hive mind in your neighborhood. There's a hive mind on your street. There's a hive mind in your city. There's a hive mind in your state. There's a hive mind in your country. There's a hive mind in the continent, and then there's a hive mind of the world. And the hive mind is basically the collective thoughts of the people around. And I know you know that because like, you know, certain thoughts don't belong to us. In fact, no thoughts actually belong to us at all. We just tune into frequencies and then we think it's our thought. That we're thinking, but it's really not us thinking that. Like, for example, you know, one day I was on the trail because I take my daily walks in the trail in nature, and I had this urge to like kick that person off their bike, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, that's not me. Like, why would I think that, right? But that's the collective hive mind in the area, right? Because there's a lot of negative stuff in the world, but of course I don't entertain that, right? Because that's not me.
Right.
Right? So that's why I'm saying like there's a lot of third dimensional, I call it third dimensional bullshit on the planet. Third dimensional bullshit that can't see beyond third dimension. We're multi-dimensional beings having a third dimensional experience, and we can't see beyond 3D. We can attempt to see 4D, 5D, and beyond, but we can only see 3D and below, like 2D and 1D, right? A two-dimensional being can't see a third dimensional perspective. a third dimensional person can't see a fourth dimensional perspective unless you've gone so deep within yourself to tap into the now and knowing that this is both real and an illusion and holding both dichotomies at the same time. So let's just say a lot of shit has happened in the last little while since you and I have chatted.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. One of my favorite, like, you know, recent understandings. You know, I've obviously had a certain understanding of presence.
Mm.
You know, like being present in the now.
Mm.
You know, I've had like this concept of it, and I've known about that book, The Power of the Now, obviously for a year.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had it on Audible.
Eckhart Tolle.
And I hadn't and I hadn't actually listened to it, and I was finally called, you know, guided to listen to that this year, and you know, and it really does require practice.
It does.
You know, for your body to start to really get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
But so I have a bit of a different understanding and appreciation for it. And then between listening to that, and I was like also guided to like start diving back into like the gene keys this year.
Oh, okay.
Which was really interesting because it was just with my new business venture.
I'll ask.
Just like being like.
I'll ask you about that in a moment.
So I was just like, I was just really like pulled and called and guided to revisit the gene keys. And I was just like, oh my God, like, you know, everything fits and everything makes sense. And I can see, you know, where like past things that I was doing, like everything led me to where I am now. But at the same time, like, I understand why those things didn't work the way I would have wanted them to, you know?
Right.
But one of my favorite understandings between something Joe Dispenza said and Eckhart Tolle and like The Power of the Now. It's just like there's like now and then a future now. And so when I do my meditation now, I focus on being like super present in like the now, and then I visit the future now that I'm creating, right? Or unveiling, if you will. Right?
Or already created, and you're just bringing it into right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like bringing that future now into the right now.
Yeah.
And so like that's been a really cool understanding too. And you said it in a slightly different way.
I did.
It's like
it's basically the same thing.
Now, and then there's like a future now.
Yeah.
And technically, like, they do exist simultaneously, and it's like you're just experiencing, you know, experiencing different, you know, different parts of it. But anyway, so that's what I do when I meditate. I'm like, okay, I'm visiting that future now moment. And when I do my gratitudes, I do like three now and 3 future now gratitudes.
Awesome.
So I do like 3 things that I'm grateful for, like right now, today, in this moment, and like 3 of those like future gratitudes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff has been coming full circle. It's been pretty.
That's
pretty cool. But there's been a lot of. And it's still happening. Like, one of the fun things is, like, since I've been in Florida, pretty much ever since I got ever since I got back, I started, I've had some like really, really cool experiences. And it was like suggested by a friend. She had asked me like if I had ever done like any burn rituals, and I was like, no, not really. So she suggested that, that I like get something out and burn it. And I was like,
Mm.
okay. And I did it, and I was like, oh my God, like that was amazing. So I
Mm.
do like burn rituals with the moon,
Okay.
at least once or twice a month. So I have like it marked on I have my little calendar thing.
Right.
And so each month I'm like releasing, additional things when I burn. And I just did a big one on October 6th, which just so happens to be Ahmed's birthday.
And my spiritual birthday as well, which is my 6th birthday.
And your spiritual birthday, and
Nice.
and that's like shortly after. So A's memorial was on October 1st last year.
Got it.
And there's been a lot of additional processing of emotion, and there was a lot of emotion that I didn't get to process until like it was around my birthday. After I got back down here, I did. One of my friends who's very spiritual too had told me, like my birthday weekend, I hung out with her. We were catching up, and she was telling me about doing a yoni steam, which is like an ancient ritual for women where they steam your lady parts.
Right.
And I had never heard of it. I had never done it. And I thought, well, okay, it's my birthday, I'll treat myself. And she was saying she had all these things open up for her after that. So I did that. And I was like, I was leaving West Palm to come back up to my mom's after that. And I was going to stop at Trader Joe's. And I'm in the car driving towards Trader Joe's, which just so happened to be like off of PJ Boulevard in Palm Beach Gardens, near where A lived.
Right.
And like plain as day, I'm in my car, I'm driving. I had not had the first conscious thought of going to his house. And like plain as day, the voice comes in and is like, Jessa, go to the house. And I was like, what?
Yep.
Like, Jessa, go to the house. And I'm like,
that voice.
I don't know if
It's always that voice.
I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah.
And it's just like, go to the house. And I'm just like, okay. So then I start, attempting to use my analytical mind. And I'm like, okay, well, do I go to Trader Joe's and then go to the house? Do I go to the house and then go to Trader Joe's? And like, the voice is just like, Jessa, go to the house. I'm like, okay, all right.
Yep. That's the voice that said, ask Jessa to stay with her in New York City, and I didn't listen. And then had to work through you to come for that to happen. Same voice.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was really cool. I've been having I'm just like pausing for a moment because I've been having some stomach cramps today, and I'm in the car stuck in traffic, so I just need to let that pass.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay, I'm good.
I'm sending you healing right now, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
So I do kind of feel like, since it's only been, today's the 10th, it's only been a few days since that burn on the 6th, so I do feel like my body is actually purging some things. When I meditate twice a day. I've been doing that pretty consistently for a while now, and I started when I started re-exploring the Gene Keys this year. I bought the mudra course where he teaches a hand mudra for each one of the Gene Keys.
Okay.
And so when I meditate, because each Gene Key has a programming partner. So when I meditate, I'll do like the hand mudra for like one Gene Key, in the morning, and then I'll do its programming partner in the evening. So, and you do that for like an entire week, and then you change. So I have these codexes that I created for myself,
Nice.
where I track that. So I started out by like meditating on the 7 sacred seals.
Mm.
And then I'm going to go through my entire profile, but now I'm actually, the combination that I'm doing right now that I just started this past week is where I'm going through my whole genetic profile and John's whole genetic profile, and I'm like meditating on the mudra for, like, for example, for my life's work in the morning, and then like his life's work in the evening. And that was just something that I was guided to do.
Who's John?
Who's John?
Yeah.
Who's John?
Well, I can already tell.
What do you mean you can already tell?
Just by the way you're giggling and giddy there.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Your brother has evolved to a point to just see everything now.
Yeah, so John is a gift.
Good to hear. Glad.
That was the most unexpected gift in the world.
Awesome.
We've known each other for over 10 years.
Oh, okay.
And we used to work together. And when I was here last year for A's service,
Yeah.
we bumped into each other, right? Because we all used to work together.
Right.
And it was the funniest freaking thing, brother, because you know, I chatted with him as I did with, you know, many of my former colleagues that evening, and you know, all of the surgeons that I used to work with, etc. And I kind of energetically sort of picked up on this little thing between us, but I sort of brushed it off because I thought, nah, you know. Now, I did know from a colleague that he was like, that he's divorced now, which, you know, back then he was married, and so I mean I knew that, but it's not like I was thinking that, or I was like, oh, yeah, I just literally hadn't thought anything.
Right.
But he and I chatted, I just kind of like, I don't know, it was just like energetically, just something. It was almost as though I could see it, feel it. And then I was like, huh. I was like, I wonder. And then I just sort of brushed it off. I was like, nah, you know, I'm sure I'm probably just imagining things, which of course I know better, right?
Of course.
And then after, you know, I chatted with him for a bit, and then went back to like mingling with other people. And then the next time I looked around the room, he was gone. And the only thought in the back of my mind was, oh, I wish I would have gotten to say goodbye. You know, who knows when I'll see him or talk to him again, kind of thing. And so then I just go on about, you know, mingling, blah, blah, blah. And then finally, when I'm leaving, an hour or two later, I checked my phone, and he had texted me, and he was like, hey, you know, Des, it was great seeing you. So happy your business stuff is going well. You look great, exclamation point.
Nice.
And I was like, huh. Oh, really? Oh, really? And it was the coolest thing, because in the back of my mind, I was just like, is he hitting on me? And then I am in such disbelief. I'm like, no, couldn't be. I'm sure he's just being polite. And he was definitely hitting on me.
Yeah.
So I ended up staying in town longer than expected, and so we went to breakfast. a couple days later, and then the next evening went to dinner, and it was just perfection.
I bet. Well,
And we have so much in common that it's like almost frightening.
it's a good thing,
and
though.
It is. Yeah, no, it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so just, it's been very, very, very slow. It's this like incredibly slow burn. So, I mean, and obviously I was still living in New York at the time.
Right.
And so we didn't see each other again until I was back down here. I ended up going down to West Palm for my birthday. I had no clue whether or not I was going to get to see him.
Right.
And we ended up spending time together. And it had been 5 months, so I wasn't really sure what to expect. I mean, we were still, texting. We talked on the phone a couple of times. We were still texting throughout that time. But, you never know when you haven't seen somebody in 5 months. It's like, okay, is that spark still there? Is it not there? Kind of thing.
Right.
It definitely still was.
Good.
And so then the last time I saw him was in July for his birthday. And that's sort of our rhythm, it's like we just kind of see each other whenever we can, and it ends up being, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, whatever.
Right.
And I'm good with that because I'm obviously still, building a lot of things, and I'm here in Central Florida. I've been house sitting actually for my parents. They've been in North Carolina. So I'm going to stay through the holidays, and then, my intention and my goal is to move back down south after the first of the year.
Right.
Obviously, I have to get some business things in order for that to happen. So
For sure.
I'm really, kind of moving and shaking, in a very quick fashion to to make that happen, because it's like I got here and I had been working on things, but the time was just literally flying by. Like, oh, I have 6 months at my parents' house. They're not going to be here. Like, it felt like I was going to have all of this time, and
Right.
Then it got to the point where it's like, oh shit, my parents are going to be back in 3 months. Oh shit, my parents are going to be back in 2 months. Like, oh shit, my parents are going to be back in a month. And I had decided I wanted to stay through the holidays, but obviously it's not my intention to be, home for an extended period of time.
For sure.
So must bring things forth.
Yeah. That's basically what I'm doing
good.
too.
It's it's good because it lights that fire.
Yeah.
It adds some like external pressure, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, but John's amazing.
I'm glad. I'm happy for you. You deserve it.
Thank you. Yeah, and I don't know where it's gonna go. I mean, I kind of think he's the one, but we'll see.
What? Quick question. What happened to the other dude, Mr. Pratik? I still remember his name. So what's going on with that dude?
Yeah. I last spoke to him in January this year. Prior to that, we had spoke in December. I messaged him on his birthday, and he ended up calling me. And we actually spoke for a long time. And, it was really unfortunate and frustrating.
Yeah.
Because I had just communicated a lot of things really clearly to him.
Yeah.
And it just really felt like things were falling upon deaf ears, and I made it very clear that if that continued, that our communication would cease.
Yeah.
And so when we spoke his birthday, you know, I had told him about A passing, and you know, we had talked about several things, and so I thought, I don't know, I mean, I thought we were on the same page.
Mm.
And you know, I mean, A was my rock. Like, A was that person that I have always been able to depend on for the past 13 years. Like, even in the years when my mom and I didn't talk, like, A
Right.
has just always been there. Like,
Right.
he was my fucking rock. And so, you know, of course I expressed that to Critique, and he's like, you know, darling, if you ever need anything, you know, blah blah blah. And so I
Mm.
had reached out to him in January, and we spoke, and I was like, I may need your help with XYZ.
Right.
You know, and he was like, of course, you know, happy to help. Um, you know, give me just a few days to check on some things. And he was like, let me get back with you next week. And I was like, okay, you know, yeah, that's fine. And the next week came and went. I think I sent him maybe like one follow-up message. And he just like completely never responded. So
Mm.
my thing is I'm just such a person of, you know, respect and honor and integrity, and I take a lot of pride in being a woman of my word.
Yep.
And being a good person in that way. And so I was not upset in the slightest that he didn't help me with what I had asked for help with. Like,
Right.
that's not what I was upset about. What I was upset about is that he said he would be there for me in December without me asking, without any prompting whatsoever, right?
Right.
And then I gave him an opportunity to be there for me, and again, the fact that he didn't help me wasn't what didn't help is neither here nor there. The fact that he didn't even have the respect to get back to me like he said he would,
Right.
that was the last straw for me, because there's just so many times where he like says one thing and then, like, you know, so like his actions and his words, obviously, you know, significant misalignment.
Massive misalignment.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And so I was just like, I'm done. I can't, you know, I can't do this anymore. So I had stopped talking to him after that, and I was like, I'm so done with this. Now, what was interesting is I was on my way down to South Florida for my birthday, which was actually the weekend after my birthday in March.
Right.
And I was talking to my friend Sandra, who lives in Canada, who's very spiritual, and she's an older woman. She's absolutely wonderful. Speaking of, I need to call and check on her. And she was telling me, she said, Jessica, she was like, I'm not sure what this is. She was like, I'm just picking up on, like, there's something really heavy that is like creating a big block. And she was like, I know you're really excited about John. I can feel that. I can sense that. And she was like, I just feel like whatever this is, that it's going to interfere and with that. And she's like, and I also think it's like something that's been holding you back in your business, like in your life as well, and in your business.
Right.
So I was like, okay. So initially, I was kind of like, okay, well, you know, critique was sort of the first thing that came to mind, right? Because at that point, it had only been, you know, about a month and a half, or, you know, 2 months since um, you know, he didn't said he would get back to me, and he never did. So, you know, and I was definitely hurt by that, and obviously like disappointed
Of course.
for like the umpteenth time. But
Yeah.
so I was kind of thinking it was that, and then that ended up being that weekend ended up getting extended. That trip got extended, and that's how like I ended up at A's house. And it turns out there was this piece of art that I wanted to get whenever that I had given him as a gift
Yeah.
that I was hoping to get when he had passed, and I wasn't able to. And when I was guided to the house that day, the house was still for sale, and it was the furniture was still in there, not his personal belongings, but
Right.
like the furniture. And I was looking in the windows, and that piece of art that I got him was on the desk in his office where his computer monitor used to be, and I was like, holy shit. So that's why I was guided to go to the house.
Right.
So I ended up connecting with the realtor and stayed an extra night because the realtor couldn't meet me there until the next morning. But then I was just very called and guided to just go sit on his dock and spend some time like in his backyard.
Right.
And I processed like so much emotional stuff that day. And like A was very present, Ahmed was very present, and it was just like abundantly clear from the two of them.
Yep.
Like, I mean, they were there with me, like plain as day, you know, plain as you and I having this conversation right now.
Right.
And, you know, and they were giving me messages and very, very clear guidance. And sitting right there, like on his dock, I sent Pratik a message. And what can I get? And it was like, it was just really important to me because earlier that weekend, I, you know, kind of had this like urge to just block him and be done with it.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, but Jessa, that's not who you are today, right? Like, you're not someone who's going to block someone and not say anything.
Right.
And I really didn't want to have to block him. So then once I thought about it from a different place emotionally, I was like, you know, I at least want to say my piece. And had he respected my boundary in this message, I would not have reblocked him. But I ended up reblocking him, and I'll tell you why. So the message that I sent to him was, I said, Dear Pratik, I don't know what has unfolded in your life since we found such a deep, profound connection 4 years ago that has led us to this moment. I wish that you felt I was someone you could tell or talk to. I hope whatever it is, it lifts soon. Darling, I wish you nothing but the best, a life filled with more love, wonder, and laughter than you can imagine, but it won't be with me.
Yep.
I must set you free. Perhaps it's what you need to, perhaps not, but it's what I need to move forward in my life in the highest and best way.
Yep.
I will forever be grateful for you and the magical, profound, deep connection we shared for so long, but this is my final farewell. Please make peace with this in your own way, but please do not reach out to me. This has absolutely nothing to do with me needing help when we last spoke, solely that you have shown me over and over again that you are not a man of your word with me. I'm not angry, I'm grateful. You've shown me depths of love, prose, courage, and strength within myself I may have never found otherwise. I'm not sure if you ever saw what I wrote in the dedication of my book to you.
I sure.
I'm sharing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sharing it.
Got it.
So I'm sharing it now to say thank you. Farewell, darling. With love always, Jessa. And I sent him a screenshot, a picture of the dedication in my book.
Yeah.
And so here, after months of not ever getting back to me, not replying to me, I send him that message, and he fucking immediately responds.
Yeah.
So he like loves the photo of the dedication, and his response to me was, My darling, there are no farewells with me once I set my eyes upon someone. Time may change, challenges and difficulties may take center stage, life situations may tear one apart, unavoidable circumstances may overpower the ideal life, but there are no goodbyes. If I believed in such a narrow view, the farewell may have occurred years back. You have no idea what I have gone through, nor I blame you for it, as I have always dealt with each challenge on my own. Thank you for the message and deep dedication. With love, light, and passion, Pratik. And I blocked him because I was like, how fucking dare you? Like, I have done nothing but ask for just simple, like, communication and respect.
Yeah, it's his reciprocation that sucks.
And I gave you a very clear boundary. I said, please do not respond to this. Because brother, had he respected the boundary, I wouldn't have reblocked him. And had he messaged me 6 months from now, a year from now, 6 years from now, or whatever,
yeah,
I would have taken his call. You know what I mean? I would have, but the fact that he like responded to that in the way that he did and responded right away, I'm like, no, like this is exactly why we're here.
Yeah.
And you know, and I knew that energetically it was affecting me.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I could tell.
I'm like,
I knew that was affecting you for a very long time.
Well, you know, and obviously it's like, you know, something you have to, you know, navigate on your own. And I know what I was choosing.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
I know.
I know that I was choosing to allow it to continue for the amount of time that I did. I'm very well aware of that. That was purely my own choice.
Exactly.
But I reached that point where I'm just like, no more. I'm like, I'm fucking done. And it's also like, and that's been, I've reclaimed a lot of my power being back in Florida, like just sort of that really badass side of me that I had lost touch with a little bit, because I'm like, at no other time in my life would I have ever fucking tolerated this bullshit from a man, especially not for so long. I mean, patience and grace is one thing.
Yep.
But he far superseded patience and grace a long fucking time ago.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, but again, I know that I chose to allow it to continue for as long as I did. It was always my choice, and I know that.
Yeah.
So, you know, but the time came for the choice to be made. And what's really, really profound that I learned sitting on A's dock that day is I realized that I had this misconception. Like, I always had it in my mind that Pratik was this representation of, like, this living representation of the divine masculine that I had not experienced.
Right.
And then sitting there on A's dock, I recognized, I'm like, no, that is fucking the divine masculine in sheep's clothing. Like, what he showed me was never the divine masculine. What Ahmed showed me, what A showed me, what John shows me, like, that is the divine masculine. Like, they fucking are men of their word. They fucking show up when they say they're gonna fucking show up. They respond to you. I mean, A and John are both fucking neurosurgeons, and they can respond to a text message within 24 to 48 hours.
It's true.
Like a normal fucking human being.
Yeah.
And you, Pratik, like, can't fucking respond to even a text message for fucking weeks or months at a time? No!
Yeah, exactly.
No!
Good, honestly, good for you for doing what you did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like, I'm so fucking done. And for him to be like, there are goodbyes once I set my sights on something, I was like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, you have no idea who the fuck you're talking to.
Exactly.
Like, you have entertained way more of my time, my fucking love, and my energy than you ever fucking deserved.
It's true.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
And the door will remain shut forever on that. Yeah.
And it wouldn't have had he just respected the fucking boundary. But because he didn't respect the boundary and he wanted to respond to me right away with some bullshit like that,
Yeah.
no. It's like, you have no idea what I've been through. Motherfucker, you have no idea what I've been through.
Exactly.
Like, get a fucking grip.
Yeah.
You know, get a fucking grip. You have no idea what I've been through. Well, you have no fucking idea what I've been through either.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't change my ability to fucking show up to a person that I care about.
It's true.
So, yeah, I was done.
Yeah.
Hi, Felicia.
It's similar to just a lot of people in my life where they, you know, I was going through my shit and some chose to not understand where I was going because they were blaming the whole name change of, oh, it's Orion's fault. Orion's the cause of this. He's the evil. He's the negative. Yeah, I acted out a little bit, but I had to purge shit. But they didn't understand, and you know, it's the same thing where, you know, I'm done with those souls, and like I know we're all one thing, and I'm part of their life, and they're a part of mine, but not physically anymore or energetically. Well, energetically, we're always going to be part of each other's lives no matter what, but I don't entertain that aspect anymore. Like I choose to entertain things that are in alignment.
Right. I mean, I would say yes and no. I mean, because energetically, like, you know, yes. You know, at the end of the day, we're all one. We're fucking, you know, particles of dust, right?
Yes, we are.
But, you know, but I do think vibrationally, you know, like we have our own field within the field.
We do.
Right.
Right.
And it's important to, you know, to protect that.
Absolutely.
So that you can, you know, navigate and really do what you're truly meant to do here in the world.
Yeah.
You know, and it still, you know, it still is important, and you know, and listen, I mean, and I've always known this, and I love and appreciate this very much, right? It's like, you know, everyone is in our life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime.
Yep.
I mean, everybody for a reason, and then some people it's a season, some people it's a lifetime.
Yep.
And that's okay.
It is okay.
You know, like that's okay. And you know, Pratik was there for a season, and you know, I learned and grew a lot in certain ways, and you know, but there were so many, God, just so many things where I think probably just there towards the end as things continued to be more difficult for me. Like when I found out A was sick early last year, I was already not great, but that fucking like hit hard, you know?
Right.
And yeah, and I mean, and I know just by, you know, some of the men that I dated, and I was just like, I mean, literally now reflecting back, I could fucking vomit. Just vomit. Where I'm like, ew, Jessa, that's disgusting.
It's all mirroring. That's all it was.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was a mirror of the fact that I was, you know, that I was not in the best place within myself.
Right.
Because had I been, I would have never entertained that.
It's true. But it made you aware, so you don't do it. It made you aware, so you don't entertain it, and you know better.
Yeah. Well, you know, it reminds you when you really do disconnect. I mean, I recognize that the reason I was never in situations like that previously was because, you know, I've always had a strong sense of self, and I've always
Yeah.
had a lot of self-love and self-respect. And so, you know, even when you're slightly off kilter with that, you know, something, and when you do vibrate at a higher frequency, you become magnetic to everything, right? To
Yep.
everyone and everything. Even if they, you know, even if they are not in alignment, you're still magnetic to them.
Exactly.
And so, you know, so it didn't lose like complete sight of it, but it was just, you know, again, where I was extending a lot of patience and grace early on for things that, you know, at other points in my life I would have, you know, would have not entertained beyond like a moment. You know, but it really, you know, but it is. It's a reflection of where you are and where you need to make changes, and you know, it's all the journey.
It's all the journey. I'm known as a mirror in the planet, so I'm just a mirror that reflects back perspectives to everyone. That's what I do on the live stream, and you know, the thing is, like, we have to go through this to then realize what we now have and appreciate the things that we have now, and everything is looking back in hindsight. It's that whole, we can't connect the dots looking forward, you can only connect it looking backwards, unless you have future sight, which some people actually do. I ran into a soul. I actually have a soul that has all her memories of all of her past lives. It's wild, the things that I've come to know and to confirm through her. But you know, it's a lot of it's just bringing things into awareness, because that's what differs between all of us, is just awareness. And through that awareness,
Oh, wow, look at that.
What do you see?
That is my exit. My exit.
Nice.
That I was about to drive past.
There you go. The universe made you aware of that. Yeah.
At the exact right time. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that car just rear-ended the back of that other car. Huh.
You know, you were mentioning the seasons and the lesson, the lifetimes and stuff. You know, there came a point where I was like, I wonder where you and I stand, because I'm like, there's no contact anymore. There's no communication. I'm doing my thing. You're doing your thing. Like, is our connection like done? Because that's what I was like. You know, I never forget what you've done for me. And I've always been appreciated, and I will be paying it back somehow in some way and paying it forward. But I was like, where do I fit into this journey? Where do you fit into mine? Because like, I've taken leaps and bounds in my journey, and like, not to sound egotistical, because that's not a word I entertain, but there's a lot of things that no one can tell me anymore, because I already know, because I have my remembrance now. And I know how this works. Like for me, like,
yeah.
I saw how the games are being played. There are infinite games being played simultaneously in the fifth dimension. I saw everyone's game being played. I saw my games, but my games were kind of blind. There was a curtain on mine, so I couldn't see it. Because we come to Earth forgetting everything to remember everything from a different perspective. And the thing is, like, I saw all the games, so I'm like, you know, we can always still pick up stuff from others and whatnot, but I was like, what is my journey here now left? Like, what am I here left to do if I now am aware of all this stuff? And so, like, it came to a point in this journey, like, for me specifically, like, it is awareness. It's all awareness, and helping people to just tap back into who they truly are. But then, regarding my previous connections, like, where do they stand in my journey? Like, a lot of them don't exist in my journey. I don't desire to, like, ever lose you or Huang, but, like, there came a point where like, where do you two fit into my reality now? Because I've vibrated at a different level. Like, I'm on my own frequency. Like we're all on our own damn frequency. There's 8 billion different frequencies living on one planet. Or you can say there's 8 billion worlds living on one planet. But I vibrated so high, like, I'm like, what the fuck am I here to do now? Like, what's left? Like, what's left? Like, I've already mastered the mind, because I don't tell myself, I need healing. I'm already healed now. It's done. It's finished. It's a perspective. Right? All things that I ever desired is here and now. Sure, is the physical reality where I desire to be? No, but guess what? I can go in my inner world and have everything now. Look, for example, in my inner world, I'm married to Lindsay Sterling. And if you know who she is, she's the violinist. I'm married to her.
I know exactly who she is.
Exactly. I'm married to her, and we have kids, and we're living the greatest fucking life. And I have my pink jet. She's flying around on the pink jet. I'm helping people at the healing resort. That's done. I've had fucking sex with her in my inner world without me having to do any of that. Like, I can give all my stuff in my inner world and then just feel whatever I desire. So, because everything we do in our physical world, what is it based on? A feeling. Why do we desire something? It's because it's how we desire to feel. Like when we get that car, like the Supra, it's because it makes you feel a certain way. Which, by the way, the last time we chatted, I didn't tell you I went to San Diego 2 more times. So I've been there 4 times.
Amazing.
I went there I did something completely different for Christmas and New Year's last year. I wanted to experience van life. I wanted to know what that felt like. So guess what I did? I went there. I didn't get a van. I rented a car and I slept in the car, and I felt what it felt like to be like a nomad in a car. It was wild. But on that trip, that's when the universe gave me my new name. I was sitting in the car. It was December 28th at 7:30 p.m. and the universe said, your name is Orion Phoenix Ramses. I'm like, what the fuck? Orion Phoenix Ramses, why that? It's similar to, like, you know, how the voice gave you to go to A's house. Go to A's house. Keep going to A's house. It's the same thing. It's like Orion Phoenix Ramses. Orion Phoenix Ramses. I'm like, okay, sure, but Ramses is a pharaoh, and, you know, he enslaved a bunch of people, and I don't want to be associated to that. You know, I've come to realize a lot of my previous incarnations. I was once the original Orion who named the constellation, and the Orion Wars. I was a massive part of that. That was like billions of years ago. And I don't know if you know about the Orion Wars, but that shit was intense. Darkness versus light. But it has no practicality in today's day and age. So I don't focus on the past because that's irrelevant now. I'm focusing on the now. And the now is all that we have to experience all that we came here to do. And you can have everything now because everything is happening now. There's a version of you that, I don't know if you desire to get married to John or get married to some dude, but there's a version of you that's already fucking married and you have your business is complete. Like, you're done. Like, it's done. Like, everything is already, everything's finished. And all you got to do is walk the path. Right? Every game is created. There's a version of you that, and I know you won't entertain this, but there's a version of you who isn't where you desire to be. But we're not entertaining that because you get to choose whatever game. And there's a game that's called get to choose whatever game you get to choose. And that's its own game. And that's basically free will. And then once you walk that path in free will, then you enter destiny of that path. And then when you're done with that path, you get to choose another path and then you walk that path. There are infinite games. Our third dimensional thinking mind, or you can call it the analytical mind or the mammalian mind or the primal mind or the lizard mind, whatever mind you call it, it basically doesn't know anything. It literally doesn't know a damn thing. And the thing is, our heart has the answer. That's why when the universe was saying to you, go to A's house, go to A's house, that's the universe speaking through your heart. It wasn't the third dimensional thinking mind. because the third dimensional thinking mind can't see beyond the infinite mind. It's like the finite mind attempting to tell the infinite mind, I know better than you. Right? When that's absolutely ridiculous. The infinite mind knows all things. Your finite mind doesn't know a damn thing. And that's why, like, for me, you know, yes, I'm still in Toronto. I'm actually sitting outside in the backyard. I've been actually outside the entire summer. I'm just getting, you know, the cold is, you know, hitting me a little, but I've been outside because, like, I refuse to be inside. I've been outside all summer, doing my exercises, helping people get in shape, giving them the mindset, or let me say it, mind mastery, giving them what they require, and enjoying my time outside. And, you know, the thing is, like, I had to go through that dark night of soul for these drawings, and I'm going to send one right now. I know you're driving, but I'm going to still send it. This one's so profound when it came through to me. It's so simple, and it's like, and the brain, let me phrase it, let's not blame the brain, it's the mind. The mind does not like simplicity. We like to obfuscate shit. And you should know what that word means, right? We love to obfuscate shit because we think, oh, simplicity is stupid and complicating is sexy. Yeah, but really it's simplicity is sexy and complicating is stupid, but that's what we tend to do. So I'm gonna send that photo right now. Wait till you see that. Wait till you see that drawing that came through.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, when you do take a moment once we're done, yeah, you'll just like, you'll appreciate it. It goes hand in hand with, you know, the now. I'll send you more stuff that I drew, but yeah, our mind, it's a paradox. Like, you know, what we focus on, of course, you know, where attention goes, energy flows. That's a Tony Robbins thing. Well, it's not really a Tony Robbins thing, but he coined it. But, you know, I see society focusing on like lack, and, you know, the funny thing is they can take that same energy and use it towards abundance, so they create more of abundance of lack. They create abundance of lack. Think about that. That's an oxymoron. Abundance of lack. Or they don't trust something. Like, I remember me, I never trusted things. I didn't trust shit, right? And guess what? I put my trust in not trusting. Look at the paradox there. It's a fucking paradox. Everything's a paradox, right? So, like, this is why, like, I go in my inner world, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, third dimensional thinking mind? Shut the fuck up. Like, shut up. Relax. Because it happens, right? We all get tripped up with our third dimensional mind, because our third dimensional mind is attempting to control things and have it this way, but the multi-dimensional knowing mind knows it all. And it's attempting to tell you, hey, go there, do this, be here in the now. You get all the answers in the now. All answers reside in the now. Like when you're meditating, you're meditating in the now. You're getting all your answers. Like when you were sitting on A's deck, when A and remind me of your Ahmed. Thank you. When Ahmed and A were there clear as day with you, that was in the now. That wasn't third dimensional thinking. That was multi-dimensional beingness, because they exist in a different plane of existence, in a different dimension that we can't in the third dimension access unless we go inwards, because our eyes don't tell us what we actually see. And if you know about reality, we only see 0.0035% of reality. That's the electromagnetic spectrum. Our eyes can't see beyond that. We can only see so much. It's like our mind is a prism, not a prison, but a prism, like a crystal, and it refracts the light. We take pure conscious light and our mind refracts it. And then we get tripped up with our third dimensional experience, like, oh, I'm in Toronto, oh, it's fucking cold. And then our senses delude us into thinking, yeah, you see, I'm gonna make you feel this thing, and it plays this bullshit game with us. And all you gotta do is just chill out, relax, Be in joy and stay in the now. That's it. It's just that simple, but the problem is we obfuscate things because we desire to feel things that we currently are not feeling, or experiencing things that we haven't experienced. But it's just to just be here in the now and allow yourself to just experience it. And if you say, but I can't visualize, like what I used to say, I can't visualize. Remember how I used to tell you? Remember how I used to tell you, like, it's not fair that you get to hear the creator and I don't get to hear the creator. That's bullshit. How come Jessa and Cassidy get to hear the creator? That's bullshit. You know how many times I said that? Plenty of times, like, what the fuck? Like, why does Jessa and Cassidy get to hear the creator? That's bullshit, creator. You know why? Because I didn't shut the fuck up. That's why. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the thing. Is like, I mean, you can't see it for someone, right? Or
Exactly.
you can't, and you can't create that silence for someone.
No.
You know, it's because like no one else is experiencing the physical body or the mind that you're experiencing.
Exactly.
In the same moment that you're experiencing it, right? You can tell somebody, like, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I'm feeling, but like, that, and then it's your ability to express it. It's their ability to hear it and understand it and process it.
Yep.
So nobody can really experience what you're experiencing.
Exactly.
And there's certain things that, you can create environments, to help facilitate people finding that place within themselves.
Exactly.
But
it's a journey.
But ultimately, I mean, it is a journey, and so much of it is, it's like you said, the remembering. But in order to remember, there's so much that you have to like
unlearn, unbecome, and let go of, and purge, and pulverize, and just annihilate out of you.
Yeah, so to really clear, to clear the channel, because that's and that's what people don't understand. Like there's so many different things that that disrupt or block that clean channel in someone's ability to to tap into that guidance, or to hear it, or to see it, or to receive it. And everybody's senses are tuned in a little bit, right?
Exactly.
Some people do hear more than they see, or more than they hear. Sometimes smells, or sounds. It's just all everybody's senses are attuned a little bit differently, and
they are
also in how you receive certain guidance or certain messages. Because sometimes it's a simple, right? I mean, a song can just like take you to a moment, or make you think of a person that you're like, oh, I should check on that person, or
right.
I should whatever it is. And so it's just, there's all these little things that are there. But if there's too much noise, regardless of how the message is being delivered, whether it's visual or audio or whatever, like,
or feeling,
you're gonna miss it. Or feeling, right? You're gonna miss it. And I think that's been one of the most beautiful things for me this time around, navigating the grief process and that journey,
right,
is I am obviously in such a different place within myself than I was 13 years ago when I lost Ahmed. And so,
right.
Processing and understanding this time around has been very different. And and it has been, I just had my period this past week, kind of fell like right around the end of the month,
right.
/ beginning of the month, which was his memorial was on October 1st last year. He passed away, I think it was September 24th or 26th, whatever day it was, like
right.
roughly a week beforehand. And some of that unprocessed grief was resurfacing around this time this year,
Right.
and I really just welcomed and embraced that, and I just now, like, when the emotion comes, I just allow the emotion to come
Yeah.
and
Same.
express itself, and think of what I need to think of, have conversations with him that I need to have with him, and
Mm.
like sometimes when I shower, I mean, I'm sure you probably get downloads in the shower
Oh
too,
yeah. Oh yeah.
and like sometimes I just have these like profound moments because I always play music when I'm in the shower,
Right.
and so sometimes when I shower at night, I just will, like, all of a sudden, like, a song will come on, and I'll start crying, but it's not sad tears.
No.
It's sort of this, and it's not happy either. It's sort of just this, like, profoundness, this understanding, this gratitude,
Yeah.
for like a moment or the journey or whatever. I mean, like, Monday night this week, I was in the shower and I just, and I'm crying, but it's like this expression of gratitude for,
Mm.
for these men who have been, anchors for me.
Yeah.
And I was just like given the guidance. So there's a friend of mine from Milwaukee, Tony, who I've known him for, God, I don't even know, well over 10 years as well. And he invested it in my business,
Awesome.
a few years back, and I haven't been in a position to, to pay him back yet. And he checks in with me every now and again. He's like, "How are things going?" And I'm like, "Good." And I'm like, "I'm sorry." He's like, "It's fine, Jesse." He's like, "No pressure." He was like, because he kind of freaked out because he had reached out, like right around the time, right before I was like moving, and I was still like processing a lot of grief from like losing and then
Right.
all of the change with the move and like everything. And so he had reached out like right in that couple of week span of the move, and I was just like, I fucking can't right now. like I cannot.
Yeah.
And so he, like, I don't know, like probably like a month later, he started to kind of freak out a little bit and, thought I was like ghost finger going silent on
Yeah.
him. So he kind of sent me a follow-up message, and, and I was like, "Tony, look," I was like, "the man who's been my rock for the past 13 years, just passed away. I'm in the middle of relocating to Florida." I was like, "There's just a lot on my plate right now. I'll be in touch."
Mm. Yeah.
So we spoke, at some point in the past 6 months, like since I've been back, like once things kind of like settled in, I talked to him, and it was actually really amazing. I mean, he was just like incredibly supportive and, giving me some guidance. He's been an entrepreneur for a long time. We talked about a bunch of different things, and I know with like that knowing, I know with every ounce and every fiber of my being that like the new venture of what I'm doing now, like that's like it's what I'm supposed to do. Like everything is happening in exactly like the moment that it's meant to, but like what I've been working towards, like it is like like moments away from being realized.
It's good.
And so in the shower Monday night, I'm just in tears of gratitude for these men who have been there for me in their own way.
Yeah.
And like Tony popped into my mind, and it was like, and it was just these tears of gratitude where it's like, "Jesse, you need to go to Milwaukee and like sit down with him in person to thank him and to show him what you've been working on, and there was a lot of emotion in the sense of like, he's the only man that's been there in the ways that he has, that is still alive for me to be able to go thank in person.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so like so it was just very like important for me to do that. It's like, you need to go sit down with him and thank him and show him, because he's also one of the people that is in circles of people who need to know about what I'm doing in the world now.
Right.
Because it really is strictly for upper echelon. I'm going to be working with about 12 to 16 clients at most a year.
Nice.
And that working with 12 to 16 clients, like I'm going to be commissioning 12 to 16, pieces a year.
Nice.
And like that's just all there is. And my packages for a toast to forever, I have the Dom toast, the Krug toast, and the Salon toast. The Dom toast is $50K, the Krug toast is $75K. There's an optional add-on that's an additional $25K, and the Salon toast is everything across the board, and it's $250K. And I'm only working with 12 to 16 people a year. If it's for you, you'll know. You either want it or you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
And but it is for, and that's the life that I've always seen. That's the life that I've always been like working towards creating for myself. And
Yep.
And I'm just, it's like I am her now, like fully,
Yeah.
I'm fully unapologetically stepping into that.
Yeah. That's
and it has taken me coming home to do that.
exactly. That's the reason why, like, you had to energetically leave places to go to other places. Is why I went to San Diego to experience some feelings and eye things up. And it's funny how you said 250,000, because like with my healing, I got more downloads that, I gotta up my pricing, because like you said a word that I haven't said in a very long time. Like was it echelon or epsilon? What was the word?
Oh, echelon.
Echelon. Yeah.
Upper echelon, yeah.
Right? Like each person at the healing resort I'm gonna give them a world-class experience, like one that has never been brought to the earth, because I'm here to bring something that doesn't exist on the earth. But it's also 250,000 per person. Like balls to the wall. Like I know you use the word bougie. I use the word luxurious. Luxurious AF. Like give them everything. 2 weeks, and they are transformed. They'll be transformed in a day, but 2 weeks. And it'll be sustainable, lasting forever. And I too will not be, like, I've already also claimed that I am going to be the world's first trillionaire. I know there's already trillionaires out there, but like a well-known trillionaire. Because like I didn't come here for little minuscule things. I came here to play balls to the wall like Jesus. I'm on that level. I've claimed that already. I'm at that level with him and the Buddha. Because that's how far my wisdom has gone. In fact, if you only see me, my beard has turned almost fully gray. So like, there's a superhero, his name is Goku, and his hair goes white, but because of the wisdom coming from the throat chakra and the heart, what's the closest thing to the heart and the throat chakra? The beard. So the beard has transformed into black to white. That's the sign of the wisdom. So I know shit. I know that the thing is, if you can experienced it within yourself and it was given to you, that means it's already yours, because you wouldn't have a thought of that if it wasn't meant for you. Even though people will say, like, because most times people will say, but that's not for me, and those are the four most dangerous words. But if you don't currently have that thought, and that's okay, you work your way up to it. But now I know, like, my absolute knowing, I don't go by believe and faith, because those words are not enough. I know with every fiber of my soul that that too is coming into fruition. Of course, I'm taking whatever action I'm supposed to, and I'm getting into alignment, and, you know, whether it takes another 5-10 years, so be it. Whatever's meant for me will always find me. And, you know, the thing is, like, I know that whatever is meant for you has already found you, and it's already yours now, just like it's already mine's now. And we just got to keep tapping into that unapologetically, like, divine, like, version that has not been even brought to the earth yet, and shine that light so fucking bright. And, you know, the thing is, like, that's the one thing that I picked up from you when I was with you, was like, you played full out, because you know, we only have this moment of time. Like, you know, our bodies are expiring in every present moment, right? That's what's happening, right? Death is a great fucking motivator. Like, you don't know when your time is up, right? Like,
It's so true. It's so true. And I mean, and that's, you know, and that's been like some, like, there was some push for me when I found out A was sick last year,
Right.
because, like, there was such a part of me that wanted, you know, certain things to happen to be able to, you know, perhaps experience certain things with him, you know,
Yeah.
before he left. And, you know, but it's like, you know, if that was what would happen, that's what would have happened, right? So I
Right.
don't have any, you know, I don't have any, like, you know, grief or whatever around that.
Right.
But, you know, but it's but I love the place now. I mean, I have so much appreciation for the journey. It took me a really long time. You know, there were moments where I had found, in periods of time where I had found gratitude and, you know, in the hardship.
yeah.
And, you know, and then sometimes it just becomes like where you're like, you know, fuck this. And I really
Oh, yeah.
where I had, like, I mean, I had kind of, I don't want to say given up, but I had kind of, like, put the middle finger up to, like, some of, like, the spiritual shit
Oh,
for a bit.
hell yeah, I did that too, sis. I'm like, fuck this shit.
And I was like, what? I'm like, am I fucking crazy? I was like, fuck this shit. Like, my life was better before, and
Yeah.
fuck this bullshit. And, like, and like, energetically, I could feel like, okay, that's not a line. That's not, like, the right thing. But I did distance myself from it, and, you know, and it was actually, like, Sandra, and then my friend talking about the yoni steam, and then going to do the yoni steam to A's that, like, literally cracked it wide fucking back open.
Yeah.
And it was like, Jessa, if you don't fucking believe now, like,
Yeah.
look where you're sitting and who you're sitting here with. Like, if you don't believe right now in this moment, beyond a shadow of fucking doubt, that everything, like, you're exactly where you're supposed to be, everything's happening exactly how it's meant to happen, exactly
Yep.
when it's meant to happen. And if you can't see that, everything is being divinely orchestrated for you to bring you to the exact moment that you're supposed to be in. Like, we haven't fucking taught you anything at all. And I'm just like, oh God.
Yep.
Like, oh God. Like, holy shit, you know? And so now I'm just like, and so it's like, it allows me to be fully in a place of surrender with what is, and, you know, in a way that I haven't been before, because now I'm just like, well, it is what it is. Like,
Yeah.
I'm 43 years old. I'm living in Florida. I'm technically living in my parents' house, and I have no discontent about that, because, like, I know what's coming. I know
Exactly.
why I'm here. I know what's coming, and I'm just like, and it's just like, I'm just continuing to move forward on the path.
Yeah.
But it's like, all of these things have had to happen happen exactly as they've happened,
Exactly.
when they've happened, for me to get, for me to get to that future now that is so fucking near now, it's not even funny. So do you
It's good.
remember, do you remember me talking about, like when I was doing theta, do you remember me talking about being shown the avalanche?
I don't think so.
Did I ever tell you about that?
No, I don't remember anything about avalanche.
Okay, so there, and maybe I just, I don't know, maybe I didn't speak out loud to you about it, and but thought I had. But anyways, I had during one of my theta sessions with Patrice several years back. Like I was shown this like avalanche of just like wealth and abundance, and that it was near.
Right.
And then in like another one, there was like this tie to where it was like everything you touch turns to gold, and then that showed up in all of these different places like after that.
Right.
And so for all of this time, and obviously, right, time is an illusion. So it's like in our perspective of time versus like the universe's perspective of time, like those are two very different things, right?
Yeah. The universe has a different definition to a lot of things that we think we have the definition for.
So when it came to this whole thing about like being shown that avalanche and it being near, I remember like, and I believed that, but I didn't feel it.
Right.
Because, and I think I couldn't feel it because it wasn't as near as I thought it was, right? And now it's just like, it is a point of feeling because it's like, it's palpably near.
Yeah. It's you ever heard of the law? This is a law that I came to realize you can only have what you already have. You ever heard of that?
I love that.
You can only have what you already have, because if you want something, that means you don't have it. But if you have it, that means you already have it. So that's all it is. So basically you're at the point where you already have it. It's done. It's just a matter of staying in that feeling and knowing, because it's the feeling and knowing aspect. And embodiment is basically knowing plus feeling. It's the fusion of knowing and feeling together. That's what embodiment is. Embodiment is absolute knowing and yeah. Go ahead.
And when you step into that, like, but it's like you can't force being in that place.
No.
Like, you can. It's just when you actually, when those two things act within yourself,
right,
and you are the embodiment. Like, it's something that happens. It's not like that fusion within yourself. Like, you can take steps on your path to work towards like bringing forth that fusion, but you can't consciously create that fusion. That fusion just happens.
Exactly.
Like, and when it happens, you can't undo it. So that's where, like, with a Toast to Forever, I was literally handed this from God on a silver platter.
Basically.
And so and at this point, and it was so like divinely clear, that it was given to me. Like, there is no part of me like that it's like there is no there. It's like there is no other path, right? There used to always be, well, what if I'm supposed to do this, and what if I'm supposed to do that, and da 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 da, and it's like, no, this is the path. Like, we've given it to you on a silver platter, and now you have to step fully into that.
Yeah, basically.
And so when I think about, and obviously, like, the paradigm of time is such an interesting thing, right? And our perception of that. And so here I am, like, thinking of, like, it's taken me all of this time to bring a Toast of Forever forward. And when I really sit and I'm like, just have done, and like who you've become, the version of you that you've stepped into within the past 6 months, and you've literally like birthed an entire like thing in this time, and it's actually remarkable,
Right.
but with both things where I'm like, oh, I'm not doing enough, it's not happening fast enough, blah blah blah. And
Right.
I'm like, no, it's like, holy shit, what I've created in such a short period of time.
I wouldn't say you became, I would say you realized and unveiled your true self.
Yeah, well, and stepped back into her, because
Yeah.
like I said, I mean, it's there, and that was part of the challenge, and I was somewhat aware of it, was really being able to step back into like both sides of myself, like that really powerful badass side of Jessa, as well as that like divinely loving and graceful side of Jessa, and really being able to live that dichotomy
Yep.
simultaneously and harmoniously, right? Because there for such a long time, it felt like it was either one or the other.
Yeah, it's
and it took a really long time for my body to find that balance.
Yeah.
And you know,
The
frequency.
Yeah, the feeling alignment.
Of what that balance is. And I mean, whatever happens or doesn't happen with John and I will always be grateful, because there's something about, and perhaps it's because, you know, we used to work together, and like that very, very powerful side of me was what was present all the time then. But it's just it's like this constant reminder of that. Like, he is that constant reminder of that strength and that part of myself.
That's good.
You know, constant reminder and mirror, right? It's like he constantly like reflects that back to me.
It's good.
And it's the coolest thing, because it literally makes me fucking feel invincible, like I can do anything. And I know that it's nothing more than something he's reflecting back to me that is me.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it's nice to have the mirror.
Yeah. He really just like, and he doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to say anything. Like I sent him probably, and he's very intuitive as well.
Awesome.
But I sent him probably what would be the most like baffling text message for a lot of men to receive, because I mean, you know, here we haven't seen each other in, you know, several months. We don't really talk that often. And I messaged him on October 1st, which was also the day that he and I reconnected. And I said, today's a big and special day for me for countless reasons. It's my friend Christina's birthday, a year since we reconnected. Crazy, right? I publicly launched what I've been quietly creating behind the scenes. Huge parentheses, huge relief and oh shit moment, LOL. Yep. And many more. I can't wait to share with you whenever we have time together. You have a more profound impact in my life than you know, John Contando. Thank you. And I think like most men would get that and be like, what is this chick talking about? Like, I haven't seen her in 3 months, you know, but like I know that he gets that.
Yeah. It's a deep inner knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things at which you'll love. Like, that was actually one of the things that we connected over. So not only do we have neurosurgery in common, but when we went to breakfast that morning when we first reconnected, hi boy!
The Bubbas.
Mommy's talking to!
Hi Bubbas.
Mommy's talking to! Mommy's talking to! Mommy's talking to! I don't even know, are you like your uncle, your brother?
Orion now.
like if you were like all of my girlfriends are their auntie.
I think I was their brother because I said it's my boys, and I
Yeah.
call them the Bubbas, Mr. Lion and Cat Meow. Yeah.
Hi, boys. Oh goodness.
I'm sure they're doing. I'm sure they're doing wonderful.
Yeah, they like having a yard. Hi,
I
baby.
bet.
Hi. I know. And then mommy's gonna move him back into a high rise. I sometimes think about that after being back in a house. And,
Yeah.
You know, after being in a high rise for so long, because I was in a high rise in Connecticut too, like before I was in New York.
Right.
So, and when I think about that, sometimes like having to get on the elevator and the whole process of taking them out versus just being able to open the back door, I'm like, do I really want to live in a high rise?
Yeah. Exactly.
But I do because I want the view.
Of course.
You're
You're the one that planted the seed for me. It's for my penthouse in San Diego. So can't.
That's the
Yeah.
The one thing that I miss the most about New York is like being in my glass box, and so
Right.
I have my next glass box picked out
Mm.
in West Palm.
Nice.
And 2 bedroom. So I'll have a guest room, so you can come visit me.
I'll visit. I'll have 3 bedrooms, so you can come visit me in San Diego.
Well, I'm gonna. I mean, that's like my transition place. So like that's gonna be where, you know, the empire gains a lot of traction and momentum, and then from there I will buy like my penthouse. I have several places and like options in mind for that.
Right.
But I need an in between place. I can get back to living in my penthouse style glass box until I really have my penthouse. And I still fully plan on like having the penthouse down here and the penthouse in New York, which has always been my plan all along.
Yeah. Well.
Originally I just kind of expected New York to be more of my primary and here more of my secondary, and I think
Right.
you know, it's perhaps going to be the reverse of that.
Mm.
You know, but what's also really fun too is when you really do step into that fusion of embodiment, right?
Yeah.
The knowing and the feeling
Mhm.
and in the movement of the actions
Yep.
accordingly with that.
Yep.
There really is just no attachment whatsoever, right? Because there's such it's not something that you're creating. It's just like it's there. Like you really fully have stepped into like no, it's already there.
Yeah. You're just revealing it to the world. You're just bringing it to revelation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like you're unveiling, you know, these stages of it. So I know that, you know, what that looks like for me is, you know, like starting with my like 2 bedroom mini penthouse, like glass box, and then, you know, then I want to be able to buy something because the building that I'm going to be living in, they have some penthouses that you can rent. It's like $15K a month, which is like would be a non-issue.
Right.
But I'm like, I don't want to pay $15,000 a month for something that I don't own. Right?
Exactly.
That I'm not investing in that way. I'm like, that just doesn't make sense. I mean, I'm already going to be paying $6,000 a month. It doesn't make. I'm like, you know, that's basically another $10,000
Yeah.
a month that I can put into my infinite banking, and then leverage towards. You know, towards like the down payment on the actual penthouse. So, because I'm like, no, Jessica, you're not doing that.
Yeah.
You know too much from a financial perspective now. Like we're not going backwards.
No.
Boys, let's come outside. Let's come outside, my angel.
See, if it wasn't for you and my time in New York and Vegas and meeting all those people in Vegas, my vision wouldn't have expanded right away. I'd have to go through a bunch of other things just to get the vision expanded. But because my vision expanded much faster when I was there, because I got to see how things can be, and then I went to San Diego, then I went to Beverly Hills, and I saw how people actually lived there, and went to Laguna Beach and Laguna Niguel and travel around there, and Palm Springs and travel around there, and other places in California. You know, my vision expanded much faster, and I can't obviously go back either. Like I can't unsee what I've seen, and I will not live that less than what I deserve life, because I deserve it all. We deserve it all because it's our birthright.
Absolutely.
I don't, the funny thing about society is, again, the definition of words like hard work. I don't give a shit about hard work. I came here to take action from alignment. But it's funny that people have associated hard work with hustle and struggle and suffering. So if they don't suffer or struggle, that means they're not working hard, and that means they're not successful, because that's what a lot of people associate words with. And the thing is, a lot of people have associated words with other words, and when shit doesn't, like for example, for me, I caught this one. If I don't do my exercises, I feel like I'm not successful for the day. But I am successful. The very fact that I'm alive, I'm successful, right? And so like, I always do my exercises, but I do it because I do things that make, like, there's joy. I love joy, and everything that I do is about joy. And I do things from a state of joy, not because it's something that's going to bring success. I'm already successful. So right now I'm in the process of dismantling word associations and redefining words that don't follow society's way, because let's just be real. I'm living the delusional life. I'm living the magical life. I'm not living no realistic bullshit life that, you gotta be realistic. Get the fuck out of here with that. I'm not here for that shit. You want to live realistically, you'll have realistic expectations. What you expect is what you're going to ultimately get. What you get is going to become normalized, and what becomes normalized gets crystallized, and that becomes your reality. Fuck that noise. So my reality is magical. What I expect is what I get. So like, on my live stream, I call out shit. And I know they say you shouldn't tell anybody because they're going to probably derail you and shit and whatnot. But if you know you're the fucking creator, because you are God in human form, then you don't entertain a lot of bullshit that other third dimensional beings are attempting to tell you that you can't do that. You just don't entertain it, because it's just not for them. It is for them. They just don't believe that it is for them. So that's why when on the live stream, I empower people for them to know that they can have everything, because they are everything, because they've been everything. They are everything they ever desire to be, but they have to truly know that. But they first have to go through, obviously, all the layers like we talked about, because there's a bunch of shit that they have to undo.
Absolutely.
Right? There's a bunch of phases.
And you were so right. You said, like the faith and the belief, it's quote unquote not enough, right? It's like, it really is like the knowing, and the knowing is similar to, again, it's that fusion of embodiment when you really, really step into like the knowing. It's just like, no, there really is no other alternative other than, I'm stepping forward into what I see for me.
Exactly.
Right? And it's been a really cool, visit for me too, of just really fully, it's like, no, I am her now. Like my screensaver, on my phone. Am I going to be able to see it? No, I'm not going to be able to see it because I'm on the, oh no, I can because I'm on the call. It's at the top, it says, Imperatrice 2025 and beyond, La Dolce Vita, because that's what I call my La Dolce Vita era.
I love it.
And one thing, and this is like an inside joke thing between John and I. It's like his nickname is Wick, and so like my
John Wick? John Wick?
Yes. My
Nice.
powerhouse alter ego is Mrs. fucking Wick.
It makes sense. Yep.
And so it's Imperatrice 2025 and beyond, La Dolce Vita, Mrs. fucking Wick, and it literally says, "Congratulations, Jessa, you are now receiving 100K plus per month, living your heaven and leading your multi-million-dollar iconic empire with ease and grace."
Nice. Love it.
It is done, you are her. It is done, you are her, and it's only the beginning. And so it is, it's mine, it is fucking done.
Yeah, it's good. And that's what I'm saying. See, the words that you're using, each word has an energetic force behind it. So you're using powerful words. That's why, because if you said, I believe this is mine, that's not enough energetic charge because every word has an energy behind it. It's like taking the ocean and attempting to put it in the bottle, and the bottle is the limit when the ocean is vast and infinite, right? So if we're using weak ass words like believe and faith's true definition is conviction. From the Latin term fides, it means conviction, and conviction is a powerful term, but most people's faith is faith in something outside of them. And faith has an opposite of doubt, or sorry, let me rephrase that. Faith is nothing more than trust in most people's terminology or definition, and doubt and trust go hand in hand. Whereas knowing, you fucking know. If you also look at the word know, like it has the word now in it.
Yeah.
Right? It just has, you just add the K and you have no. But like, here we are with that word, and it has so much power. So like, it is done, power. It is done, power. It's already yours now, power. Using powerful words. And I speak about words almost every day on the live stream, that you must pay attention to every fucking word that you say. Like, it is imperative to pay attention to everything that is flying out of your mouth, because every word can be a paradox. Every word is a contradiction, because in the fifth plane of existence, guess what? Words don't exist. They're not real. They're an illusion. Every word is an illusion. So while we're on the third, you may as well use powerful words like inevitable. Oh. Tap to return the call. Nope. Can you hear me?
What happened?
I don't know. There was a beep. Oh, yeah. So like, you may as well use powerful words like inevitable. It's done now. Unstoppable. Undeniable. Right? These are powerful words, but like, believe in faith. I'm gonna believe.
Where'd you learn some of those things, brother?
You mean remembered? Because it's me telling myself, because it was you, basically that's me, so it's me actually telling myself. So thank you, other me, for telling me about things that I came to remember and not learn, or, because you remember, learning is, what is learning?
For helping you remember the things that you already knew.
Exactly, there you go. Because like, what is learning? Isn't it just becoming aware of something that someone else is sharing with you and helping you remember what you forgot?
Like, come on, you gotta get away from the road.
Right?
Away from the road.
That's the reason why, like, I don't use the word learning. I don't subscribe to learning and teaching and student and teacher. We're creators. We're revealers. And we help each other to remember what was forgotten. So like, for example, when someone is mirroring back to you, when someone's mirroring back to you how to play a piano, what are they doing? They're just showing you how to play the piano. They're not teaching you, they're mirroring back to you what you already know. Because you are them, and they know. So when they send it to you, you will then just know. But then what happens is our third dimensional thinking mind is like, but it's going to take me 10,000 hours to learn this thing. And when we put that in our head, it becomes a paradox, and then it takes 10,000 hours to learn a thing. But you can snap your finger and immediately learn something or remember it, right? This is why our mind, it's very tricky like this. And when you can catch it, when you can catch the shit that is saying, you immediately, because last year when I was going through a dark night, so that time when I took that break from technology where I just disappeared, there was a reel that I saw on Facebook. And this guy, he said that I can snap my finger and I could heal. And I called bullshit on that. I'm like, that's bullshit. That doesn't make sense. But looking back in hindsight now, I understood what he means now because I've raised in my consciousness and my awareness to understand what he actually meant. Because where I was last year, I wasn't thinking like this at all. I'm like, yes, I have to take years to heal. I have to take years to go through this healing journey. I'm sure you hear people say it's going to take me a long time to heal. Well, if they say it's going to take a long time to heal, then guess what it's going to be? It's going to take you a fucking long time to heal. That's how it works. What you tell yourself is what you ultimately are going to get. And what you get is what you expect. And what you expect will become normalized. And what becomes normalized becomes crystallized. And then it becomes your reality. This is the problem with people today, is that don't know the power of the word that they are saying. This is why I'm bringing awareness to the power of words and making sure they understand what they're saying, why they're saying, and how they say it, and reframe things. Because here's the other thing. There's the 6 P's to life. There's your perspective, which leads to your perception, which then leads to your projection, which then leads to your present moment, which then creates your paradigm, and then your paradigm will then lead to a paradox. That's the 6 P's to life. Right? And if you alter your perspective, everything else will immediately shift. Right? Because if you change your perspective, you change everything. There's a Wayne Dyer quote. When you change the way you look at things, the very thing you look at changes. When you change the way you look at life, life will look differently. When you change the way you view something, it will be viewed differently. Right? Different way of saying it, same thing. So change your perspective on like how you say things. Like if someone says, but it's going to take me 10,000 years to heal, then that's what you're going to get. 10,000 years for you to heal. You won't be here in 10,000 years, but it'll take you that long to heal. I'm never going to heal. Well, if you say that too, that's not going to happen. I'm never going to be rich. Well, then that's what you're going to get. It's going to take me 10 years to be rich.
Hold on for a second.
Yeah.
Alexa, stop. I had my AirPods in talking to you, and my AirPods died. I was like, oh, shoot, where did I leave my phone?
Gotcha. And like, if you like say it's going to take me 10 years to be rich, then it's going to take you 10 years. But 10 years is, when is 10 years going to happen? It's going to happen 10 years from now, or is it going to happen now? It's funny how we say it's going to happen 10 years from now, but 10 years is always going to happen in the now. Every moment is happening each now. Our mind just gets tripped up because we get thrown off with this thing called time. Right? And because of time, we see our third dimensional thinking mind likes to see things in a logical pattern. It likes to see things in the past and in the future, but it doesn't like to anchor in the now because it's like a foreign thing to be in the now. Because we're so fucking distracted with all the bullshit that's coming at us from all angles, right? That's why it is imperative to be in the now. And if you look at the image that I sent you, I don't know if you can, that photo that I sent you is a prime example of why it is probably the most profound drawing that has ever been created in human history. If you take a peek at it.
Let's see. Oh, I need some water. Turn that off.
You'll be blown away by it. It's pretty, it's ingenious. That's all it is. Every time you look at the time, it's the now. It's 5:02, it's now.
Yep.
If it was 5:01, but when you think of 5:01, it's happening now. Because that thought is happening.
It's now o'clock.
It's now o'clock. I'm literally gonna build a clock called the now clock. And when you look at it, it's just now clock. That's all it is. It's the now clock.
Now o'clock.
It's now o'clock.
Now o'clock.
Yep. So,
What was? Oh, I know what I was gonna say to you,
Yeah.
brother. Do you know I do those Caroline Gervin
oh yes,
workouts all the time now?
that's good. She moved to an app though. She has an app. She has an app now.
I still do her stuff on YouTube.
Her stuff on YouTube's perfect. You don't have to go on her app because like her stuff is just balls to the wall awesome. And she just hit 4 million subscribers, and I was super proud of her for that.
That's amazing.
Yeah, she.
Yeah, she's. I love her.
Yeah, she's the reason why like she built my routine basically, and she helped me to, like she anchored in my routine. So like Mondays are my upper body, Tuesdays are my lower body, Wednesdays are like upper body but different, Thursdays are my active rest days, so abs, Friday's full body, Saturday is like, she doesn't do Saturdays, and Sundays are cardio, so Saturdays I fill it in with my jump rope. So like she was the one that anchored in my routine.
Yeah, I rotate through like a few of her different programs. I have been for, I don't know, I think a couple years now.
That's good. I'm glad you enjoy her stuff, because I was with her since almost the beginning, not quite the beginning. I was one of her first 1,000 subscribers.
Oh
So,
wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so she started back at the beginning of like pandemic. I found her at probably September or October that year, and she started earlier in the year. So I was like her first 1,000 subscriber. I was like 830 or something like that at the time. So
that's so cool.
So seeing where she was back then, doing the stuff in her room, to then move to being where she is the reason why like I know what's possible, because she never gave up on her stuff, and you know, she always kept raising the bar, and a lot of the other YouTubers kind of follow her jam. Like she was the first YouTuber to add a timer, or sorry, not a timer, a percent bar at the bottom of your playouts. I call them playouts now, not workouts, because I like to have fun. She was the first YouTuber out there to put a percentage bar to see how far you are in the playout. Because I had seen all kinds of other YouTubers at the time, and they hadn't incorporated that. They only incorporated a timer. So she was the one that kind of brought that, and then she also color coordinated her time and her outfits. I'm like she made it very like aesthetically pleasing, but also very practical.
Yeah, I love them, and I love the music too.
Yeah, the music choices are awesome.
And so there's only a few of them that I like to do, because if you go back to some of her earlier programs, the music is not quite as good.
Right.
And that's part of the reason that I don't like to go back and do them. Plus, the ones that I do, the more recent ones, are kind of like the more advanced ones anyway.
Exactly.
So I oscillate between the, let's see, Epic Endgame, the Iron Series, and I think the other one is Epic Heat, maybe?
Yeah, Heat was like cardio, like it was strictly not strictly, but it was mainly more tempo based, like fast paced like stuff. Yeah, the one thing I like about her is that she showed the pain and the struggle that she was going through, like when she's doing her stuff. You see her like she kind of like She drops the weight. She kind of like shakes her hand. Like a lot of the other YouTubers, you don't see that from them, right? It means like she's really pushing herself. Like she's in the grind with us when she's doing it. She's not like, you know, edit here and edit there. Like you're not seeing her like, you know, jump cutting during her exercise. You see her throughout the entire thing with the struggle.
Yeah.
Right? That's why I enjoy her.
You see the like the realness.
The
Yeah,
realness.
there's some times where when she like stops to rest kind of in mid set, I'm like, oh, thank God.
Oh yeah.
And there's other times because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna rest with her, but then there's other times where I'm not paying attention to her. I'm just like in my reps, and I'll look up and I'll see like her resting, and I'm like, oh, I'm actually good.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens when when I upped my weights and I started, following her, and I'm like, come on, Caroline, you can do it. I see her resting, but I'm like, I'm okay, I'm good, I can keep going. So like, when I first started, I was kind of resting with her, and then similar to you, like there were moments where like, fuck, man, like there's a lot going on with this one, like the movements that she's doing, I'm like, shit, I have to like take an extra like pause. And then there are other times where I'm like, she has to pause and I'm able to keep going. So it's fascinating, and that's why I like her stuff. It's just practical.
Yeah, her stuff is great. Hi, boys.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm so excited. Mommy's home.
Well, sis, I'm going to jump off shortly because I'm gonna go eat. I've been outside and my feet are starting to feel a little cold because the wind started to pick up out of nowhere recently, and I'm like, I'm not digging the colder weather. I don't know. Like, San Diego can be cold in the morning, but like it's manageable cold. This is not. I mean, right now it's not like cold here, but like in the morning, like if you have to wear gloves, that's when it's cold, or like you have to wear like a jacket and like some sort of like thicker sweater. That's when you know it's cold. I forgot to mention, I went to San Diego for my birthday, and I was playing some games on the live stream. Like, let's see if we can find a pink car, one of those kind of games. And sure enough, I saw a couple pink cars, because I'm like, this is how the universe works. You declare, you don't ask, you declare with your conviction, because you're the creator. You declare, and it will be brought forth, no doubt, right? Have absolute trust and knowing that you will see a pink car. Because I wanted to show to the people on the live stream, because there was like at least 60 to 70 people at a time before YouTube kind of fucked over my shit. Because like there was an incident one night where somebody was spamming Drake songs, and there's no fault to her whatsoever, because I had no idea. But then my views went from like 10,000 views to like 20 views. So an AI bot caught like my channel being like spam, and they shadow banned the account. So I'm like, what the fuck? So anyways, when I was in San Diego, I was showing people like, when you call shit out, this is how it works. And you let go. You don't like, where's that pink car? I'm like, you're constantly like checking for the pink car. Did the pink car work? It's like planting a seed and digging it up immediately to see, hey, is the pink car coming? Because that's what we tend to do in our manifestations or our creations or our revelations, is that we plant seeds. We don't see, because we've been programmed to do see it to believe it, right? Not know it to see it. And we then dig up the seed and we're like, where is the thing? It's not here yet. So it's like letting go. So I said, I'm going to see a pink car. I let go of when I'm going to see the pink car and how I'm going to see the pink car and exactly where I'm going to see the pink car. And sure enough, the pink car showed up. Right? And it showed me how everything starts truly from within. Like the as within, as without, the Hermetic principle, as above, so below, as within, so without. There's actually a third line that no one talks about. It's called as the universe, so the soul. Good. That's a third line that has been hidden. As above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul, because you are the universe. And
As the universe, so the soul.
so the soul.
Wait, is it as the universe?
It could be as the universe. It can be as the universe, as the soul, or as the universe, so the soul. Like, you know, some people say as within, as without, as above, as below, right? Some people say it like that. As within, as without. I say it as within, so without. So you can either say as the universe, as the soul, or as the universe, so the soul. Whatever feels better. Choose whatever feels aligned. Either way works, or whatever other word you want to.
So it's as the universe, but it would be so, S-O.
Yeah.
The T-H-E, soul, S-O-U-L.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
The universe, so the soul.
Yeah, soul the soul. Yeah. So if you say as the soul, it'd probably be easier, just so it sounds.
As the universe, as the soul.
Yeah.
It is definitely easier to say that.
It is definitely easier to say that one for sure, 100%. But yeah, as above, as below, as within, as without, as the universe, as the soul. Yeah.
Have you ever read the book The Untethered Soul?
Michael Singer.
Something like that.
Yeah, I've read it. I read it back in like 2021. It was one of those first 100 books I read. Do I remember anything about it? Not quite.
Yeah, I remember. You know, it's a good one. You know, there's some good perspectives in there. I really enjoyed the holographic universe. Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. So when John and I went to breakfast, like that was one of the other things that we discovered we had in common was like our passion for like the subconscious mind and like all of the like energy and like metaphysical stuff. And you know, a lot of people that come from Western medicine don't subscribe to that stuff.
Exactly.
Right? You know, it's still considered very taboo.
Yeah.
And we started like geeking out over that. So we were like, have you read this book? Have you read this book? Because like, of course I read that book. I read that book years ago. That's one of my favorites. You know, blah blah. So we started like geeking out over that. So we share that connection too. So that's kind of just where, you know, there's certain things that it's different. You know, because we have known each other for so long, and then we have like these two like very profound things in common. Like it's rare for a man and a woman to share neurosurgery in common to begin with, right?
Right.
It's a very male dominant profession. So then you take that, and then most people in Western medicine don't believe in any of the, you know, energy or universal stuff or whatever. And so then to connect over that as well, it's like, okay, wait a fucking second.
Yeah.
I literally said to my best friend after he and I reconnected, I was like, so I met my future husband today, and it turns out I've known him for over 10 years.
Amazing.
You know, but you also know me, and that like I have no attachment to that.
Exactly.
I can see it, but it's like if it happens that way, it happens that way. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know, I mean,
you're good either way.
Maybe he's my person, maybe he's not.
Yeah.
You know, I've never really felt so clearly and so certainly that someone was
right.
the one. But I'm not, you know, it's like, listen.
You're just enjoying, you're enjoying the ride in the now with him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's just it. Like, I know that there is a plan for me in my life that is so much bigger and grander and greater than anything that I can see or perceive, right? So
Yep.
so why would I limit myself to, you know, whether it's him or a certain amount of success or a
Exactly.
certain whatever, you know? It's like why would I limit to myself, you know? Like I have a certain vision of a threshold,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and you know, and what I desire to see and what I expect to see.
I have no more threshold. I blasted that ceiling. It doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know.
There's like what I mean is like there's a minimum threshold.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, 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 yeah. Gotcha.
There's a minimum you know, that is like suitable and acceptable, but at the same time, like I am open to, you know, because I know there's so much more available than what I can see. So
I know. It's infinite.
so it's like let me make sure that, you know, that I am setting a bar for myself, you know, that where there's a certain minimal threshold, but
For sure.
you know, but staying open to, you know, allowing the universe to surprise and delight and exceed that.
Oh yeah, the universe will definitely surprise you indeed. I've been surprised many, many times. In fact, like again, going back to that clock for a moment, that was just like the now clock, huh? Interesting. That's probably the most profound drawing that's on the planet because of the fact that everything is based on time on our planet. I don't have enough time. Everything's about time. Time, 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 time. Imagine you remove that word time from your vocabulary. How would you operate?
Yeah, now.
Yeah, that's all there is, right? I've done an exercise on the live stream where imagine you came, I'm sure you've heard Dr. Joe Dispenza say this, no name, no image, no form. I'm sure you heard him say that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you come to Earth, you are in an adult body, you land with your spaceship or an airplane or whatever, you have no words. You can see, you can blink, but you don't know what those words mean. You don't even know about those words. How would you operate? You have no programming whatsoever. So how would you operate? You're infinite. That's like basically you're returning back to your zero state version, the baby version, because the baby version doesn't know about blinking and breathing. It just does it, right? These are inherent things that we just know. We know how to blink.
Well,
yeah.
And also as an infant, you don't know to like to fear the unknown or
exactly.
to fear uncertainty, right? Like it's just like, well, like it just like that's one of my favorite, you know, profound things where it's like, you know, it's like, no, as a child you don't fear these things.
Nope.
Because like you have no perception of anything else.
Nope.
Right?
Exactly.
It's like it is this.
Yeah.
Right?
And how do they operate? They operate from the now. Kids, you know, if an adult comes to them and say, what would you like to be when you grow up? That's not a great question to ask them, but what would you like to be when you grow up? That's when the kid will then think about something, depending on, you know, but they'll immediately say, I want to be an astronaut, or I'll be, because nothing's impossible for them, right? And because, again, based on their perception, anything is possible. Like, they feel like they have millions of dollars. They can bat out that immediately. They don't even hesitate. There's no hesitation with what they say. And with that exercise, like you come to Earth, you have no words, you have no memories, you have no experience, but you're an adult. How would you operate? You don't know how to. Your body can walk on its own, but you don't even know the word walk. How would you come out of your ship? What would you do? What would be the first thing you would even entertain? Right? It's a very profound exercise to just sit and like think about that. Because like, how would you operate? And that basically will show you like your reality was created by you based on your experiences that you've entertained, because we've all chose our parents, we chose everything about our life, and we chose our conditioning, we chose our programming, we chose our domestication, and we chose the ability to also make a choice to continue to buy into that bullshit. And then you can choose to make a new decision, and you can choose to make have a new perspective. If you haven't noticed, they both were CDPs there. Conditioning, domestication, and programming, or choice, decision, and perspective. All right, so like everything's based on a choice now. Now that you know, you can choose to recreate yourself anew in every present moment. And that's a bar, by the way. And that's one of my things I say now, that's a bar. You can recreate let me rephrase that. You can recreate yourself anew in every present moment as a new person, because your higher self is actually recreating itself in every zeptosecond. And what that means is practically almost instantaneous in the higher realms, because you're switching dimensions every billionth of a second. You can literally flip the switch and say, you know what? No, I'm not going to entertain this anymore. I am the queen of the universe. Or I am the almighty. And you just walk that path right now. And the universe will have no choice but to obey your command, because the universe is an impersonal, blind intelligence. It doesn't care about morality. I'm not saying not to be a moral person, but the universe is mechanical. It's not moral. It doesn't care about your friggin' brownie points and that you did something good in the world. Be a good person, but it doesn't give a shit about that. What it cares about is how you feel. It cares about what you feel and how you feel. So if you feel like shit, it'll give you more things to feel shitty about. If you feel happy, it'll give you more things to be happy about. Because the universe is just a reflection of what you feel on your inner world. And we've been programmed backwards on the planet. This is why I really want to destroy schools. Not like viciously, but like re-educate the school system. Because a lot of kids, I'm walking past schools every day, and I feel disheartened because I know what's happening to them right now. They're being programmed with bullshit.
Yep.
And that's not fair to them. And they're basically, they chose their journey, of course. They have their journey, and they're gonna have whatever journey they're supposed to have, but they're gonna undo. They're very lucky that in today's day and age, stuff like this is being talked about on YouTube. But when we were first starting out, this shit wasn't talked about on YouTube. It was hard to find this shit on YouTube. And you'd have to be lucky to find someone who was connected to this metaphysics or reality creation stuff. And was also considered, like you said, kind of like taboo.
Very.
Right? So like...
And it still is. I mean, and in most circles, right?
Right.
It still is, because most people are still 100% asleep and
Well, of
only
course.
operating on that three-dimensional plane.
Yep. Because they don't know anything else but the three-dimensional plane. Even saying that, they won't even know what you're talking about.
Right. Right.
Right? So it's like...
And it really is like... And it goes back to, like, you just don't know what you don't know. Like,
Yep.
No one knows what they don't know. And that's why I get so pissed off when you have these quote-unquote, like, spiritual people talking about, like, toxic masculinity and toxic femininity and all this bullshit. And I'm like,
Yep.
First of all, you're not helping the cause. Like, you're not helping matters by labeling it in that way.
Exactly.
Right? Like, yes, there are certain behaviors that are, less than desirable, but to coin it as something that is toxic, it's like, no, they're a product of their environment. They don't know any differently, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it's like, some people, it's like, okay, no, you know right from wrong. Well, depending on how they were raised and what their perceptions and their belief systems are, they have a very skewed version of what that is.
Exactly.
What that means to them. Right? And so they're making choices based on that very, like, limited scope of perception or understanding, or in your words, understanding, right? So
Yep.
they're making decisions based on a very limited amount of information.
Yep.
And so they truly, it's not to excuse the behavior, to
No.
say they don't know any differently or they don't know any better,
Right.
right? And even if they know better, that doesn't necessarily mean they have the tools to choose better in that moment.
Exactly.
So,
That
it's just,
that's the reason why knowledge isn't power either, because knowing doesn't mean you're necessarily going to do better. Because like you can know, but you still choose to either not do better, or you, like you said, you don't have the tools to do better. And the thing is, like, you know, a lot of people, I've run across all kinds of cultures on the live stream, and I mean the entire spectrum, from people from Australia, from Southeast Asia, to Africa, to Europe, to South America, to North America. I've run across all types of cultures from all vast places, and you can see the difference on like where they grew up. Like when I would talk about you are the creator, you know how many people said, "How dare you say I'm the creator? God is outside of me." I'm like, okay, I respect your belief that you think that there's some dude in the sky that's having a book in his hand and marking down everything that you're saying and that you're going to go to hell. That doesn't exist. But, if that's what you choose to entertain, then that's what you get. But you are the one that's the creator. But I don't enforce that onto them. But I also help them to remind themselves that, like, you all have the tools to change your reality. You have the tools within yourself to do better. But you will only be aware when you're meant to be aware of it. It won't come any sooner. It'll come exactly when you're supposed to.
right. Well, and I really like your understanding terminology, because, like, when it comes to
It's
because
not,
it really
well,
isn't.
it's not mine. It's all of ours.
Well, but you're who I learned it from.
Yeah,
So,
you're remembered.
So, because one of the most challenging things to remember and to understand,
Yeah.
and to actually fully embody, is that you are God, right? That you are that frequency in human form. Like, you
Yes,
are
you
God
are.
in motion and human expression. It's a really, because of all of the programming and all of the conditioning, it takes a long time for your body and your mind to calibrate to that truth.
That's a great way of putting it. Yes, calibrate.
Because it is so foreign, and it is so far removed from what the majority of the planet is taught from birth, from your inception on this planet.
Yep.
You're taught everything to the contrary of that. Everything is to the contrary of that, right?
It's backwards.
In fact, you're actually taught and programmed how different and separate you are from everything and everyone, right?
Yep.
So you're not only are you taught that you're different and separate from God, but different and separate from everyone and everything.
Yep.
Right? And in most texts, in most literature, the only understanding is that God is an entity outside of yourself, and that you must pray upon Him. Right?
Exactly.
Rather than understanding that it is an entity, right? It's not a him or a her.
It's not.
That it's like the creator is. Like, that is an entity. And it's not a him or a her, and but people don't know. They only know what they've either been what they've been exposed to, what they've experienced.
Exactly.
In some way, shape, or form. And if they've never been experienced to that concept, it is so foreign. And like I said, because everything is so contradictory of that, it also takes a long time. Even when you can mentally understand the concept of like we are all one, and I
Yep.
am one with God, and you know, God is like, you know, within me and all around me, and that is happening simultaneously.
Yep.
Even when you can conceptually, like your conscious thinking brain can even start to wrap its thoughts around that, right? To like be like, okay, like that, the possibility of that being real or true.
Right.
Even once you can conceptually understand it, for your cells to actually be able to calibrate to that so that you can actually live that and be that understanding.
Yep.
Right?
It's a phase.
It takes a long time for your body to really calibrate to that truth. Because like I said, everything in the world, almost everything is the absolute opposite of that.
Yeah. You see, there could be a challenge to what you said too, because like, you know, you just mentioned it could take you a long time, but it could also be instant, because that's also a contradiction too. Because everything on the planet is a contradiction.
It could be.
Yeah.
Right. It could be.
It just depends on the person and on what level they're at to experience the awareness of the word and the feelings and the thoughts. Because remember the formula that you brought forth, right? T plus B plus F plus W plus A equals you know what, right? Right? Because like it comes down to being aware of all of these things. And then telling yourself, okay, can I embody the creator now? Do I know that I'm the creator now? Can I snap my finger and say I'm the creator now? The thing is, because of our third dimensional mind that has been programmed with time, that it's going to take, I'm this person because we created an identity, right? And that identity is not who you are. You are actually the I am, or I call it the we are, because the we are is so much more powerful than the I am. The I am still has this spiritual pretentiousness around it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because like, yes, as an individualized expression, you are part of God and you call yourself I am. But when you encompass everything, you say the we are, because we are doesn't just mean you, it means everyone. Like we are one, we are the creator. And so can you wrap your head around the we are aspect, right? Because again, like you said, we were taught, or we were conditioned to say that that person over there is separate from me, that thing is separate from me, God is some dude in the sky, there's a hell that if you swear you're gonna go to hell. Like there's some dude that has like a pitchfork and he's waiting to spike your ass when you get down to hell, and you're gonna be burning and incinerating for the rest of your days. Like that's the dumbest thing ever. And what I was gonna say was, you know, in the Bible, right? This is coming from a non, religious thing. You know, there's a Psalms 46:10. It's be still and know that I am God. Do you know how many people don't understand that passage? Because they think it's literally be still and know that I, like God, is speaking to them, that I am God and you must shut your mouth. But no, it's actually be still and know that you are God. See, the Bible was created for those who can see beyond just the words. So if you can see and read beyond the words and read between the lines, you will master yourself. Like the whole seek ye the kingdom and all shall be added upon you is actually now seek ye the kingdom within and all shall be added onto you. What does that kingdom mean? That means inside of you, not some kingdom out waiting for you in heaven. Like you should let go of material things and you should just be all spiritual and all this other bullshit. No, you came here to experience the physical world. That's why you chose to incarnate. So you're meant to have everything. You're meant to have it all. There's a balance though, of course. Too much of one thing is not good. Too much of another thing is not good. You have to have the balance. And so you know, when people are reading things, it comes down to, like you said, and I said, it comes down to your experience, it comes down to your memories, it comes down to your conditioning, what you've been exposed to, the environment, and how you perceive things. And like, when someone's speaking on stage and there's like 10,000 people listening to someone speaking on stage, every person is going to hear something different. Right? For example, if you and me were sitting together outside where I'm sitting right now, we can look at a tree and you'll see something different than I would see. We're going to see the exact same tree, but you're going to see something different that I'm not going to see. And I'm going to see something different that you're not going to see until we make each other aware of it. And then help each other to understand why we're saying it the way we're saying it and experiencing it the way we're experiencing it. This is why language is very tricky. This is why we must master our words and master and it's not just English. This happens in all languages. In fact,
Well, and this is such an important like piece of where, I mean, first of all, most people are poor communicators to begin with.
Right.
Where even if you are an effective communicator, where there can be breakdowns in communication because you think that someone understands the words in the way that you said them.
Nope.
Right?
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily true, right?
Not at all.
I mean, there's been so many times where because again, you think that their definition of the word is the same as your definition of the word, or their understanding of the word is the same as your understanding of the word.
Exactly.
And that's not true at all.
No, it's not.
So not even like in the slightest. So
yeah.
when people are saying things, it's like, well,
yeah.
And there's so many misunderstandings because again, you thought that somebody heard and understood what you said in the way that you meant it, but that's not necessarily true.
Exactly. I've run into this problem countless of times on the live stream because, like, for example, on the live stream, I'm speaking and they're texting. So, texting is the worst form of communication. So I have to then take what I'm seeing and then attempt to interpret, is that what they're meaning? Or is it meaning something else? And then they're saying, no, that's not right. And I'm like, okay, then explain to me so that I understand. And then of course, like there's this chaos going. And that's the other thing about words. When people are sending, and this is why texting is the worst form of communication, and not sending like a fucking like 10 paragraph essay, right? When you can just jump on a call and explain things. Because not everybody is going to perceive the words the way you're going to type it or text it or write it. Because it comes down to their experience, their memories, their perceptions, their awareness, and what they feel about the word and their understanding of the word, right? And that's why, like, 90% of the problems on the planet is based on miscommunication, misinterpretations.
Absolutely.
If we had, go ahead.
And it's because there's like the most simple ignorance is the lack of awareness or even possibility of the fact that somebody didn't understand what you said in the way that you meant what you said, right? Like,
exactly.
It's just like that they received it completely different. That's what people understand. It's almost like the telephone game.
Yeah.
Right? You're supposedly passing down the same thing, and then you get to the end, and it's something completely different.
Oh yeah.
And but that is happening all the time, even from one person, even in one-to-one communication.
Absolutely.
Right? You don't know what's on the other end of that telephone chain.
Yeah.
Right? Unless you're having an actual conversation and people are actively communicating back, there's some back and forth, right?
Yeah.
Because if you really meet like a lot of resistance, like if somebody says something and you have a lot of resistance, it's like, well, maybe, to stop and be able to have the awareness to say, well, maybe I don't understand.
Yeah.
Right? Or maybe like they're saying potent, and that to me, and like in some people's world, reality, like potent is a bad thing.
Yeah.
you know, or again, the meaning that they have given to that word means something very different than the
Absolutely.
person who's using and expressing it. So it's like you think that you understand what the person is saying and that the other person understands you, when a lot of times that's not the case at all. Not
No.
even close.
This is why, like, you know, when I finished the speaking course back 2023, yeah, 2023. When I finished the speaking course after I left New York and with Christoph and I went through all that stuff, I'm like, it's great to be a great speaker, but like there's something still fundamentally missing here. And nobody talks about this. I don't see anybody in the world talking about
being a great communicator instead of a great speaker.
exactly. Like, being a great communicator is being aware that everybody has different awareness to different words. And if you know that right off the bat, that sets you leaps and bounds beyond most people. That puts you on, it's like you're not, this is how I see it. It's like you're operating beyond the maze or above the maze instead of inside the maze. Right? That's what I call multidimensional thinking or multidimensional knowing. So most people, they're attempting to solve the problem while they're inside the maze. All they have to do is raise their perspective above the maze and they can see the exit. They're attempting to find the exit while they're in the maze when you can just lift yourself from that. But the thing is, it comes down to awareness. How will they get to that awareness, right? Because most people don't take the time to slow the fuck down and be in the now, to like take a moment to take a moment to like, wait a minute. I'm looking at it from a different, I'm looking at it from inside the maze. Maybe I should change my perspective and I will see above the maze and I can see the exit. I can see the solution. That's why a lot of people focus on their problems. And when you place your attention on the thing or the words you say, that's what is being brought forth. And most people are fucking not aware of the words that they are speaking. And it really, it pisses me off so much that when I see people speaking, they just completely keep saying, like, you were the one that kind of started me on this trend of words, like, you know, the word trying and like I've altered like the words want to need for desire and require. I don't use need, I use require. Require and desire are my want and need. But the thing is, just because that's my definition, their definition might mean something different, their want and need, right? So like, I also have to be mindful that everybody has different levels of communication and I have to also meet them where they're at. And that's the other nuance to this complicated mess of a language. It's another paradigm to this problem because we have to also match people where they're at. Because if you use big ass words, people will be like, what the fuck is this person saying? Like, most people don't even know what obfuscate means. That word basically means we overcomplicate things when it doesn't have to be overcomplicated. That's what that means. That word has become one of the most powerful words in my vocabulary. Obfuscating. Am I obfuscating right now or am I keeping it simple? I'm obfuscating. Okay, I got to keep it simple. Okay, cool. Right? Got to keep this shit simple. But because our mind has been programmed to see things complicated, that it has to be this world-changing, sophisticated, extraordinary solution, when it really is, you just got to be in the now and just breathe and relax and be in joy and just stay calm. These are the simplest things that are the most profound. And I think it was Leonardo da Vinci that says, sophistication is the greatest form of simplicity. Or simplicity is the greatest form of sophistication. I forget which way it goes, but it goes one of those ways. And
I'm guessing simplicity is the greatest
yeah.
form
of of sophistication. Yeah, it should be that way. Yeah. And so
I like that one. I haven't heard of that.
Yeah.
Who said that one?
It should be Leonardo da Vinci that said that. Yeah.
I love that. You know, there's because I've been obviously like envisioning and stepping into that near future now. So I've started looking at furniture, because my bedroom set from my bedroom in New York is what I will use in the guest room.
Yeah.
So I've been looking at, picking out like patio furniture and like bedroom furniture for the master bedroom, and debating on whether or not I'm like, do I get a new couch? Do I not get a new couch? Do I get a new dining room table? Do I not get a new dining room table? And just playing around with some of those things. But I've been, I have some catalogs from Restoration Hardware, and they have some cool Da Vinci references in their ethos, which is really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so simplicity is the greatest form of sophistication. So,
I love that.
Yeah. Basically keeping it simple. We have become a society of being distracted. Most people cannot focus more than 5 seconds. That's why, all those TikToks and Instagram stuff, like you're swiping up, they have to do all these jump cuts and edits and all these clickbaity titles and all this other bullshit just to capture your attention, because your attention is the currency of God. Your attention is the currency of God, because it is your attention that you're paying. People think things are free. No, you're actually paying with your attention. Everything's paid with your attention. And your attention is also alignment. That's a very powerful statement right there. Attention is alignment. Because where you place your attention, that's where your alignment's going to be, ultimately. Because over time, if you continue to pay attention to like men are hating women, women are hating men, well, guess what? Your attention is now being aligned to that. Or if you're like fear-mongering, or like God doesn't love me, or I'm a piece of shit, or like I'm never going to be successful, or it's hard to be an entrepreneur, well, you're placing your attention to that, and that's what you're getting aligned to.
Yeah.
Right? So like,
and the alignment, and another way to say it would be like you're attuning to that frequency. Right?
Exactly.
Which is, that the frequency of lack, or frequency of inadequacy, which are not powerful frequencies. Hi, little Saturn. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Bubba.
Just on a call.
Hi. We'll give Mommy kiss attack. Well, thank you. Well, thank you.
Wow, we almost spoke for 3 hours. It's good. Good catch up.
Well, it's been a while. I can't believe it's been that long, brother. But I know that you were taking some time for yourself and your journey, and I really have like kind of retreated this past year and a half.
Yeah.
From everybody and from everything.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It
was necessary.
Yeah, it really was. I just, it also kind of throws you when you have this version or this vision of, how things play out in your life with someone. Like, like A was just someone that I always, in my mind, like always saw growing old. And that's not to say that, we were ever going to be together in some romantic capacity. It was
right.
I just had this, he and I were both like only children, and, cared for each other. And I knew as we got up in age that we were
speaking to Jessa
at some point possibly going to be all each other had. You know what I mean?
Right.
And in a lot of ways. And he was very, very, he had very few people that he let in that were close to him.
Right.
Especially like outside of his family, which is a very small family. So I had just always in my brain, like no matter, who I was married to or where I was in the world, like, when he got older, if he needed something, right, like I would always be there and things like that. So just in my brain, he was just someone that I always just saw growing old.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
knew he was going to be in my life. We were both going to be old,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And it's just a lot of like weird synchronicities. Like A and I were working together the day that on a weekend, the day that I got the call that Ahmed had passed.
Right.
And so, he saw me all to hell in a freaking handbasket. And Jupiter, you are being out of control right now. So it's just been this very interesting circle. And then for John and I to like reconnect at his service.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, brother, like when when John actually like asked me out and, like we were making plans together, I was like, okay, like I think he's interested.
Right.
And I still didn't know until we got to breakfast. Like I was still feeling things out. I'm like, maybe we're just like old friends, old colleagues catching up. I still wasn't sure until like we get to breakfast, and within like the first 10-15 minutes, one of the first questions out of his mouth was like, so do you have a boyfriend in New York? And I was like,
the man knows what he wants, and I like that.
And I was like, no, I do not, right? So like that was like one of those things where I was like,
okay, crazy
that's
cat.
obviously not a question he would ask nor care the answer to if he wasn't interested, right? Especially so early on. So
For
anyways,
sure.
but when we had like made the plans to meet for breakfast, I remember like the night before, I'm sitting there and I just looked up at the sky and I'm like, really, you two? Fucking really?
Yep. Yep.
It's just sort of like I've had these extraordinary men who have like been there for me and in my life, and they just like passed the torch.
Yeah. They were just passing the torch to John, and we'll see. And all you got to do is just be in the now and enjoy the ride. That's all you got to do.
It was just such a comical thing where I'm like, seriously, really, you two?
Yeah.
Really? And I'm just like, okay, it was just comical because I was like, the two of you are up there fucking conspiring, actually in my favor, which I'm really happy about.
Well, not only were they conspiring, it was already planned out. Because like, again, infinite games. So like they were part of your games that you're playing, and you were a part of their games that they're playing. I know that's sometimes a little hard to hear, but that's really what it is, because we all are just playing a game. If this is a holographic projection, this is like 99.999 to the power of some high number of pure empty space, and then it's like 0.00001 to like some weird ass number of matter, right? So like this is just all of our higher minds just projecting into our. Here's the thing. I came to realize this too. Even though we're all one, in my universe, none of you exist. It's only me. But I projected all of you, and I created all of you. And in your universe, you created a version of me. And in my universe, I created a version of you. But in your universe, it's only actually you. And like in John's universe, it's only him. And you actually are not there. But he created you, and so you're there. And it's so weird, and our third dimensional thinking mind can't comprehend that. But this is how it works. But it's all one thing, right? It's both real and not real at the same time. But then that sounds very contradictory. And I was talking about this on the live stream yesterday. I was like, everything's a contradiction. But how can you say it's real, but then say it's not real? Because that's what it is. But that doesn't make sense. I know, because the third dimensional thinking mind wants to make things to make sense. But we're here to not make sense of things, because that's not how this works. it's just, you just have to go with it. But the third dimensional thinking mind wants to make sense of everything because it wants to follow a logical sequence of patterns, and like it sees things as continuity, like a film frame. Like it's like everything's like a film, but really in every present moment, it's actually just you, and it's only you experiencing yourself with other versions of you who are acting out in their own weird ways, right? And it's fascinating because in their world, you exist, but you don't exist. In your world, they exist. Like I exist in your world, but I don't exist. I know it's kind of weird, but that's how it works, because that's how the universe has created it. And to attempt to understand what a third dimensional thinking mind, you'll have your brain circuit is going to blow. You're going to fry yourself. So it's just allowing yourself to hold those dichotomies as both is true. It's like living in this world but not of this world. So it's like operating in the third but living in the fifth. Right? Because I'm physically in the earth, I'm physically here, but I'm operating from the fifth, as if time doesn't exist. Everything's happening right now. Like all things are done. But of course, our eyes and our senses play games and deceives us like, but I'm not in San Diego yet. Right? It'll do that bullshit. Right? Or if for you, it'll be like, your thing is not fully birthed yet, but it is done. Your stuff is done. Your I'm going to say multi-billion dollar company is done. It's finished. It's done. But your mind's going to be like, but it's not done. But it is. And it's both things at the same time, simultaneously.
Yeah.
Right? And so like, it's, you know, there was a quote that I saw recently on Facebook, and it said something like this. It said, I missed the way I looked at the world before I became aware of everything. It's so true.
I've thought about it so many different times. Like I actually need to get out and start walking in the evenings again. Like there for a bit, I got in the habit of like every evening I would put the boys in the stroller and go out and like go for a walk, and I would just, you know, listen to an audio book. I was actually listening to like Gene Keys most of the time, and then I had like listened to like, I mean, the synchronicities are so cool. Like there's a lot of synchronicities that always show up with John. So
yeah.
I had started revisiting the Gene Keys I think it was in June. It was like before or somewhat shortly before his birthday.
Right.
And yeah, probably like 2 or 3 weeks beforehand. And I was really diving back in, and so I was bouncing back and forth between like the Audible book on my phone and having Audible pulled up on my laptop and like jumping into like the course to listen to like different things that were in the course.
Right.
So I was like bouncing around through all of these things, and I opened Audible on my laptop, and it popped up and it suggested a book, and the title caught my name, and the name of it is escaping me right this second, and but it caught my attention, and I was like, huh. So it made me curious enough that I tapped on it. So I was like, well, this might be, you know, something I would want to download to, you know, listen to at some point.
Right.
So I tap on it, and I'm like reading a little bit more about the book, and I was like, yeah, this seems, you know, pretty intriguing. Like it would be a good listen. And I'm looking at the guy's name, the author's name, and I was like, that name is so familiar. And I was like, I've heard that name before, but I don't know where. And then I remembered, like really early on, when John and I first reconnected, he had sent me a couple of like YouTube videos of this guy, and he's like, "Have you heard of him?" And I was like, "No." Now the guy's teachings were very familiar to me and made a hell of a lot of sense. Like the guy was great, and his name is escaping me right now too. But I'm just like, wait a minute. I was like, is that the guy that John told me about? And I was like, no. I'm like, couldn't be the same guy. So I go back through our text messages and pull up the video that John sent me, and sure enough,
Same dude.
this same dude.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit. So I was like, okay, well, I'm definitely gonna download this book. And then I was just like intuitively guided to like send John like the Gene Keys book
Right.
for his birthday. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't this conscious thing of like, oh, I should get him a gift, I should send him something. No, it was none of that bullshit. It was just like this, download of like send that to him kind of thing. And I was like, oh, all right. I'll send I'll send it to him.
I'm actually looking at the list of your books because I have your Audible on my tablet.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you know what was so funny? There was this book that showed up on my Audible, and I was like, what? It was like this military book, and I was like, what?
Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
I was like, I was like, what the fuck is this book?
Yes.
And I thought, I didn't know where it came from. And like, I know that I share my Audible account, but I was just like, what is this fucking book? Like, where did this come from?
Yeah.
And I was on the phone with Amber one day, and I said that to her, and she started cracking up laughing, and she was like, oh, I downloaded that one. I forgot
Nice.
to tell you. And I was like, and I said, it's gone now because I couldn't figure it out. And I was like, I don't know what this garbage is, but I would have never like purchased this, nor would I ever listen to this garbage. Right.
Right.
And so I reached out to Audible, and I was like just got a refund, because you can do that periodically.
Yeah.
On Audible. Like if you get a book and you just completely dislike it. And there had been like once before I downloaded something and I was like, oh my God, this is awful.
Yeah.
And I returned it. So I didn't know what that book was, and I returned it, but it was so funny because she had downloaded it and I had no clue. Greg Braden, maybe?
Yep. Mr. Greg Braden. The Divine Matrix.
Yes. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah.
Fun.
He's
It was a good listen.
He's someone I listen to periodically. I don't really listen to many because a lot of them are, I'm not putting myself on a pedestal, but in my inner world, I'm El Supremo, El Capitan, number one. I know it all. But there's a lot of people in the world I just can't listen to anymore because they're not at the same level where I'm at now. Because I've raised the consciousness so far that like, what else is like, there comes a certain soul that has to really make me like, oh, I was not aware of that. Thank you so much for helping me remember what I've forgotten. Like, I don't really say that much. So there's a YouTuber, he has a book that just came out. It's called Outsmarting Reality. His name is Narrow Knowledge. But when you look at him, he doesn't have the spiritual archetype. He will use the N-word a lot because he uses it, but the way he explains stuff, like, it's about reality creation. He's all about reality creation. So I listen to him every so often. But the thing is, like, anytime I listen to anybody, I'm like, I already know what they're saying. Like, they're not mirroring back to me what I don't already know. That's why I'm like, all right, universe. The thing is, when you tapped into the creator, it's great. I was using the Gene Key last year, but I let go of the Gene Keys for myself personally because it's just a tool. And now I no longer require the tool, because ultimately what Richard Rudd will say is the Gene Keys are meant for you to use until you no longer require the Gene Keys, for them to implode inside of you. right? So I've let that implode inside of me. I don't require it anymore. Because like when you embody the creator, when you are the creator and you know that everything is the creator and that you're no different from the chair that you're sitting on, you know that the trees and the grass and the birds and the ants and the bugs, I make sure I don't hurt any bugs because like, you know, they're life form too. Imagine I was that bug and I stepped on it. How would I feel? Imagine a human steps on me. How would I feel? I'd feel, well, I'd be dead, but you know, but knowing that this is all one thing, so it's.
You know what's so freaking hilarious about that? It's been like absolutely torturous for me being back in Florida because I don't
The
like
mosquitoes.
anything either.
Yeah.
I will instinctively kill a mosquito if it lands on me.
Yeah, I know.
Like, you know, it just instinctively happens. But there was a spider living in my mom's like kitchen sink, and I named him Fred.
Nice.
And I kept like telling Fred, and my mom's sink has like 3 different bays. So like Fred was in one bay and I was using the other 2 bays, and I'm like, Fred, look, like you got to get the fuck out of here, bro. You know,
Yeah.
like I don't want to squash you. Like I really want you to depart on your own free will.
Yeah.
And so like I kept commanding that he leave, you know, like
Yeah.
on his own accord, like get out, find like
GTFO.
in the back of the closet.
Yeah.
You can't live in the sink, dude. And so he wouldn't move out. Like every time I would think that he was gone, I would then like he would just be on the side of the sink, and because I couldn't see him, and I'm like, damn it, Fred. So finally I freaking like muster up the courage to like put a cup over Fred and then slip something underneath of him, and I took him outside and released him in the back field.
And that's kind of what I do.
and then there was and then there's those fucking like big nasty palmetto bugs, which are basically like giant fucking roaches in Florida. And every now and again, you know, like they're like water bugs kind of thing. And every now and again, like they come in the house, and some of those motherfuckers fly. And so
Yeah.
there was one of those in the house like one night, and I'm like, goddamn motherfucker. So I literally like take a piece of paper and like open one of the patio doors and like get this bug to fucking scurry out onto the back porch so that I don't have to fucking squish him.
Yeah.
Because like, and I will tell you, I mean, because back in the day when I used to live here, like squashing those things is the most disgusting fucking thing.
Yeah, I bet.
Ever. And I do my best not to, like, literally and I've always been that way. I've always kind of had an awareness. I never really liked to kill anything, even insects.
Yeah.
You know, like when I used to live down here before, I would always have like baby lizards that came in my foyer, and I would always like catch them and put them back outside.
Right.
But to like catch a fucking spider and put it outside, and to like a fucking one of those nasty ass roach things, I'm like, Jessa, that's some next level grace right there.
Yep. That's what I'm basically saving flies when they come into the house, because you know everyone else is about to. Yeah.
A fly is another one I can't do because I like that sound that they make. It makes me want to fucking kill myself. I'm like, get the fuck away from me.
Yeah.
Like I can't, that
So
sound, that frequency, I can't do it. So I have killed a fly.
yeah, so for me, like in this household, they will use all means to destroy something. So I make sure that once it's in this room here, that I open up the screen door and then trap it in the screen door, and then go around, come outside, open up the screen door from the other side, and release them. Because I have to do it that way, because if I don't do it that way, or use some means to like, touch them to like, come on, let's go, out, get out. I've saved like at least 80 flies this summer, 80 flies flying into the house. And like, And like I saved a mosquito, like one of them bigger ones, those giant ass mosquitoes that have like those long ass like needle nose. I had to like take one of those, put it in a cup, do the same thing what you did with the paper, and then like go out. It was like nighttime, and then just release it. I'm like, and making sure it doesn't.
Those like
Yeah.
the giant ones, I think those are actually like they're not actually mosquitoes. I think they're like mosquito hawks or something like that.
Mm.
And if I'm not mistaken, and I very much could be mistaken, but I think they might eat mosquitoes. Like they're not those really big ones that look like mosquitoes. They're not actually mosquitoes. Like I said, I want to say they're called a mosquito hawk.
I'd have to look that up. Yeah.
And possibly they eat mosquitoes, or if not mosquitoes, they eat some other kind of insects. And usually with spiders, that's why like I don't mind spiders as much.
Yeah.
Like a spider, most of the time I'm not gonna pay a spider in the house any mind. But Fred was fucking big.
Yeah.
And Fred would not move out of the damn sink. And I'm like, Fred, you seriously, dude, like you gotta go.
Yeah.
But if it's just like but spiders eat other bugs.
Yeah, they do.
So spiders I don't actually mind so much, especially if they're smaller. But like some of those big scary spiders, it's like, okay, listen, like I'm fine. Just go outside. Like I just don't want to live. I don't want to cohabitate with you. Okay, like I just need you to go outside. So that's one of the things I've laughed about, where I'm like, that's one of the things I hate about being back in Florida is because the heat, the bugs,
Yeah.
freaking bugs. And so that's a part of me. I'm like, well, actually, in that regard, I look forward to living in a high rise, because when you're in a high rise, like those things are not coming all the way up to like the 20th floor.
Exactly. Exactly.
They're just not. So, part of me is like, yeah, I definitely belong back in a high rise, because I am not down with all these fucking bugs on the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially down here in the freaking tropical weather.
Yeah. Well, sis, I'm gonna jump off because I'm gonna go eat, and it's getting dark outside. Which kind of sucks that it gets dark so quick here now. It's annoying.
Oh, I know.
Fucking annoying. Fucking annoying.
I know it's up there. It's even earlier than it is down here.
Yeah. So annoying. So annoying.
It is.
But
it really is.
Yeah.
I miss it being daylight until like 9 p.m.
Yeah. I was getting daylight till like 9:30 out here. I was like out here till like 9:30. Now I'm like having to go back inside around like 6:30, 7, and like and it's cold. Like the mornings are cold, the evenings are cold, and like I'm layered up outside. Cause like I like being outside. I've been outside basically since like April when I came back from San Diego until like now, and live streaming outside for hours on end. But the thing is like, now that it's getting cold, it's like ugh, I have to go back inside, and it's like blah. But yeah, I look forward to whenever we have our next call, whenever that is. But yeah, I really appreciate having this call with you, sister. It's been a long time.
Likewise, it has been a long time.
Yeah.
And I've enjoyed it immensely, as I've always enjoyed our long conversations immensely.
Me too. It's good. You don't know what's next with this guy though, because like I keep leaping bounds. There's always something new. But I'll send you some more of the drawings that have come through, so you can see kind of some of the ideas that have popped through, and you'll take a peek. I won't overload you with them, but I'll send you a couple that I think might be they're very simple, but they're profound. So
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. And I do want to take a moment to honor and acknowledge the growth, brother, because it is very, very apparent, and I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. I had to, obviously you and Huang had to remind me to stop putting you all on pedestals, and that was the big one, putting you all on pedestals and seeing everybody else as above me. I'm not above anybody. In my inner world, I'm El Capitan, El Supremo, but in my, remember saying living in this world but not of this world? So in my inner world, I'm at the top, but in the physical world, I'm equal to everyone. It's living those two dichotomies. Being unapologetically at the top in my inner world and knowing my worth at the top, but in the physical world, knowing that we're all equal and living from both of those paradigms at the same time. And reminding the third dimensional thinking mind that I have to chill the fuck out, relax. Because I don't call it ego anymore, because I mentioned ego is exploring God's oneness. Because you came here as a physical vessel to explore God's oneness while you're technically physically separated from God, but you're energetically not separated from God, because your ego is your body. And a lot of people have the misaligned definition of a lot of words that the universe has different definitions, like having. The universe's definition of having is not physically possessing. Having from the universe is vibrationally owning, right? So if you have it inwards, you already have it now. But a lot of people have the misaligned definition of having. They have it as like physically owning something. And here's another thing. Technically, you own nothing, because nothing actually, there should be nothing called copyright or trademark, because it doesn't belong to you, because at the end of the day, it all belongs to God. But that's a whole other perspective, and that's a whole other different conversation.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, that's a whole other conversation in itself. Yeah, it's I honor the journey that I had to, similar to you, I had to disappear for a while, and I had to practice all this stuff on the live streams. And I was helping a lot of people. I'm like, I know what I'm talking about. I know my shit. Like, there's nobody can tell me that I don't know my shit. I know my shit. And, seeing the level that the other mirrors on the live streams were presenting, because they were a great practice, because I'm dealing with people from around the world. It's not just North American people. Right, North American is one thing. It's a whole other thing when you're dealing with someone from like Asia or India or the Middle East or Europe or Africa, because it's a whole different vibration there. It's a whole different mindset. It's a whole different collective hive mind there. And they have their own beliefs, their own cultures, their own, and I'm making sure I don't stomp on any of their and honor where they are, but at the same time reminding them that I'm just here to give another perspective. It's a take it or leave it. If it works for you, cool. If you still see God outside of you and it works for you and you're happy as fuck, amazing. Use that. If it's not helping you, maybe attempt being the creator. But of course, like you said, it could take some time, right, based on the person, to recalibrate. Thank you for that, by the way, to recalibrate the cells so it can feel the feeling alignment, because that's really what it is. Because there's a logically knowing, and then there's feeling alignment, and if they don't match, then you're
like
basically
you said,
fucked.
It's like, and actually and when you say like the remembering and the recalibration, like that kind of goes hand in hand.
They sure do.
You're like, you can, again, it's like you can have that cognitive remembering, but the recalibration is like, for your body and your cells to actually like really attune to that truth. And in order for you to actually live from that place, it is that mind, body, and soul frequency are actually calibrated, aligned, and attuned to that frequency of truth.
Yeah.
And it, and like you said, and thank you for that. It's like,
you're welcome.
It could happen over a period of days. It could happen over a period of weeks. It could happen in an instant, and everybody's journey is going to be different.
Oh, yeah.
But, in general, for most people, it does take a bit more time.
Sure does.
Because because everything else that most people have ever known is so contrary to it. And
Exactly.
so for that frequency and that calibration, for that alignment to really happen, and that true like inner standing, where it's like not just like your mind understanding, but like your cells actually remembering and being able to stay in that frequency of knowing,
Yep.
when again everything else contradicts that truth.
Exactly.
Right. And so that's where sometimes like you'll find, you know, when you are moving up in levels of consciousness, and you probably experience
Oh,
this, and
yeah.
you can reflect back on it now, where
Yeah.
like you for there's periods of time where like you have a higher level of consciousness, but you're still like wavering in and out from
Yeah.
like one level of consciousness back to that lower level, back up
It's
to that higher, back to lower level. And one of the things that like I've learned now is like where I can have some, you know, of those arbitrary like, you know, hive thoughts come in,
Yep.
but I instantly now like identify that that's not me, and like I so instantly move on. So like I've reached that point where I can't be pulled back into it.
Right. Yeah.
So like no matter how I'm quote unquote feeling, I've surpassed that place of being like where something can actually pull me back into it.
Yeah. And like, and thank you for sharing that, because that's exactly where my journey has led me. Because like where I'm currently at, you know, sometimes I get pissed off, but it's okay to feel it, but to not beat yourself up and feel guilty about it. And it doesn't derail me for hours and days and weeks like it used to. It's like mere like minutes, and I shift, because like I know who I am, and I know that's just the third dimensional thinking mind having its little pity party, and I'm like, chill the fuck out, relax, I'm gonna let you talk, but this is not who we are. We are the creator, and God does not operate at this level. And it's a lot of cognitive dissonance that a lot of people experience. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's really what it comes down to. And being just aware of that gives you some peace of mind that I may not know right now, and choosing your words carefully, I may not know right now, but I know I will know. Like,
absolutely.
Because like, that's the greatest thing that has come for me, is that I may not know right now in this present moment, but I will know eventually when I'm supposed to know. And just saying that in itself is enough. And the thing that came to me as well, and I actually drew it out, was you have more than enough. You are more than enough. You know more than enough, because you were born more than enough, and that is enough. And that's it. That's how simple it is. That word enough, that's all it is. You were born more than enough. You have more than enough. You know more than enough, because you are more than enough, and you were born more than enough, because that is enough.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, life
even though
attempts to teach you everything to the contrary of
Indeed. But when you know who you are, and you know that you know, and you know that you already have everything within yourself, and when others are just here to present that as a mirror to reflect back what you already know, you're like, thank you for the reminder of helping me to remember what something I might have just forgotten. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's just that simple.
Yeah.
That's why I take that learning aspect, and like, we're still growing. I'm at the point of I'm like mastered the self, but still evolving at the same time. And I know, like, but someone will be like, but how is that possible? That sounds contradicting, that you're mastered yourself, but you're still evolving. Yes, because you can still evolve and be mastered.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've always said, you know, like I really do believe that. I think like no matter where you are, I believe like I do believe there's always another level. Like
There is.
There's always like there's always room for an expansion
Absolutely.
right? Because like that it's so infinite and boundless.
Exactly.
You know, and what a great, you know, what a great joy of, you know, it's kind of life's greatest game, right? Of like, how much can I expand
Exactly.
in this form in this lifetime?
Yep.
You know, and I really do, you know, believe and appreciate, you know, like when Tony Robbins says, like, right, if you're and again, he made it popular, but
Yep.
you know, if you're not learning or growing or evolving, whichever word you want to use for it, right?
Yeah.
You're dying, and it's true.
It's true.
Right?
You're shrinking, you're compressing.
So that, you know, that forever expansion.
Yeah.
Because what I still appreciate is sometimes, like, you'll just, because depending on where you are in your own evolution on your journey, like, you can hear something more than once, and sometimes you'll hear it said a certain way again,
And
at
it'll
a different
click.
moment in time, and then it clicks, or it registers differently, or you finally get it, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right? Where you're just like, oh.
Yep.
Or, you know, you've heard it before, but it's as though you heard it for the first time, kind of thing.
That, and it's also comes down to if you're ready to hear it that way, like if you're ready to, like, energetically ready to feel it, because you know,
ready to receive it.
because, like, yeah, exactly, ready to receive it. Because I've heard plenty of times when I heard people say, "You are the creator," but it didn't land. I'm like, okay, but that didn't land until another YouTuber who goes by the name of Pete Sapper, he said it in a way, I'm like, and it just hit, it literally shattered my entire ceiling that I thought was there, and it just completely obliterated my ceiling. And now I'm like operating from the infinite. Yeah. So, like, he said it in a way.
And that's sort of where that, like, you know, again, these, like, moments in time, and over time, where you can, you know, where you're starting to calibrate more closely to something like that, right?
Right.
Because it's again, you have some understanding, even on a cellular level, and that conscious level, but then you have this moment where, again, you hear it, and it's as though you've heard it for the first time, but it's because you finally feel it, like, it's because it actually all finally sinks in a way. But truly, like, you do have to, you know, there's different points where you're ready to, you know, to receive different things to get to that next level. I mean, it really is kind of like when you're playing a video game, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like you have to, you know, you have to go through all of these different things at this one level.
Yep.
And then you're ready to move to the next level. So,
exactly.
So you might be shown something in the next level, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're ready to receive what's fully available to you once you actually reach that next level.
Exactly. And hence why it all comes back to that word, remembering. Because, like, you're ultimately going to remember everything that you are, and then you'll be able to clear the next level and the next challenge. And I talk about the video game analogy all the time on the stream. I reference technology, anime, video, do my fitness. They're all intertwined, but, like, I explain the video game analogy that, like, you know, there are different levels, and that you can't skip from going from level 1 to level 100. You can enter a cheat code to go from level 1 to level 100, but then you're gonna miss a bunch of experience in between, and your character won't be as strong or as wise or as have a lot of dexterity or vitality in comparison to a character who naturally grew from level 1 to 100. And because of that, that's based on the experience of the level that they played, and the monsters they fought, or whatever it is that they had to go through to get that experience. That's for us, the monster would be going through those trials with other people in relationships, or going through a journey of being an entrepreneur and potentially like failing, falling flat on our face for a couple times, and then getting the experience of that that we required to receive. Or it could be anything else. And the thing is, as we continue to gain those levels, our awareness goes up and our experiences go up, and we're able to then help those who are behind us. We're not above them, we're just further along the journey. And I know you said that before, but we're just further along, and so that we can help them to clear the level. That's what we're doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So
and that's such a the maybe you probably have thrown this in before, but if you haven't, like the video game analogy is also such a good one, like where it's like you know, you can't skip from that level 1 to 100. Well, you could, but if you enter a cheat code, like there's all these things that you're going to miss that you would require to, like, you know, fully succeed at level 100, right?
Yep.
You would, there would be so many tools that you would have missed along the way.
Exactly.
Lessons, etc. But it is the same thing where it's like you can't compare, like, you know, your chapter 1 to somebody else's chapter 10, and it's like, and that's like the same thing. It's like, how can you expect, like, if you're just starting out, how can you expect to just, you know, be at chapter 10 or level 100 when, like, you just started, like, you're on level 1, you're in chapter 1, like you haven't gone through all of those other chapters yet, you haven't gone through all of those other levels yet.
Exactly.
To reach, you know, to reach that place.
Yeah, and again, like, for those who are starting out, like, yeah, like, you can't go from where you are to being the creator, because, like, again, it'll take time based on all of the programming, the conditioning, the stuff that you were taught, the contraries of everything, the perplexing nature of reality, how complex it is, that it's not going to be just simple for you, which it really is, but because of all your conditioning, the programming, the domestication, it's going to take a long time to bust through and bust out all those layers and undo all the layers and return back to zero state, until you're like, wait, I could have just done this by snapping my finger, but you don't have the tools to know to do that at the present moment, because there's a lot of layers in between, right? It's like,
well, that's exactly it. I mean,
yeah.
You know, like, the truth is that it is simple, but when you have all of those opposing factors, it doesn't feel simple.
No, it doesn't.
Right? So, like, and whether that feeling is like actual feeling or conceptually feeling, like, it is simple, but but it is not simple for you in that moment, because there are all of these things that are contradictory and opposing.
Yep.
And like we talked about, like, in order for you to, like, you know, truly remember and remember to a point of knowing.
Yep.
There's a lot that you have to unlearn.
Yeah.
And
unlearn, unbecome, undo, pulverize, annihilate, destroy, conquer, insert word.
There's shed,
yeah.
You know, whatever word you use for, you know, for that. You know, you do have to shed those old versions, those old skins, those old paradigms, those old thoughts, those old belief patterns, like the old habits, like, you know, all of those things, like, you know, because the clarity, there is no clarity when you have all of these other things. Right?
There's too many layers that are blocking it's basically the prism, which then refracts, and it's like you have a prism upon another prism refracting the original light like 10 million times.
Yeah, or if you imagine, like, you know, you put all of these opposing forces, like, you know, into a fishbowl, like, you know, the water's gonna be really freaking muddy, like,
Yeah,
you
sure
know,
will.
so none of it appears clear or
Exactly.
simple
Yeah.
because there's a lot of freaking there's a lot of dirt in the water.
Yeah, a lot of chaos going on there. Yeah, lots of chaos going on.
There's a lot of dirt in the
Yeah,
water,
and
so to speak.
and I can tell from firsthand because, you know, we'll wrap up after this, but like when I first met you, that's where I was. There was too much mud in the water. That's where I was. You and Huang had to kind of help get the. You had to do the. You were like the filters, like you were filtering out the mud from the water, but I still had to do all the other like stuff, and then I had to go and like, you know, handle all, like, now we have the water and the mud. Now what do I do with the mud? And then eventually purge the mud by like, oh, just gotta just, you know, like let it go, like just dump it out over there. Like it's that simple. But like, you know, I didn't have the, it's not that I didn't have the tools, it was the awareness of the tools that are not within. Because we all have all the tools within us. It's just that we're not aware of the tools, and we have to become aware of the tools. So it's really the awareness. That's what separates each of us.
And sometimes like proper use of the tool, right?
Right.
I mean,
like, yes, the proper use of the tool is necessary, because having a drill and then doing something with the drill that the drill is not supposed to be doing, yeah.
But it's kind of like you said, where it's like, you know, you reach a certain point where when things show up, you can kind of just pour it out, so to speak, meaning like you can let it go, you can pour it out. Whereas like when you're earlier in the journey, yes, it's so seemingly simple to like just let it go, but when the water's still really muddy, right, and the pipes are still clogged, like you can't just pour it out.
No.
Right?
You got to do a bunch of other shit to get to even just pour it out.
So you do reach a point where, yeah, it's not that things don't ever show up. It's just that, you know, when you have that awareness, one, that it's not yours, you know, two, that you don't have to like entertain it or stay in it.
Yeah.
You know, and then it's like, okay, well, do I, you know, like, do I allow this to pass through me? And you know, and sometimes it's just like, yeah, it just needs to pass through me. Like, let me just let it pass through me. Like that's the ability to pour it out, where it's like, you know, in the past you want to suppress it, or you feel like you're forcing to offload it. You're like, oh, I need to pour this out. I have to pour this out.
Exactly.
You know, whereas when you're really just, you know, kind of in that flow of actual surrender and being, and more present in the now, where it's like, oh, it's like when something shows up, it's just you can pour it out. I mean, you cry it out, shout it out.
Yeah.
It's like it's instantaneous.
Exactly. And I love that you brought awareness to that, because you know, that's one of the things that it's where meeting people where they're at. And that's what I was saying earlier, that like, you know, telling someone like to let, like, a lot of people on like social media will say, you just gotta let it go, but then they have to realize that not everybody's at the same level of awareness to do that.
Right. Well, exactly. I mean, but that's the thing. It's like, how can you like, again, let it go would be, okay, well, let's just flush out the pipes. Well, but the pipes are really clogged.
Yeah.
Right? The water's really thick. Like we're not flushing out water. We're flushing out mud.
Yeah, basically, you know? Yeah. Such a good way of saying that. Oh yeah.
So, you know, again, it's like, or just let it go. Okay, well, again, if you imagine that letting it go is like, you know, you're just opening a valve, right? You're opening the valve. You're like letting it go, letting it flow. Well, if it were, you know, again, yeah, if it were water that you needed to let go of, you could pour it out.
Oh yeah.
But these people, it's not for these people. Like it's depending on where they are, it's not water, it's mud.
It's fucking mud, exactly. Yeah.
Like it's sludge. So you can open the pipe, but the shit's not moving, or it's moving really slowly. So trust me, they're doing their best to let it go.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of
there's layers.
in the
Oh yeah, and I know that firsthand because there was a lot of sludge. There's a lot of sludge.
You know, and the boulders too. Like the
Yep.
boulders are so important. Like when you really start to recognize there's so much shit that you're carrying around that was never yours in the first place.
That's what I've been saying to the stream all the time. Like you've been carrying this like three boulders behind your back that's chained to you walking uphill, and it was never yours to carry because you were born whole and complete, and you chose to take on these things because your brains or your mind said that this thing was dangerous, and it created this thing called safety to make you feel safe from X, Y, and Z experience, and then you've never let it go, and then you just entertained it for 20 fucking years and saying that this is who I am this. No, you are actually whole and complete. You've been born perfect from the moment you were born. Plain and simple, but again, for someone who has the sludge right now, they will not buy into that. They have to get rid of the sludge first for them to understand that. And that's why, you know, a lot of the messaging in the world, I'm here to basically clear up a lot of the mess that social media has created, and created more problems. Like there's terminologies that I don't subscribe to, like, you know, I don't subscribe to narcissists. Like that's that N word. Like I don't subscribe to that word personally because no one's born that. It's a trained trait, in my opinion, that someone experienced some bullshit in their life and then they just decided to act out their way because they just didn't know. But if they had the tools and they were aware, then they could potentially do better, unless they choose to just be a complete asshole. But all kids, when they're born whole and complete. There's no kid that's born evil who's ready to go and destroy the world. I've never saw a baby that was evil that's going to go destroy the world.
No, well, and there's a certain you know, capacity of the understanding, and,
Yes.
and part of my understanding, right, is when it comes to love, is like I do think that like our greatest purpose for being here, like that the deepest, most innate essence of our being is to love and be loved.
Absolutely.
And everything that people experience that is like everything that's quote unquote wrong or bad in the world is an imbalance of that, right? So when you're dealing with, you know, someone like Hilter, or you know, the people, like when it comes to the wars, like what is that? Well, it's you know, like they're for someone to get to the point of, you know, of actually killing another person, and being completely on board and supportive of that, like there is such an imbalance of that capacity to love and be loved, right?
For
like,
sure.
It's completely out of whack, you know. So that inner place that is so deeply needed and required to operate at the highest place is so severely, you know, out of whack, and so many things, and that's what people can't quite understand. It's like it is an imbalance of that. Now, how that balance came to be, well, there's a whole lot of, you know, different ways that those imbalances come to be, right? But it ultimately, you know, everything that is in disarray in the world is an imbalance of that. But at the same time, it's like everything is perfect and everything is not, in the sense that, you know, we also live in a three-dimensional reality where like the contrast is what gives us the ability to experience, right?
Exactly.
It's like if you knew no sadness, then what would happiness mean to you?
Exactly.
If you only knew sadness, what would happiness mean to you?
Exactly.
You know, if you only knew happiness, what would sadness mean to you? So, you know, we live in in a world where, you know, there is dichotomy, right?
Yep.
It is there's contrast, and that
Yeah.
contrast is what gives us ability to see and feel and experience everything in more like in more than one dimension. Like if
Exactly.
everything were just one way and absolutely perfect all the time, like it's like you can't learn, right? Like
Nope.
people learn and grow, and like you like the biggest greatest lessons we learn are from pain, are from loss, not
Yeah.
from love and happiness. Like the
The
lessons come from the hard shit.
the lessons, all your gifts and the lessons come from the shadows. You always get your gifts and your lessons from the shadows. And the shadows doesn't mean negative, it just means absence of light, but you get it through the harder stuff, yes.
Yeah, and so it's like all of and you know, and so people, you know, paint a picture of these things as though they're bad, and like they're not bad, right?
We
It's like it goes back to the, like, it's not good or bad, it's not right or wrong, it just is.
It just is.
And it just is, and but it has to be in order for us to experience, to have
Exactly.
that potential to evolve as we're meant to. There has to be that ability
Yeah.
to experience all of these different things.
Exactly.
Because otherwise everything would just stay the same.
Yeah. There'd be no we'd just be here and just be existing for whatever purpose, and it'd just be like blah, because like it's like being in a room full of light you can't see, being in a room full of darkness you also can't see. Yeah, you have to have contrast. Like right now it's getting extremely dark, but like there was contrast earlier because the light was out and shadows are bouncing around, and I could see trees, I could see the fence, I could see all kinds of stuff. But without one or the other, nothing would work in this realm. It works in the other realms because that's how they are designed, but in this realm, it was designed like this so that, like you said, for us to experience, so that we could grow, evolve, expand, and transcend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's just certain things, like there's just certain things where there is no other way to get to the next level
Yeah.
than to go through the hard shit or the painful shit. Like
Exactly.
there's no other way that you get to that next level.
Yeah. Pain is
Every
Yeah, I was gonna say pain is nothing more than just our senses feeling something that's of discomfort, that is not comfortable. That's all it is, right? And like we do have to experience that so that we can know the difference between what we desire and what we don't desire. But again, we still have to experience it so that we can know the difference and choose and have that choice, because ultimately everything comes down to a choice at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
Yeah. Sis?
Yeah.
As much as I would love to continue to chat, I gotta go use the bathroom, and I'm gonna go eat.
Well, go, but we'll see how things play out.
Of
But
course.
I feel that we must do this again a bit sooner rather than later next time around.
Oh, for sure. Your brother is expanding at an accelerated rate that, like, you don't know what's next. I might just be floating to the 11th dimension the next time you see me. I'm like, I say this as a joke. I'm like a 99th dimensional being that's been thrusted into a third dimensional body. So they like fucking nerf the hell out of me. Or I nerf the hell out of myself just to have this experience. It's ridiculous. But yeah, it's, you know, saying third dimensional thinking mind and multi-dimensional knowing mind has helped me immensely in like being able to like see things from like a whole broader perspective.
Well, and it is fun when you do evolve, like, and things expand so quickly. I mean, it's crazy where, like, I've gotten to the point where it's like I'll create something and then it's like within a couple of weeks, sometimes it's like it's almost like obsolete. I can see where like that next thing that I'm creating is like 100 times better than the thing that I just created 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like the expansion this year for me has been like really, really rapid.
I'm proud of you, by the way.
Significant. And it's like, whoa, holy, like, I mean, I know it's always been fast,
Yeah.
but like there's moments where I can just like really, really see it. Like
Yeah.
you can really see the contrast of it. And it's like, whoa, holy shit. Like, okay.
Yeah. I want to take this moment to also honor you for the expansion that you did have and that you're continuously having and that you will continue to have, and only the best to your current ventures in your business. And I saw a little bit of what you're doing. I didn't know what it was, but I was like, I'm proud of you for, getting to this level. I know it was a lot of hardship and a lot of heartbreak and suffering and lots of emotions, but I'm proud of you for where you are. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Yeah, it's such a tremendous. It's still a tremendous act of courage,
For sure.
because even when you reach that place, like within yourself, to then share it with others and to share it publicly in a different way, there is still such a courage.
That's what the live streams have been showing me, that I've been busting out in courage, out in the physical world in front of other people, talking about you are the creator and telling people that. Yeah.
And just being that vessel. But yeah, thank you for acknowledging that.
Of course.
And I acknowledge yours as well. Like I said, the growth that you have had, that you are having, that you continue to have, that expansion.
I fully receive that. Thank you.
It's yeah, I mean it's tremendous. It's leaps and bounds.
It can't be
what I can hear for what I hear from you now. It's just it's leaps and bounds, and it's really.
And the funny thing is, I haven't even gotten started to really share with you what I really have come to know. But like, that's another conversation.
Well, we'll have that next conversation, like I said, sooner rather than later. We'll both know.
Yeah.
Sooner rather than later this time.
Yeah, I'll send you some of those drawings after I finish eating and stuff, so you can have a peek. Of course, you just take a look at them. They're interesting. So, yeah, I love you, sister. Thank you for this time. And enjoy the rest of your evening, and yeah,
likewise, you too.
We'll definitely catch up soon again.
Alrighty, sounds good.
All right, sister, enjoy it. I love you.
You too. I love you too.
All right, bye for now.
Bye for now.
That was a long conversation. That was 4 hours, y'all, and the live stream's almost done, and I have to go eat. And I have to go use the bathroom, and like, oh my goodness gracious. My goodness. Whoever was listening to all that, I hope you enjoyed that conversation, because that was a lot. That was a lot. I'll put on some music, because I gotta go use the bathroom. I got to go use the bathroom. a little dark outside. I'm eating a roti with potato. That's actually inside the roti, and tuna. Is this tuna? Yeah, tuna. I'm gonna take you all inside just now. Live stream's gonna be done in 15 minutes or so. I basically skipped lunch because I was chatting with her with her for 4 hours. Just so you know. So whoever was here listening, I hope you took that in. Those are the types of conversations I used to have with her. But she basically showed you, or she shared the level of transcendence that I went through. Leaps and bounds. So I look forward to our next conversation whenever that happens. God dang, I'm like cold. I'm like shivering right now. I'm like shaking my like. Blah. For tomorrow, the live stream, I might start it late. I'll be watching wrestling early in the morning. It's also supposed to rain. So I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Okay, Google, turn on light. Alexa, play notification.
From Amazon. On Saturday, there's a chance of rain near you in West Humber, Clairville, starting around 5 a.m. and continuing intermittently until around 8 p.m.
So rain's supposed to start at 5 a.m. and finish around 8 p.m. tomorrow. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. I do have to do my 10,000 steps. So I'll probably have to do like this tomorrow. Drinking out my water quickly. I'm gonna warm up something else to eat because I'm starving. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm gonna bring you all in now. Okay, I had enough of being out here. My body had enough of the cold. Well, that was good. I'm glad that I didn't end the live stream early. I'm glad that I kept it going. I was gonna send her a couple more photos or more. Damn, so many Dragon Ball photos and Honey's photos. Just sent it to her. Okay. Hi, baby. Is that in San Diego? What does that look like in San Diego? That looks like in San Diego. Okay. We have like a few minutes on the stream. After that, I'm just gonna go put on something to eat. So yeah, tomorrow the live stream will be starting a little later, or I'll start it early, but I won't be going for my walk. I'm gonna watch my WWE. Unless I get up super early in the morning, like, and go for my walk early in the morning. We'll see what happens. Alexa, what's the weather at 8 a.m. tomorrow?
In Toronto, tomorrow at 8 a.m., it should be 11 degrees Celsius with a 22% chance of rain.
Alexa, what's the weather at 6 a.m.?
In Toronto, tomorrow at 6 a.m., it should be 11 degrees Celsius with a 20% chance of rain.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens for the stream tomorrow. We're coming to a conclusion soon. Everything's working out. Be right back. And yes, I got me a cookie. Oh, she was in Santa Monica. Honey was in Santa Monica. Me and her, look, she's in Santa Monica. She did her video in Santa Monica. It's awesome. So proud of you, honey.
Okay. I wish I could wear her down, but she would get all up in my business. So, don't mind, I'm packing and costuming. But like, oh my gosh, what a fun wig. What a freaking fun wig. Again, I wish I could wear it down, but maybe I could. Maybe I could wear it down. No.
She's
This is your lap.
she's a lot of fun to be with. What do we have on the YouTubes? Let's see, we got 1 minute left on the stream. So the world does revolve around, literally does revolve around you. Well, your world revolves around you specifically. It unfolds from you. You can no more escape the world than you can escape yourself. A desire to escape the world is nothing more than a confession that you unconsciously seek escape to yourself. Once you're safe within, your world will be safe. All right. Thank you all so much for coming on today. You got a treat with our sister, Jessa speaking. Chatted, talked about all kinds of stuff. Happy for her, proud of her. I'm grateful for John for entering her life again. And yeah, it's great to see her in high spirits. So I know the struggle she had to go through. So with that, I love you all very, very much. The live stream will be on tomorrow. It might be later, so I'm just letting you all know. Don't freak out. In any event, have yourselves the rest of your great night, and may your heart be your guiding key. Love you. Bye. Later.